Prologue. A new journey. As she held the reins in the driver's seat of the dragon carriage, the girl looked directly ahead. The girl bore lovely facial features and gave off a cute impression. Until recently, she would have been described as childish without exception. But she had grown taller and matured, which made that description no longer applicable. The formerly childish young girl had blossomed into a graceful figure that went above and beyond all expectations. However, this was not something that was achieved by idly passing the time, but was the result of the girl's own tireless self-improvement. It was the manifestation of the results of her daily efforts to face the mirror and continue to challenge herself to become a better person for tomorrow. Petra Lady. That was the name of the cute girl whose pride was evident even on her face. Holding the reins of the dragon carriage as she firmly steered the jet-black ground dragon, Petra was aware of the important role she carried on her slender shoulders, entrusted with the lives of the group. Then from beside the serious-looking Petra, a voice called out, "He? Is that a braid I see here?" As they said that, their fingers reached out to caress Petra's hair without permission. Turning her head to avoid their touch, Petra looked back at her companion with a sidelong glance. They seemed unhappy that Petra had avoided their touch. "Petra, right now, I'm the driver of this dragon carriage, you know? Isn't it dangerous if you disturb me?" Calling me a disturbance would be an exaggeration. Isn't it just a little bit of skinship? Besides, even if you look away for a moment, we can count on Patrash-chan. Right? Patrashe, Dolagyun. Petra, I won't spoil you either, Patrash-chan. Petra chided the ground dragon, who had neighed in response to being called upon. Patrash, a gentle and proud creature, seemed to listen to Petra's words with elegance, wagging its tail in response. After she had witnessed this, Petra glared at the person who had tried to get the ground dragon to take their side. "Petra, Miley-chan. Yeah, I understood and geez, don't make such a scary fuss. Petra. It's not scary, it's cute. Right? I guess so." Waving and fluttering her hand, the young girl Miley replied to Petra's question in a perfunctory manner. There was something she wanted to say about her attitude, but it could also be said to be proof that she had opened up to her. Initially, there had been no such impression, but Miley had become quite talkative. She was a very different person from the one she had met in the mansion's confinement room. Or perhaps she had felt lonely while Petra and the others were away in the Empire. Petra, maybe it's just a cute way of sulking. Miley, I feel like you're saying something a bit shawaky. Petra placed a finger to her lips and Miley, who was quick to notice her thoughts, glared at her with her piercing eyes. It was not just Miley, but a small scorpion crawled out from within her blue hair as it stirred. That scorpion, which they called the little crimson scorpion, began to protest against Petra by snapping its pincers. Petra had no choice but to smile bitterly on the lively driver's bench. And then she realized the reason why Miley, the little crimson scorpion, and even Patrash were making it so lively. Considering the purpose of this trip, the atmosphere would inevitably become serious. Petra. Thank you, Miley-chan. Miley, I don't know what that's about, but it doesn't feel so bad to be thanked. Petra, liar. Petra stuck out her small tongue at Miley's side profile, who was resting her chin in her hands with her elbows on her lap. The dragon carriage that was carrying the young girls along with their precious companions continued on its journey. That was a resolution sought by one who had found themselves at a loss in facing something that had been lost in the Valatian Empire after having concluded the battle against the great disaster. This was the path to reach the possibility of showing them how. Chapter 1. Oh Prayers. Be as clouds. The final hours were calm and had passed surprisingly quietly. "Oh, star of mine." Indeed, the tone of that voice was flat, yet the degree of love contained within its call overflowed. So as Yorna, as Iris, looked up at the man beside her, her long eyelashes trembled. Nothing about that voice was out of the ordinary. It was something that felt as though it had called out to her hundreds, nay, thousands of times during this miraculous tryst, and yet, in this moment, it felt special. No, to be precise, if just this moment were to be excluded, then any other of those calls would also be special. However, the specialness of this moment differed to that of all those that came before. After all, it was a call that signified the terminus of this miraculous period. Yorna. Yes, Your Excellency. Gazing back into the eyes looking into hers, she returned from her own lips a calling filled with love. Her voice trembled not, and she praised herself for not letting her feminine feelings make her collapse. In the moment of their previous parting, Iris Yorna had been unable to leave him with any words, but whenever she reincarnated and looked back at that time, she had thought countless times about what she would do if given another chance. If given another chance, she would absolutely not leave behind the wailings of a weak woman. Ugard, 'tis the inverse of that time. Mine self shall be passing on before thee. Yorna? That is so, to call it a revenge of sorts. Well, I'm sure Your Excellency has come to know of the malice present in this world of men. Ugar. Verily, much I have learned. Nay, it was taught to me by the many who walked alongside mine self, of whom thou wert the first. Yorna. As those almond-shaped eyes narrowed, he, Ugard Volachia, reminisced on those olden days, on the people who were present therein, and the gentle wavering of his eyes' splendor caused Yorna to feel a piercing sensation through her. Est. Dost. Always, he had been the type of person to wear a stern expression except for when he was in front of Iris. Because he was such a person, Iris had wondered if he had been able to even once relax his cheeks or eyebrows after she had passed away. And now after this, after he went towards that place between the skies and the lands, would he? Ugar, be not afraid, O star of mine. Mine life hath been an unexpectedly blessed one. Yorna. Ugard, I met thee and received life. I walked with thee and received blessings. I parted from thee, and in doing so committed a grave error. But now that fate hath brought us together once more, I receive the opportunity to rectify it. Ugard's words, the lovely voice of a person counting their blessings one by one, gently dissolved the anxiety and fears within Iris Yorna's heart, lovingly unraveling them. Since antiquity, since he had lost his dearest Iris, Ugard burned with rage, and in his hatred left behind a mistaken law that became the trigger for countless tragedies. Ugard's descendant, the current Valachian emperor who was extolled as the wise emperor, had promised to abolish that law, to lift the curse which bound the wolf people and mole people. Such was the dearest wish of Iris Yorna, and Ugard's final regret when he had been alive. Finally, he would be able to return this world to those who had the right to live in this era. To that end, Ugard, O star of mine, thou art included amongst those. Suddenly, as he took her into his arms, Ugard's words caused Iris Yorna's breath to stop. It felt as if the emotions inside of her had been properly dissected, more precisely than ever before. Yorna, Your Excellency, Ugard. Even were it bestowed upon thee in a form undesired, I imagine that no matter the epoch thou hadst found thyself in, thou wouldst have spent thy days forming bonds in earnest. Of course, even in thy present form, the same doth apply. That is something thou ought to fulfill to the utmost. Towards Iris Yorna, she who was lost as to what to do with the unnatural existence known as herself, those words gently addressed a choice to move towards a way of being that was easy to understand. No matter the time, Ugard was always correct. That was neither because Ugard was wise, nor because he was strong. It was because he thought sincerely about those that he faced, with reverence, because he was a compassionate emperor who wished for the happiness of others. Known as the King of Thorns, and feared more than any other, Iris's beloved emperor earnestly thought about, honored, and wished for Yorna with unbearably deep love. And so, as far as Iris and Yorna were concerned, Ugard's words would always be correct. Thus, the fact that the truth in his words would also hold true for people other than Iris Yorna meant that, Yorna, I have no choice but to spend the remainder of my life proving that. Ugard. 'Tis a great service. Hearing Iris Yorna's determined answer, Ugard responded with a smile. At Ugard's taciturn way of being, Iris Yorna narrowed her eyes slightly and extended her arm so that she could touch his cheek as she brought her lips close to his. Yorna. Lips met each other and overlapped, as those who had both died in that era. A man and a woman who, by all rights, should never have been able to reunite, separated by entire worlds, were now the closest they had ever been. Ugard. Like that. The closest contact that they had ever made in this world persisted for a bit, and then a bit more, and a little while longer, before the distance between them slowly grew. The eyes of Iris Yorna locked with Ugard's, and then, Ugard. O star of mine, I love thee so, Yorna. As do I, your excellency. Evermore, without fading for all perpetuity, my heart shall long for you. Having exchanged a kiss, having delivered each other words brimming with love, his final moments were of his lips curling into the shape of a smile. For the olden tale known as Iris and the King of Thorns, a story that began in the age of antiquity, a story that had kept postponing its own conclusion until the present day. This was the true curtain's close. Dawn broke upon the first night since the great disaster that had shaken the entity of the Valatian Empire had come to a conclusion. The threat of undead wreaking havoc across the empire had been averted by means of the unity of imperial subjects, devoting themselves to the law of iron and blood. At the forefront of those sword wolves of Wallachia was the majestic figure of their ex, Vincent Wallachia, who exchanged blows directly against the enemy ringleader with Yang's sword raised aloft. Centered around the imperial capital of Lupugana, the damages had reached every major city of Wallachia, such as the fortified city of Garkla, Glaracia, the city of iron and blood, the demon city of chaos flame, and the cloud sea city of Mesorea. Yet, each and every city had been able to avoid falling into a catastrophic state. Therefore, whilst left with major scars, a triumphant momentum was what ultimately enveloped the Wallachian Empire. Of course, thinking in the long term, the top brass could not bask in the victory forever. Those leading figures would have to deal with the damage reports flooding in from various locations one after another, as well as the numerous circumstances of their subjects that they would need to sanction, and thus they would not have any time to sleep. Amidst those reports there was a piece of information that had been silently snuck in. In the battle against the great disaster, having contributed greatly to the victory of the Wallachian Empire, the obituary of a lone woman who had lived like a flame and captivated many, within a room of the fortified city of Garkla, which was serving as temporary headquarters in place of the ravaged imperial capital. Emperor Vincent Wallachia happened to catch wind of that obituary, creating a silence so very unlike himself, who would respond to all matters within an instant of deliberation, and after spending some time with his head down. Vincent, I see. Those brief words were all that he spoke. The fight against the great disaster had ended, and people began to move on to reclaim their lives. Wallachia suffered terrible devastation from the undead army during the unprecedented great disaster, but the inhabitants of the realm resolutely held their heads high, standing back up one by one as they set out to rebuild the land. The sight of the people of the empire simply overwhelmed Petra Lete. Petra, although I don't really like the empire much. Having said that, with mixed feelings, Petra stood in the streets of the fortified city. A significant part of Petra's reason for not liking the empire was anger that this was the place where her precious friend and Petra's love interest, Natsuki Subaru, was forcibly taken away to. But even disregarding those factors, Petra's feeling for Wallachia still leaned toward dislike. But regardless, they cooperated and made an immense effort to prevent the country's destruction. Petra was also relieved that the great disaster had been overcome, and the empire was spared from destruction. However, even so, Petra, who in public addressed him with the honorific Sama, was concerned for the man who had doubtlessly done more for the empire than anyone else, even the emperor. Petra was extremely worried about how much it must have worn his heart down in an empire full of terrible things, because Subaru was such a kind and compassionate person. Even so, the final nail in the coffin was too much for Subaru, who had so many things to worry about. Petra, Priscilla Beriel Sama. That was the name of the woman who had caused a tremendous, deep, and painful wound in Subaru's heart. Due to Petra's position, she never exchanged a single word with her. However, there were opportunities. Before the great disaster, she was on the same side of the battle for the imperial capital and had ample opportunity to talk with her. However, Petra did not dare to approach Priscilla. This was because she, like Emilia, was a candidate for the royal selection in the kingdom of Lugunica, and she felt that she should not get more comfortable than necessary with their opponents. And Petra regretted that. By not having interacted with Priscilla, Petra had no right to mourn her. Priscilla Bariel's death, and therefore found it difficult to sympathize with Subaru and Emilia. It would be hard to tell two very heartbroken people that she understood what they were going through. This was something tremendously frustrating for Petra right now. Hello, Miss Petra. Are you alone? Petra. Oh, Zikr-san. Petra, who had been pursing her lips and tensing her cheeks, looked up at the call, and there was Zikr Osman with a round, voluptuous hairdo. As a general of the Empire, Zikr played an important role in the battle against the Great Disaster. And he was a very likable person who treated Petra as just another person without being arrogant about his position. Because of his diligence, Zikr would likely be heavily relied upon after the war, but it was unusual for him to be alone in a place like this. At this, as Petra's eyes widened, Zikr, I finished reorganizing all the troops, so I have finally come down to check the damage myself. I had heard the reports, but I had to see it firsthand. Petra, I see, that was it. I do not know the details of the reorganization, but well done, Zikr. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. However, the role I was able to play is insignificant compared to those who are working so energetically, such as General First Class Gaz and General First Class Kafma. Petra, I don't think that you can say that your hard work is not important because one of you worked harder than the other. Zikr, looking embarrassed, became even more so from Petra's statement. On the other hand, Petra reflected on her own remarks, remembering that when she had worried about Subaru earlier, she had compared his efforts to those of another, a stern-eyed emperor. She wanted to see things the same way as the people she liked, but she was frustrated with herself for not being able to. Petra. But it is difficult for those of the General First Class, isn't it? Not even a few days have passed since then and you have to fly around to other cities. Zikr. Yes. The generals of the various regions are responding, but the influence of a General First Class directly in front of them cannot be ignored, both in terms of the morale of the troops and the control over them. Petra, I understand that the soldiers will be happy to see the people they admire, but control means Zikr. Sadly, even in these situations. No, precisely because of this poor situation, many are willing to take advantage of it to achieve immediate gain or to fulfill their ambitions. Petra. Zikr lowered his eyebrows, and Petra's round eyes went downcast in response. Petra was actually convinced by Zikr's reply, thinking to herself, I knew as much. The Valatian Empire chose to stand together against a great enemy. Still, once the great disaster had been eliminated, the problem reverted from the perspective of the nation to the perspective of the individual. They would take what they lacked, would steal it, and, in some cases, would try to force their way through it all. Those generals first class whom Zikr mentioned intended to serve as a deterrent to such problems. Checker. General First Class Gaz left as soon as his wife at the imperial capital was confirmed to be safe, and General First Class Kafma also left as soon as he received his promotion. Petra. That was great, right? Everyone was so surprised. Zikr. There are only 9 slots for General First Class in the Empire, and the recent war has left several of those slots vacant. The creation of a new General First Class is one of the few good things to come out of all this. Kafma understood that and accepted the position of General First Class, even though he'd previously turned it down. Petra, Zikr-san, you've never had that sort of talk raised to you, right? Zikr, to me. Petra tilted her head and asked Zikr, who praised the names of the generals first class and their way of doing things. Petra did not observe the battle up close, so she did not know how those of the general first class performed. However, Zikr's fighting spirit was also quite impressive in the sense that Petra was able to witness it up close and personal. During the battle for the fortified city, there were those who were in the command post, observing the broad scope of the battle and directing it, and there were those who continued to clash with the undead with swords in their hands. Zikr's role was to bridge the gap between the two, and to ensure that they worked together seamlessly. Although unassuming, Without his work, the cohesiveness would have frayed and possibly even crumbled. Petra, I think even more so since my niece Almaz and I were behind the scenes as part of the group of healers. Zikr, that is much appreciated recognition, Miss Petra. Just receiving those words from a woman, I, Zikr Osman, feel deeply rewarded. Petra, I am not saying that lightly. Zikr, of course, understood, but I do mean it too. Zikr nodded his head as Petra tried to push back, feeling that she had been ignored. Then he turned his round eyes to the view of the city and relaxed his cheeks. Zikr, if there is any reward to be had, this sight, this result, is it? His Excellency, the Emperor, fled to the east, and I happened to be in the fortress city on a mission. Thanks to this coincidence, I had the honor of accompanying His Excellency and being present at this moment. I am undeniably blessed. Petra, I am not sure. Zikr-san, don't you deserve more praise? Zikr, don't you get it? In that case, Miss Petra, can't you think of someone likable in that brilliant mind of yours? Petra gave a huh at the abrupt suggestion. In her mind, all she could vaguely recall was Natsuki Subaru, who had occupied a large part of her mind until a few minutes ago. Zikr nodded deeply in response to Petra, who unintentionally did exactly as he said. Zikr, that likable someone will smile at you as a result of your deeds. Isn't that enough to make you feel rewarded? Petra. That is, well, yes, Zikr. It's the same thing. I am a general of the Wallachian Empire, but the person Miss Petra has in mind is probably far greater than I, at least in my opinion, so this is fine. So spoke Zikr, with one eye closed and his hand clutched to his chest as he smiled at Petra. He was neither being unreasonable nor trying to deceive Petra when he said that. That was why Petra also quietly lowered her head and could not say anything. However, His Excellency Vincent is all for reward and punishment according to merit. I disapprove of a person who's done such meritorious service saying such selfless things, as it makes it difficult for the soldiers to express their opinions. Then, instead of Petra, who had closed her mouth, a voice interrupted from a different direction. Petra and Zikr turned their heads to see Serena walking slowly toward them. Serena Drakroy, with a distinctive white scar on her cheek that nevertheless did not detract from her dignified beauty, was accompanied by her acquaintance Roswell beside her, who made Petra's lips curl. Serena and the others did not miss that flagrant response from Petra. Serena, as usual, how can you be so disliked by someone who seems old enough to be your daughter? You cannot complain about being stabbed in the back by someone who so openly shows rebellious intent. Roswell, I would never hire a child who can't think about the consequences of their actions. Regardless of your perception of me, I only employ competent people like Petra Kuhn, Otto Kuhn, and the like. Serena, that's a bad habit you have. Eventually, it's going to be the reason you get your feet swept out from under you. Serena shrugged her shoulders, having a casual exchange with Roswell, her caustic words mercilessly critical of him, which Petra found somewhat enjoyable to listen to. But the truth was that she did not really feel that small pleasantness at the moment. Zikr, High Countess Drakroy, I thought you were busy. Serena, the same could be said of you, General. Don't worry, though it's true that I haven't slept for the past 3 days. My eyes are still clear. I can't sleep. Zikr, that does not sound very reassuring. Serena smiled fearlessly at Zikr, and Zikr's shoulders contracted like he was afraid of her. Roswell's gaze turned to Petra as those two exchanged a few words. Petra, who had consciously avoided contact with him, stiffened slightly at his gaze. Petra, what is it, Master? Roswell, don't be so wary. I'm simply concerned that you're alone and that you're working too much. Where is Frederica? Petra. Frederica Nisama has been keeping herself very busy for a long time, and is now taking a break. After many requests, she finally took a rest. It reminded her that Frederica was barely breathing and sleeping as if in a coma. Frederica, like Petra, worked as one of the healers, but also went around the fortress as a messenger, transforming herself into a beast when necessary. Her tireless work ethic was something to be respected, but as her protege, she could not help but feel worried. The fact that she was resting now was not because she had listened to Petra's appeal, but because Ram and Garfield had pushed her to do so. Petra, I couldn't even convince Frederica Nisama to rest. Roswell, Frederica has a strong sense of responsibility. By no means did she mean any disrespect to you, Petra-kun. Petra. HK, I know that already. You don't have to tell me that, Roswell. I see. You're right. I'm sorry I said something I shouldn't have. Are you okay? Petra, the Yang magic is working properly. Petra furrowed her eyebrows and answered Roswell's subtly dodging response. Petra's magical techniques, which he had learned from Roswell and was now developing day by day, were suited to the Yang attribute, which had many effects that increased the power and vitality of the target. In Petra's case, she was still uneasy about using it on others, but she could use her Yang magic on herself and be adequate enough to compensate for her lack of strength or lack of sleep. Of course, stamina was not an endless source of energy, so eventually one's limits would emerge. Petra, right now I would like to work a little bit more. Do you wish to stop me, Roswell? No, I won't stop you. We all have opportunities in life when we have to overcome reason and common sense with passion and force, and if this is the time for you, Petra-kun, I'm not going to take that away from you. Petra, I still don't like you, Master. Petra turned her face away from Roswell, who closed one eye and looked at her with his blue one. Despite being such an unforgivable person, Roswell often affirmed Petra's ideas in this way. While he did not say these words to curry favor with Petra, it also did not help that these were his honest opinions. For that being so, it would be as if Petra could understand Roswell's true nature. Serena. What a troublesome master-servant relationship. The way such things are, the Empire and the Kingdom aren't so different. Don't you think so? General Second Class is Zikr as Zikr. With Miss Petra being so intelligent at her age, it is not surprising that she is so enthusiastic about Margrave Mathers's education. When sincerity meets sincerity, I think a clash is inevitable. Of course, I think such a harsh way of life has also honed the beauty of High Countess Drakroy. Serena, good grief, you're an imperial general through and through. If you were a decent man, but instead you're like this. You are pleasing me by showing me a face to my liking. While Petra and Roswell talked, Zikr reverently bowed to Serena's comments. Petra sighed as she watched the conversation between two of the Empire's most unique temperaments. Roswell's nature, whatever it might have been, was unimportant. Now that she was face to face with Roswell, whom she had been avoiding, there was no stopping now. To which, Petra tightened her cheeks and looked up at Roswell. Petra, what are you planning to do with Subaru, Master? Roswell. Petra, please answer. Petra's question was straightforward, but lacking in specificity. Roswell let out a small sigh as it was directed at him. He closed one eye again, and, this time, looked at Petra with the yellow one, this time with an inhuman look that Petra disliked. The unnaturalness of Subaru and Roswell's relationship gave Petra a strong impression. Petra suspected that this was something different from the indiscretions of Roswell and Arlam village, Petra's hometown, or the sanctuary where Frederica and Garfield were from. Something that Subaru and the others had almost entirely tolerated. If one were to look at Roswell's misdeeds and who pardoned him, the conditions were the same for Subaru, Amelia, and Frederica, who were too forgiving. Then there was Beatrice and Garfield, who said they were angry, followed by Ram, who was in a unique position, and Petra and Otto, who clearly did not forgive Roswell. Naturally, Petra and Otto always felt tension when dealing with Roswell. Of course, they did not want to make waves, so the tension was like quietly roasting over a flame. What she disliked about Roswell was that he never changed his expression while being roasted in such a way. However, the blue flames that Petra and Otto directed toward Roswell and the heat in the air between Subaru and Roswell seemed fundamentally different. It was a terrible way of putting it. Petra did not want to admit it, but she was convinced. Between Subaru and Roswell, there was a secret that neither Petra nor anyone else was included in. That shared secret was the source that gave rise to a different kind of tension. Furthermore, the consequences of that secret would surely, probably, cause Subaru misfortune. Roswell, what I'm planning to do with Subaru was COT? At Petra's hostile look, Roswell muttered in a slightly gravelly voice. She felt that there was not the usual atmosphere of deception and mockery housed within that. However, Even without such a clownish atmosphere, she could not heedlessly trust Roswaal. As if to confirm Petra's sentiment, Roswaal, with one eye still closed, Roswaal. Petra-kun, what do you think would be the correct thing for me to do? Petra. Are you making fun of me, Roswaal? No, I didn't mean it that way. Genuinely, I'm at a bit of a luos. What kind of stance should I take in regards to Subaru-kun? Petra. As he said this, Roswaal lightly lifted both hands and lit his fingertips with lights of different color. Floating red on his right hand and blue on his left, he was earnestly considering his next move. Red and blue. Whichever direction each led, Petra was unsure which would be the better path for her. Nay, for the people that were important to her. As much as she was unsure, if there was anything Petra could do, it was just one thing. Petra. If... Roswaal. Petra. If you cause Subaru any further pain, if you cause him any further grief, I will never forgive you, Master. No, I will absolutely make you regret it. Not forgiving him would not hurt Roswaal in any way. After serving him for 1.5 years already, she understood that. This was why, thinking back to the past 1.5 years as hard as she could, Petra said the one thing that Roswaal would hate the most. Yes, she would make him regret it no matter what. For that reason, Petra, whatever it is you are wanting to do, whatever it is you are planning to do, Master, I am going to get in the way of it by any means necessary. Roswaal. For a moment, a silence was born between Petra and Roswaal. Petra focused all her strength into tensing her cheeks, intending to make the sternest face she had ever made in the history of her adorable self. In response to Petra's direct approach, Roswaal fell silent. It was unclear to what extent Petra's stern face contributed to his contemplation in that moment of silence. Roswaal. That would certainly be troubling. You seem to be much more loved than I am. Petra. When you say that I am loved by what exactly, Roswaal? Something that I've resolved myself to resist, yet have never been able to prevail against. A peculiar power of that sort. Roswaal shrugged his shoulders and once again said something that Petra did not understand. But what clouded his face as he muttered this made Petra think it was not mere nonsense. Indeed, Roswaal was dealing with a sense of powerlessness. Something that he was fully aware that he could not win against. Even though she was being told that she was loved as such, it did not make much sense to Petra. Petra merely wanted to be loved by the people she loved. In addition, she would like for her loved ones to be as happy as possible with smiles on their faces. That was why. Petra. I want Emilia Nisama and Subaru to smile. Petra firmly clapped her hand on her chest and muttered those words as if she was praying. She sincerely hoped that all of these prayers would hang like clouds over those whom she loved, protecting them from the hardships that would otherwise come down on them like the rays of the sun. Beside Petra's and Roswaal's exchange, watching the master and servant swelling with a burning tension, Serena cast a smile at Zikr. Serena, what do you think? Even the people of the kingdom show quite a bit of promise. Now, don't they? Quite complex and mysterious, just the way I like it. Zikr. It is beautiful when you smile like that, High Countess, but I cannot say it is in good taste. Chapter 2. Will not play the villain. Ka. Never would have thought that a fella like me die not on the battlefield but in a safe zone. Never in all my life have I heard of a shinobi dying like this, but ain't it just way too ironic? So, spoke the monstrous old man, waving around both of his empty sleeves as he laughed uproariously. Hearing that hearty laughter, yet being powerless to help with his healing magic, Garfiel was of mixed feelings. After the battle against the great disaster, Garfield joined the healers, and was now treating the injured. Ever since coming to the Empire, Garfiel had continued to stake his life on fierce battles without much respite. Of course, his allies all told him that resting was a high priority, but he had not been able to listen to them. Fortunately, Garfiel's body was sturdy, and because of the divine protection of earth spirits, standing on the ground was the best form of relaxation for him. Of everyone within Emilia's camp, Garfiel was the furthest from working himself to death, and although it went without saying, the one closest to working themselves to death was Otto. Anyway, once you have decided to do something, Any attempt to talk you out of it would be pointless. In that case, then go create as much of a debt of gratitude from the Empire as you can. There is a strong market for gratitude right now. Indeed, amidst everyone who was against Garfield's ideas, he was glad for the presence of the person he had feelings for, who made it clear that she was on his side. The way that her phrasing pointed out his faults was so characteristic of her, something he liked about her. For that reason, while it was a shock to his comrades, Garfield had volunteered to take up this role. Ultimately, the reason no one had tried to stop him was because they all understood. Garfield, when captains haven't it the toughest of us all, how can our amazing selves remain flustered? Grumbling that, Garfield gnashed his sharp canines. They had lost a strong, truly strong woman. Although he could not say they had fought the same enemy side by side, the sight of many dazzling flames rising up within the imperial capital had been seared into Garfield's eyelids. That sense of loss could not simply be described as the loss of Emilia's rival. That was why Garfield was here. Even if just a single person greater, he would prevent them from being lost. With these hands that had relentlessly smashed through the undead, that sometimes had no choice but to eliminate the enemies standing in his allies' way through brute force, he would save lives. It was contradicting, but contradicting was fine. He would not think about difficult things. He would follow his heart, and that was that. Following his heart, he would fell his enemies, heal his allies, and save them through his own power. If Garfield could save even just one more person by forgoing sleep, then he ought to continue doing that. Good grief. The nerve of young uns to immediately leave the elderly behind. Ain't no helpin' how revolting that aspect of 'em is. Garfield. Ha! Is that sarcasm, Gramps? Just 'cause my amazing self can't heal your arms. Ka. I wouldn't say it's sarcasm. Let me tell ya, the source of my strength over all these decades has been constantly going on and on about my envy and jealousy. You know? Saying that I'm envious ain't a lie or anything like that. I'm filled with jealousy. Wagging his white eyebrows up and down, Olbart skillfully used his foot to scratch his neck. He did not seem particularly inconvenienced by the loss of both arms, and nobody could tell whether that attitude was out of concern for Garfield, whose healing magic could not do anything about that, or if it was the reverse and he was just teasing. At any rate, regardless of what had happened to his arms, the old man was also a monster, since he could still move so much despite being all but dead. But then again, when it came to the topic of surviving a near-death experience, shut the fuck up, old-ass fuckhead. Stop fucking with the guy who's doing a fuck-ton of work even though he's fucking tired. Olbart. Oh, scary. That ain't the vigor of someone who's half dead. A figure lying on a bed further back in the room shouted angrily, and Olbart laughed at that in a low, throaty sound. To that fierce vigor, Garfield scratched and said, Oi, Garfield. My amazing self's grateful for the backup, but worry about your own body first. You're seriously just one step away from death. You're in a similar state to Vivarolo's offering. I'm saying that it was thanks to you that I was fucking saved. Bastard, don't fucking say shit like you won't accept my gratitude. Gayao, Garfield, shut the hell up and sleep. He used his hand to push down the head of a short figure, whose entire body screamed as he fell back down. Such a thing was a matter of course due to the severity of his wounds. Even if healing magic was continuously applied with full strength, it would not be able to keep up with the damage. In fact, even now there was a perpetual, intense pain that rippled through his body. Garfield. It ain't my amazing self's place to say this, but I'm surprised you're able to get up and speak. It fucking hurts like shit and it's fucking tough, but that bullshit won't fucking stop the great groovy gumlet. That's just how it is, so use some poison or medicine or some shit to fucking quell. Go. Olbart, give it up now. Give it up. This is the result of ye ignoring all the signals in your body. I lost both of my hands and you're basically as close to death as me. Why don't you just retire? Groovy. Like I'd do that, fucking Duumbass. In response to Olbart's mockery, baring his fangs and shouting in anger, was Groovy Gumlet, one of the 9 divine generals, and probably the one who had come the closest to death in the Empire while still surviving. In the life or death bout against the great disaster, He had performed an absurdly important role. After all, it was he who had crossed blades with the lead actor of Iris and the King of Thorns, the Emperor of the Briar, Ugard Volachia, and had cooperated with Halibel to eliminate the curse. He had been a key figure in securing victory. Garfield heard that if you hadn't done that, everyone would have ended up getting immobilized by those thorns. Groovy. I just pulled out whatever the fuck I could. After I saw off the Emperor of the Briar and the Admirer, I was just fucking lying down until I could give the fucking fiend sword to that fuckwad Silas. Groovy muttered as if he were sulking, but before he had fallen, he had put in a great deal of work. He had taken Ugard's curse into his own body, and then had allowed the fiend sword to cut it away along with himself. No matter how many times Garfield heard the story, he still could not understand it. However, according to Groovy and Olbart, they could not understand Garfield when he explained his fight against the Cloud Dragon, so they were the same in that regard. The accumulation of miracles and individuals performing to the utmost. That was the reality of what had occurred back then in the Imperial capital. Nay, across the entirety of the Empire. Whether it was Garfield who had fought against the Cloud Dragon, Groovy, who had saved the Emperor of the Briar from his own thorns, or Olbart, who had sacrificed one of his arms to avert the witch's schemes. All of them had exerted their utmost. There was no need to exaggerate their achievements, and there was no need to go against the facts. Olbart. Well, as a geezer who's got hardly any time left, it's always hard to see Jungens dying one after the other, so it's been a pleasure to see you fellas survive. Groovy. Though, aside from me, it's pretty fucking dubious to say that guy survived. Garfield. By that guy, you mean... Thinking about the person that he had mentioned, Garfield's gaze moved towards the end of the healing room, and, sticking out in a strange and conspicuous way, he noticed the distinctive figure of something standing upright. Even now, the healing room was still frenetic, with people running back and forth to tend to the injured. In a corner of the room, standing in such a way that it assimilated itself into the wall to not be an obstacle, was a being whose body was composed of steel. Upon noticing Garfield's gaze, a green jewel that was set into what appeared to be its head glowed. I detect line of sight. Task, directive, or instruction. It is predicted to be one of these. While speaking so, lumbering over towards Garfield and the others, was yet another one of the 9 divine generals, the one known as the Steelman, Moguro Hagane. However, to be more precise, their race was distinct from the Steel folk, and their true identity was that of the meteor that served as the core of the Crystal Palace. This title, after the collapse of the crucial Crystal Palace and Magic Crystal Cannon, no longer held any meaning, but... Garfield. Sorry about that. My eyes just happened to wander there. I ain't got any tasks for you. Moguro. Acknowledged. And the other 2? Groovy. Nope. Nothing. Stay over there so that you don't get in the fucking way, Moguro. Moguro. That is me. Acknowledged. We'll await further instructions. While Garfield stood next to him with an awkward expression on his face, Groovy said this while motioning with his chin, which Moguro obediently followed, sitting down clinging to the side of the bed. In doing so, they appeared like a slightly oversized decoration. Olbart. They're about as admirable as a properly trained ground dragon or thunderwolf. However, that's the thing, ain't it? Even the Crystal Palace can be forgetful. Groovy. The Crystal Palace and Magic Crystal Cannon are fucking blown to shit. It's a fucking miracle that there isn't fuck all left of Moguro's core. It was also too fucking good to be true that it happened to fall near where I was lying down. Olbart, you got along with them the best, so maybe they came to meet you? Olbart cackled with laughter as he cracked jokes, to which Groovy snorted his snout in discontent. As made apparent by their dialogue, Moguro Hagane did not remember anything from before the great disaster. If Subaru were to be asked, he would say this seemed like a factory reset, as it seemed like everything that this meteor had acquired as Moguro Hagane had been erased. An immense power capable of blowing away the entirety of the imperial capital was forcibly raised into the sky to prevent such an outcome, and had detonated without engulfing the area, so it could perhaps be said that this was a minor price to pay. Garfield. How could I ever say something like that, after what happened to Rem? Just how much of a weight was carried in someone losing all of their memories up to that point was something that Garfield was keenly aware of, due to the circumstances of one of their own. It was not only a great turmoil to the actual person who had lost their memories, but also to the people around them whom they had forgotten. That was why he understood the feeling. He would not say such thoughtless things, though. Garfield. Surprisingly, the things this geezer's saying might actually be right. Groovy. Huh, are you also fucking mocking me with that load of fucking horseshit? Garfield. That ain't it. I mean, it may be true that they don't remember anything, but ain't it also right that they're not doing anything like trying to flee from ya? Saying that, Garfield narrowed his eyes at Moguro, who was sitting next to the bed. To be honest, that large frame sitting in the healing room was an obstruction. But the fact that they were making themselves as compact as possible to avoid causing trouble to their surroundings left a sense of goodwill. To begin with, the fact that Moguro went to such lengths to remain here was likely because they did not want to part from Groovy's side. Having lost their memories, it might have just been something like imprinting onto the first person they encountered. But Ram said that when she and Ram finally reunited in this empire, she intuited that Ram was her older sister through a strange feeling. Garfield thought maybe that same something also remained within Moguro. Garfield? Well, Captain also said something about Rem breaking his finger all of a sudden. There were also cases when that something did not remain, so it could not be said to be an absolute rule. But since this was the healing room where people were healed, if Moguro had come here all on their own to heal their own heart in a place nobody knew about, then Garfield had no reason to kick them out. Garfield. Rather, the old geezer who does nothing but talk without even the hands to spare is more of an obstruction. Really talking like that to me, this young'un? Well, I do get what you're saying. As Garfield shrugged his shoulders, Albart waved his two sleeves about while laughing. Outside that exchange, Groovy rubbed his black snout and looked at Moguro. He looked at his former comrade in arms, who was simply nestling close to him without even the slightest of movements. Groovy. Don't do such fucking sentimental things. Fucking hell. Moguro, within statement, sound of liquid detected. In fear of unusual circumstances, requesting instructions. Groovy. Fucking shut the fuck up, Moguro. Understood. Hearing that fruitless exchange, Garfield gnashed his fangs and unconsciously smiled. Since he was smiling, he worried a little bit over if it was okay to smile. And then, following his heart, he smiled. Otto. So, Anastasia-sama will return to Lugunica via Kararagi? Anastasia. Yes, that's the plan. I'm in the Empire as an envoy from Kararagi, you know. I know it's just a title, but I gotta do my duty. When Anastasia, smiling softly, openly revealed her inner thoughts to Otto, he accepted it with a quiet and casual "I see" on the surface. However, his inner thoughts were not as carefree as his expression. Whatever the case, Anastasia had fulfilled her promised role for the Kararagi city-states. This would boost her reputation with the Kararagi Council, which had sent her there, and Anastasia would receive another solid boost in her bid for the crown. Of course, Emilia also contributed greatly to the fight against the Great Disaster when the Wallachian Empire was on the verge of collapse, and His Excellency, the Emperor Vincent, directly requested her assistance. Although they were smuggled into the country when they entered the Empire, they would be able to return home triumphant and proud. Still, whether it was the battle against the witch cult in Pristella, the capture of the Pleiades watchtower, or even the rescue of the Wallachian Empire, both the Emilia camp and Anastasia camp had been involved. It was not good that the prestige was not only Emilia's, but Anastasia's as well. Emilia needed to accomplish a feat without Anastasia, something of her own. Of course, had it not been for their part in the fight against the great disaster that struck the Empire this time, the camp would have been far behind, even more so than it was now. Anastasia. There's a mountain of things to think about. It must be tough for Otto-kun, eh? That momentary silence was pierced by Anastasia's light blue eyes. Despite being an approximate guess, this question had a certainty to it, thanks to Anastasia's seasoned experience. In response to her prodding, Otto smiled back and said, "No, Otto. It is true that it is a bit daunting, but if we were to talk in terms of having much to think about, there is no comparison to His Excellency the Emperor, or to Prime Minister Berstets, who need to rebuild the empire from this point forth." With that, Otto shifted the subject to someone else present, Berstets, the Imperial Prime Minister. In the conference room where Anastasia, Berstets, and Otto met after finishing the battle against the Great Disaster, they discussed the future plans of Wallachia, which was now putting together a project for recovery and revitalization, and of the people who had been cooperating with them. Amidst all this, Otto directed everyone's attention to Berstets, who concealed the color of his pupils deep within his threadbare eyes. "Berstets, as you say, there are many challenges ahead, but the truth is, I do not think of it as a burden." Anastasia. "Oh, really? That's awfully encouraging." Berstets. "In the beginning, I was a treacherous subject who colluded with the white spider Chisha Gold to jeopardize the position of His Excellency, the Emperor. Because of the circumstances, I was not executed during the battle against the Great Disaster, but I was still to be executed after the war." Otto. "But you are talking to us like this. There was no such action, correct?" Berstets. "Yes, the Emperor has so decided. Of course, should any of them have thought that I could not be pardoned, I would have had no choice but to take that blade into my body." Otto could guess what Berstets was thinking when he broke off his speech. It was probably the biggest reason why Berstets's head was still connected to his neck. The declaration made after the war by the strongest man in the Empire, the Blue Lightning. "Cecilus, before any minor roles get bloodthirsty, I would like to declare that it is His Excellency's decision not to kill Berstets-san, so you all should follow it. If you go against it, I will have to show my sword-like side for the first time in a while. Besides, I have a vague feeling that Chisha had planned to the extent that His Excellency would not kill Berstets-san. In fact, without Berstets-san, it will be hard to go on, won't it? Since Chisha isn't here." It was too long and drawn-out a statement to be called a declaration, but it was a significant factor in dissuading those who knew of Berstets's deeds. Berstets, apparently thinking the same thing, made a slight smile as he said, "Berstets, I never thought I would be protected by General First Class Cecilus Segmund. If not the Yang sword, I would have thought his blade to be the one to decapitate me." Otto. "And yet, it did not. It is an imperial situation, so an outsider cannot comment on it. However, I consider it to have been a wise decision. A military officer in an emergency, and a civilian officer before and after an emergency. Such a person is irreplaceable. Anastasia. I agree. If even Berstets-san was removed and the Emperor was the only one who could do the thinkin', wouldn't he die, even with the support of his lovely wife, San Berstets? Indeed, it is so. I, for one, am glad to see His Excellency receive a new Empress consort. If it were not for this celebration, His Excellency would be facing too many hardships." Otto and Anastasia. Berstets shook his head loosely, silence falling over the room as he spilled those words. In the midst of the silence, Otto turned his attention toward Anastasia. She too was feeling the weight of the same silence, though likely from a different perspective than Otto. The reason for this silence, needless to say, was the tragic events that had befallen Vincent, the deaths of his trusted confidant and of his sister, the princess with whom he shared the same blood. The impact of the latter was something neither Otto nor Anastasia could ignore. Anastasia. She really was a selfish princess. A quiet murmur escaped Anastasia's lips, causing Otto to close his eyes. The subtle sentiment was a rare crack in Anastasia, who usually had a bravery that remained unfazed in the face of any event. This vulnerability, Otto had always wished to find it in Anastasia in order to surpass her. Yet, he felt no urge to exploit that long-awaited vulnerability. Why, if one were to ask such a thing, Otto? Because it is not reproducible. The vulnerability revealed at this moment was not a convenient tool that could be used in the future. It would be difficult to create the same opportunity again, and even if it could be, it should not be. After all, a larger and deeper rift would open within his own circle than the one that had opened up within Anastasia. Frankly speaking, that was also undesirable from Otto's perspective. Over the past few months, the distance between the Amelia camp and Anastasia camp had narrowed too much. Maybe you do not need to consciously try to play the villain. Otto, are you perhaps talking to me? Suddenly, Otto reacted to a third voice, one belonging to neither Anastasia nor Burstets. His gaze was directed towards Anastasia's neck, where the voice came from. The spirit in the guise of a fox scarf, Echidna, looking back at him with her black eyes. In response to Otto's words, Echidna's eyes slightly narrowed. Echidna. The fact that you took it as a remark directed at yourself is a testament to what is in your heart, is it not? Otto, that argument is not very convincing since you said it while looking at me. Echidna, quite stubborn you. A good match with Anna in that regard. Echidna, who replied with a sulky tone, had her head curbed by Anastasia's slender finger as she said, "Hey!" looking at her scarf, who was giving Otto a hard time. Anastasia. Don't pester Otto-kun like that. The moment you were allowed to talk to anyone, you turned into a chatterbox. Echidna. Do not talk like I am just opening my mouth out of personal desire. Certainly, from my current position, I have to acknowledge that my previous circumstances were restrictive. Anastasia. Geez. I'm sorry, Otto-kun, for my child bothering you. Anastasia's apology was met with a no and a dismissive wave from Otto. Echidna's remark was meant to assert her own presence rather than to show genuine concern for Otto. Of course, Echidna, being closest to Anastasia, was also aware of the rift in Anastasia that Otto had noticed, a deterrent to prevent him from attacking. It was necessary as long as she could not see Otto's inner thoughts, and that he did not intend to take advantage of that rift. Nonetheless, Otto, I do not consider myself a villain. If it is a role, then it would merely be acting, after all. In that sense, Echidna's remark was completely off the mark. The news of Priscilla's death, which shook even Anastasia, and even more so the camp, Otto's heart had remained unfazed such. He thought himself heartless because of it. He had a few chances to exchange words with Priscilla, and even recognized that she was certainly a remarkable figure as a royal candidate. With that in mind, he felt so. Otto. It was entirely possible for a candidate to drop out in the midst of the royal selection. Naturally, he had not expected that she would lose her life in a battle for the survival of a neighboring country, but even when it came to the political strife involving one of the nation's most important affairs, there was more than enough possibility for an assassin to be sent to kill a royal candidate, and for them to fall victim to that assassin's blade. In the case of the Amelia camp, there was a pattern where the person who sent the assassin was, to much surprise, one of their own. But even without such exceptions, this would hold true. He had not believed that the Council of Wise Men, the current governing body of the Kingdom of Lugunica, would not have considered these circumstances in advance. If a royal candidate went absent, would someone else fill the seat anew? Or would the royal selection proceed with one of the 5 seats remaining vacant? It was Otto's honest opinion that the latter was of higher likelihood, and the option he would personally prefer, given that such a situation would be of great importance to the kingdom. Otto. The plan is for us to return to the kingdom within the next few days. The Empire would not want people from other countries knowing any more about their internal condition following the great disaster. Now, would they? Anastasia. Same goes for us, since it'd also be strange for us to have our steps in sync. Depending on if we've gotten all our preparations in order, we might be leaving for Kuraraji as soon as tomorrow. Otto-kun, as for the report to the castle, Otto, please leave it to us. This is not a matter that can be communicated by letter after all. Anastasia nodded and entrusted the role of reporting to the royal castle to his side. Frankly, it was a daunting role, but also a critical duty at the same time. Of course, Otto would accompany Amelia in this, but it would likely be an exceedingly difficult role for her. In times like these, it was supposed to be the duty of Amelia's one and only knight to support her the most. Otto? With Natsuki-san's current state, it would likely have the opposite effect on Amelia-sama. Anastasia, from the sound of it, Natsuki-kun's situation hasn't changed then. Otto, indeed. Knight Julius has also turned up a few times, but it has been difficult. I hate to say this, but there was the impression that Priscilla-sama only ever gave him a hard time. Anastasia. As far as Natsuki-kun was concerned, that was unimportant. How worrying. Anastasia's fingertips tickled Echidna's neck as she spoke in a quiet voice. Echidna's dark eyes also seemed to be worried about Subaru as she quivered at the touch. There was an unalloyed sense of mutual affection between Anastasia and Echidna. Erstets. I understand the opinion of the envoys of both the kingdom and the city-states. His Excellency the Emperor has instructed that both nations be granted every courtesy, and has granted me permission to make decisions on the matter. If there is anything I can do, Anastasia. Can't say that I'll be taking this lightly. There's nothing more tense than being presented with a blank promissory note. Anastasia gave a wry smile at Berstets, who hid his emotions behind his thread-like eyes. Otto, who shared the same frame of mind, was eager to make the most of the words that had been drawn out. This was his place in the Amelia camp. Not as a villain, but rather as one who undertook the necessary evil. Because his nature was such, even if Priscilla had not died, he would have planned to use her origins in the imperial family as a basis to have her withdraw as an ineligible royal candidate, and he would have chosen to enact it. Yes, he could have made that choice. That was why, Otto, even had you not died, you would not have become our enemy. As much as Natsuki-san and Emilia-sama are hurt by it, your death has delivered me quite the hard blow. As someone from a different camp, with no reason to mourn and grieve her death, that was the least bit of condolence Otto Suin could offer to the woman who had passed on. Chapter 3. To each their mourning of you? And so my little sister will become His Excellency the Emperor Kun's wife. Certainly the goal that we siblings have been striving towards has drawn near. Goal? That, you mentioned it before. Revenge. Was it? That's right. Revenge against the world. He clapped his hands together, and towards the gentle man with blonde hair and glimmering eyes, towards Flop O'Connell's answer, who stood opposite the Shadrakian woman, Tarita's eyes opened wide. Rather than the answer itself, she was seemingly surprised by the vigor of his response, but her lips soon curled into a smile. Revenge, it was a dangerous thing to hear and to laugh about. As expected of the Valetian Empire's pride, a woman of the people of Shadrach, one could say. It was Flop who dyed the mood of this brave woman, which was quite the feat. Looking at the two people below and their exchange within the passageway of the fortress, Ram rested her chin on a banister as she appraised Flop and Tarita. It was a scene that she had come across by happenstance, but it was an interesting twist of fate to witness. Since joining forces at the Battle of the Imperial Capital, Ram held a favorable impression of the Shadrach. In general, the only people in the Valetian Empire that Ram found it regrettable to part from were these women and Serena, who was in a complicated position due to her relationship with Roswell. Later, she would also like to show her gratitude to Rem's friend, Katya. Ram, what are you doing here, Ram? Ara, Mazelda, simply watching your sister's love affairs from afar. Mazelda. Oh, that's a nice hobby. Let me see. With that, the strong-eyed Mazelda saddled up next to Ram and leaned on the railing. Being Tarita's actual older sister, she watched below, squinting as she spoke with Flop. A slight glint of anxiety could be seen in her profile, causing Ram's light crimson eyes to also narrow. Ram, this isn't like you. Are you worried about your sister, Mazelda? Don't say that it's not like me. Firstly, how long have you and I known each other? Only a few days. Ram, time is needed? For Ram and you, Mazelda? Ha ha ha, you're right. At Ram's question, the corners of Mazelda's mouth loosened, opening with laughter. Laughing, Mazelda slowly began to shake her head. Mazelda. The word worried feels weak, so, let's say concerned. Ram? Yes, but of course. You are the elder sister of Tarita. Ram too is always worried about Ram. If it had to be said like you would, there's always concern for AM. Mazelda. But there is no question that Subaru is a good man, although his eyes are unfortunate. Ram. In regards to that, you and Ram will have to agree to disagree. Ram's voice dropped a little, and hearing this, Mazelda laughed. Looking sideways at this smile, Ram said, Well, then, as she once again lowered her gaze to the scene below, Ram. You doubt the humanity of that gentleman? Mazelda. No, Flop is also a good man. His looks are slightly too soft, but he is a sight for sore eyes. Surely, Tarita too knows this. Her answer was both about his nature as a person and his looks, her phrasing subtly losing sight of the matter. In any case, it seemed like Ram could understand Mazelda's troubles. And it was not something that Ram could talk on as an outsider. Even if she was a blood sister, she would not be able to dictate what to do to the others involved. It was quite a situation, as if the younger sister did not know her older sister's heart. Ram, more and more, there is much to like about you, Mazelda. If you were a man, I think I would have made you my husband. As older sisters, both of them had much to say about their younger sister's love lives, and so they sat next to each other, both physically and emotionally, Ram and Mazelda, looking down at the continued exchange between Flop and Tarita. Flop. Listen, Miss Tarita, I may have said this before, but I'll dare to say it again. Flop held his hand out towards the sky, and as if to grasp those distant white clouds, or even the incessant falling rays of the sun, he opened and closed his hand. Flop, if you have a goal, a dream, and you talk big about achieving it, you have to seize the opportunities that come your way without hesitation. This unexpected connection with His Excellency the Emperor was exactly the kind of chance worth risking one's life for. Tarita. So, regarding that marriage between His Excellency the Emperor and Medium, is Medium really okay with it? Flop. Of course, is what I would like to say. However, as you can imagine, there was quite a heated argument when it came to the marriage. I would say it was the biggest argument my sister and I have ever had. But, Tarita, Flop, if I prioritized revenge on the world over the happiness of my immediate family, I'd really have my priorities all wrong. Which is why I didn't make a proposal that Medium would earnestly reject. Tarita. As Flop's expression gently softened, Tarita lowered her almond-shaped eyes. The much-talked-about marriage between Vincent Valakya and Medium O'Connell, proposed by Flop and accepted by the Emperor, was a well-known fact among the concerned parties. If anything, rumors had spread widely even among the common people. Spreading the news about Vincent taking an Empress consort was most likely Burstet's or Serena's strategy. Despite the lingering afterglow of victory over the great disaster, reports of misfortunes continued to pour in from all over the empire. Now, more than ever, people needed hope. A celebratory event, one that concerned all the citizens of the empire, would be ideal for that. Ram. A shrewd man in a shrewd country. Ram could not tell how much Flop had considered when he had proposed this. However, since he had made the decisive move at the right moment, he must have had some calculations. And this was true for Vincent, who had accepted, and for the senior officials who had agreed after the fact. The saving grace, as Flop said, was that Medium, who had been used as a political pawn, did not hate Vincent. Considering all that, Flop's proposal was a cunning one. It would serve as a good example for a certain internal affairs officer who hid behind a facade of villainy, trying to fool himself as if applying a bitter medicine. As Ram watched the exchange, glancing at the profile beside her. Ram. Speaking of which, do you have any feelings for Emperor Vincent? Mazelda, that's a foolish question, Ram. Abel's good looks go without saying, but, as per the people of Shudrak's customs, it's our tradition to bring the groom back to the forest. Since I can't bring Abel back, he's nothing more than eye candy to me. Ram, I see. Mazelda, no, that's not right. Abel is both eye candy and a comrade in arms to me. Ram, I see. Ram nodded quietly to Mazelda, who crossed her arms and declared so. With all doubts cleared, the two spectators refocused on the conversation between the two below. Both were frustrated, and Flop assured Tarita that he was not forcing Medium to do anything. Tarita kept her eyes downcast and remarked, Flop, you're amazing. Tarita, you're able to consider both your goals and the people around you and take action accordingly. When you need to make a decision, you don't hesitate. Truly, you're admirable. Flop. That's a very funny thing to say, Miss Tarita. Tarita. Huh, did I say something funny? Flop. Yes, you did. Because the reason I could muster up the courage to make such decisions was that I followed your example. Miss Tarita. Tarita. Tarita was blindsided by Flop, who pointed a finger at her with a snap. She was so shocked that she stopped thinking. As proof of that, she reflexively twisted Flop's outstretched finger and pinned him against the wall. Flop. Ouch, 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 Tarita. I'm sorry. I was so startled that I just reacted reflexively. Flop. No, it was my fault for being careless. As expected, a Shudrak chieftain has a different level of training. I need to learn more from you. Not just your mindset. Tarita, mindset. Flop. Yes, mindset. That's what I admire most about you. Waving his twisted arm, Flop smiled at Tarita. However, she looked bewildered, not understanding what he was smiling about. Flop, seeing her reaction, gave her a wry, endearing smile. Flop. When something bad happened to Miss Mazelda's leg, you unexpectedly had to take over as chieftain. You must have been worried. I'm sure it was painful, but you made your decision and took on the challenge with determination. Seeing you like that taught me the importance of not shying away from important decisions. Tarita. Flop. So, I wanted to give you my thanks. That's one of the 2 reasons I called you here. As for the second reason, Flop held up one finger on his left hand, then another on his right. Tarita's eyes widened at his words, and she haltingly muttered, "The second reason?" At Tarita's murmur, Flop theatrically lowered both of his hands, which had their fingers raised. Flop. Today will never come again. Tomorrow is not guaranteed. This war made me realize once again what I thought I already knew. I'm grateful to the kind person who brought that flame into these eyes. To the kind person who made this moment possible. And Tarita. Flop, Miss Tarita. I like your way of being and thinking very much. To put it more plainly, I would love to be with you. So, how about becoming Tarita O'Connell? Tarita. Flop. Never let a chance go by to get what you want. I'll fully put into practice everything I've learned from you. Smiling and winking, Flop's words were unmistakably a marriage proposal. For Tarita, it must have been as shocking as the sky falling. Yet, at the same time, it was probably as joyful as flowers blooming on the ground. As a woman herself, Ram felt the need to applaud the blessing that had been bestowed upon her. However, Tarita. But I am. Ram's light crimson eyes narrowed at the sight of Tarita's anguished expression. The root of Tarita's reaction had, oddly enough, become clear during her earlier conversation with Medium. As per Shudrakian custom, the groom must be taken back to the forest village. However, as the brother of the future Empress Consort, Medium, Flop, would likely have many more responsibilities and tasks to fulfill in the Imperial capital. To give them all up and leave Medium at the Imperial capital, that would be truly irresponsible. Tarita could see this too, so her hesitation crushed her joy. It was her succession to the position of Shudrakian chieftain that gave Flop the courage to propose. It was the spark that brought their hearts together, but it also became the obstacle that prevented them from being together. Tarita tried to confront this absurdity with a strong sense of responsibility. But then, Zelda. Don't hesitate, Tarita. Sister. Frozen in shock, Tarita's eyes widened at the sudden voice that came like a surprise attack. Until then, she had not noticed that Ram and Mazelda were on the walkway above them. She exchanged glances with her sister, who was gripping the banister tightly. Seeing her sister's behavior, Mazelda let out a small sigh, then swung up her right leg, which from the knee down was a wooden prosthetic, and slammed it onto the banister. And then, Mazelda. A chieftain who has to choose between her duties and a man isn't fit to be one. In all the battles I've fought, I've learned how to fight on one leg. If you're in such a sorry state, you should give up the position of chieftain. Tarita. What? Wait a second, sister. That's Mazelda. No way. I won't wait. The Shudrak have no need for a pathetic-looking sister like you. Saying this firmly, Mazelda took her leg down from the banister and turned her back. Walking heavily, the differing sounds between her left and right steps were heard as she departed along the walkway. Ram sighed as she watched Mazelda's back as she left. Ram. Is that your way of encouraging her as her big sister? Mazelda. She's not the kind of woman who would understand unless I told her. Ram, soon you will find yourself in the same position. Ram. Disgusting. Ram replied with a grimace to the statement she did not want to hear, and so, thinking it would be rude of her to stay behind, Ram was about to follow Mazelda when... Flop, Miss Mazelda, I am deeply grateful. Is there anything I can do to repay you? In place of the stunned Tarita, Flop called out to Mazelda, who had just made a big decision. Without turning around or stopping, Mazelda waved her hand. Mazelda, it has been decided. A strong, robust man with a handsome face will be sent as an envoy to the Shudrak village. This way, the covenant between the imperial capital and our people will be maintained. Flop. Ha. I understand, Miss Mazelda. No, sister-in-law Kun. A resolution was reached between Mazelda and Flop, without first consulting the parties involved. Ram also understood that the ignored party would make a decision soon. Tarita. HK. That was because Ram, who was trailing behind Mazelda, could clearly hear Tarita's footsteps hit the ground as she ran towards Flop. Flop. Are you sure that it's okay to on your own decide on returning to being the chieftain, Mazelda? Ha. If there's something one disagrees with, all they have to do is take it away from me. But Mazelda cut off her words and turned her piercing gaze straight ahead. Following her gaze, Ram realized the reason why. At the end of the corridor, two women from the Shudrak tribe were waving their hands, Kuna and Holly. They greeted Mazelda, and then, with a wave of their hands, pointing down the corridor with their chins, Kuna. How is it going? Has Tarita finally started behaving? Mazelda. Yes, my younger sister is a handful. Holly, but, well, there's nothing to be done about it. After all, she's the chieftain's sister. Kuna. Well, until we all talk about it, the chieftain is Tarita. Well, it doesn't really matter. I also have no objection to Mazelda returning as chieftain. I think the others would probably agree too. When Kuna and Holly each gave a knowing smile, Ram got a glimpse of the love between Tarita and her people. With that understanding, Ram clasped her arms around her elbows and... Ram. Though unexpected, Ram's peeping efforts were well worth it. Holly. Just hearing that makes it sound pretty bad. Kuna. Without the chieftain here, it would have left a terrible impression, wouldn't it? What an absurd thing to say. Holly and Kuna launched a volley of criticism at Ram's words. Ram shrugged her shoulders as Mazelda, who was right by her side, softened her gaze slightly and looked up at the sky with gentle eyes. While gazing up at the clear blue sky, so clear it was almost revolting, Mazelda, her soul sister, ever since Mariuli died, Tarita has been depressed. You guys probably understand how much that hurts, right? Holly. Yes. Kuna. I guess, Mazelda. The time has come for that to change. I consider it a blessing that Tarita has earned this victory. Those were words that Ram did not understand, reserved for the three Shadrakians. It might have been a relationship unrelated by blood, but that Kuna and Holly's relationship also fell into that category, could be presumed. Given the strong bond between these two, it was not difficult to imagine how significant the bond that Tarita was said to have lost. Besides, Ram also knew very well that the things one lost could never be replaced. Ram. The Empire was victorious, but in exchange, so much had been lost. Even close to Ram, the wounds suffered by Aram, Emilia, and Subaru were significant. However, simply staying by their side and continuing to talk to them was not a guaranteed cure for such wounds. Such an undeniable notion could only be cruel and unjust. Mazelda, to the vow of our forebearers, and the pride of their ancestral spirits, gratitude. Kuna and Holly, gratitude. To Tarita, who had found the only method to overcome these circumstances, Mazelda, Kuna, and Holly give their blessings in the way of the Shadrakian people. Following the girl's example, Ram closed her eyes and joined in the prayer. And then she thought that there was no means of saving the hearts of all those who mourned the lost. Such absurdity. Ram, gratitude. So she declared her own vow and pride, one different from that of the Shadrakians. The wheels of the wheelchair turned with a rattling sound. It was a sound they had grown accustomed to, but there were occasional clunking noises mixed in, caused by remnants of the mayhem fragments of crumbled debris and cracks in the corridor that had yet to be fully repaired. Feeling uneasy about letting Katya go to such places alone, Rem had taken it upon herself to push her wheelchair. Katya. So it seems that his work protecting His Excellency the Emperor was highly appreciated. He said that as an independent general, he will be given the role of protecting the Emperor at his side. Rem. Is that so? That brother of yours? Katya. You look like you have something to say. No. Never mind. You don't have to say it. What you're thinking, I'm probably thinking the same thing. Without turning around, Katya grasped her own pigtail hanging over her shoulder, her voice trembling as she spoke. Rem had not said much, but Katya's guess was probably correct. Thus she decided to keep her thoughts about Jamal to herself, as requested. Whatever the case, Katya had sent off her blood brother despite her anxieties. His safe return must have been a great relief, even to the stubborn Katya. Indeed, having him return safely was what mattered most. Priscilla San. Suddenly, as her mind was left wandering, Rem was struck by a wave of sentiment that tightened around her chest, causing her to utter those words. As Rem cast her pale blue eyes downward, her mind was filled with the image of a beautiful woman wrapped in vivid red flames, the Sun Princess who had kept Realm by her side for only a brief period of time. Priscilla, with her unwavering presence, radiated the heat she wore and incinerated everything, drawing the curtain on herself with a grace that was unmistakably her own while keeping others at bay. The words exchanged in what she did not expect to be their final conversation were ones she could never forget. However, Rem, you said I have a heart of diamond, but I don't understand. After seeing each other for the first time in days during what would also turn out to be their final conversation, Priscilla had praised Rem for who she was now. Rem, too, had been able to take it in stride at that time. But now, she was no longer sure, because Priscilla was gone. Katya. Hey, Rem, is it all right for you to stay with me? Rem? Suddenly, Rem was startled as the movement of the wheelchair she was pushing came to a halt. Looking down, she saw that Katya had grabbed the wheels, forcibly stopping its movement. Doing such a thing must have hurt Katya's slender hands. Rem. Katie. Katya. It's fine. Right now, my hands don't matter. Rather, what matters is you. Rem. Me. Katya. Even if you're not here with me, you would still have your sister. People who know who you were before. And even that noisy guy. Rem. You mustn't. Staring at Rem, Katya's words grew gradually faster until she fell silent with, Rem interrupted her and shook her head, grateful for the thoughtfulness. Certainly, the presence of Ram, as well as Frederica and Petra, would be a source of support for RML. But not even they could fill the void left by Priscilla's absence. The days and moments Rem had spent with Priscilla were never known to them. And, as for the last person Katya mentioned, Subaru, Riem. I don't want to rely on that person now. Katya, you mean he's unreliable? Rem, no. I don't want to rely on him. I don't like it. To be just another one of his many goals. Katya. Rem's response surprised even herself as she spoke over Katya's question. Katya's eyes too widened at Rem's answer, which was understandable. Even Rem herself had not fully grasped her own feelings until she spoke them aloud. Once she voiced them, they became clear to her. Rem, it seems like you only see my shortcomings, Katya-san. Katya. I don't think that's the case. And if we're talking about shame, I have my fair share too, actually. Don't make me think about that. And don't remind me. Just thinking about the trouble I cause others by merely being alive makes me want to suffer. Considering Rem's feelings, she likely refrained from saying want to die. At Katya's imperfect yet considerate compassion, Rem's lips curled slightly. She felt supported by Katya's mere presence, as Katya would say things like that without being overly concerned or excessively comforting. That was precisely why she had asked if Rem could stay with her. Rem. Being by your side is calming. Katya-san, you always screech loudly and catch my attention right away. Katya? Is that a compliment? Are you trying to compliment me? If so, you have no talent for praising others, you know? Rem, intending to express her sincere gratitude, was a bit taken aback by Katya's glare. And, just like that, Rem and Katya found themselves walking through the fortress. Hearing someone say, "Oh," Rem looked up. There she saw a young man with gray hair, smiling broadly and waving at them. Rem was clueless as to who this person was, but Katya let out an "ah" of recognition. "Rem. Do you know him, Katya?" "I wouldn't say that, but I know he's a slacker." "Rem, a slacker? Young man. Wait. That's not a very nice way to remember me." "Well, at that point in time it wasn't entirely inaccurate though, was it?" The young man, not particularly hurried, leisurely corrected Katya's impression of him. As he approached, Rem tightened her grip on the handles of the wheelchair, wary of him. Upon seeing Rem's reaction, the young man raised his hands and stopped in his tracks. "Young man, don't worry. I'm not the kind of person who would harm anyone. I'm just a pathetic man who's lost his only talent and is now slinking away in low spirits." "Katya. Slinking away in low spirits. Where are you going? Slacking off again? At a time when everyone is struggling and supporting each other in every way possible?" "Young man, I told you that's not it. Though, I do agree with you about the current situation." With a wry smile, the young man looked behind him, at the fortified city that was still in the early stages of reconstruction, and spread his thin arms wide to either side. "Young man, up until now, I've had my sights set too high. From now on, I plan to keep my feet firmly on the ground and live my life by focusing on what's right in front of me." "Katya, I don't get it." "What kind of declaration is that, young man?" "It's me being respectful, miss. I wasn't sure if I'd get the chance to meet with you, but perhaps it's a final, stylish gesture from the stars." Katya did not drop her puzzled expression at the young man's vague expressions. On the other hand, while Rem remained cautious, it was clear that this young man had no malice or hostility toward Katya. On the contrary, just as he had said, there seemed to be a genuine sense of respect toward Katya. It was unclear if this had anything to do with Katya calling him a slacker, though. "Young man, miss, you have saved the Valatian Empire. The brightness of the rising sun and the activities of the people you see from here are all things you snatched from my commandment." "Katya, are you making fun of me?" "Young man, no. It's really not that at all. I've been doing many things according to my commandment, but nothing His Excellency, the Emperor or General First Class Chisha, did ever surprised me. What I mean is that you are the only one who did." "Katya, I really don't get what you mean. It just feels like you're holding a grudge because I called you out for slacking off." But, as the young man gave a wry smile in response to Katya's answer, she paused. Then she mumbled a bit, pointed at Rem behind her and continued, "Katya, the reason I was there was because I was dragged along by Rem. And besides, it was at the Prime Minister's mansion that I met this girl in the first place. And then Todd. Anyway." Katya, who had been pointing at Rem, now pointed sharply at the young man. Then, "Katya, I don't get all big-headed when I get compliments, regardless of whether or not I understand the logic or reasoning behind them. In the first place, it's suspicious to call a woman with bad legs amazing or special. I can't do anything on my own. Everything. It's all thanks to other people. Rem? Katya-san, isn't that a bit too much? Katya, huh? I'm still having you push my wheelchair right now, aren't I? If the wheels get stuck in a hole in the floor even once, I'd end up a pile of bones right there and then." Rem was overwhelmed by Katya's loud and brazen declaration, as she recognized that this exquisite mix of self-deprecation and trust in others was what made Katya's way of thinking so appealing. "Young man." As Rem was in thought, the young man started to laugh hysterically, holding his stomach. Katya's shoulders jumped as she responded with a "Double what?" in a fluster, but Rem somehow understood why the young man was laughing. Sandwiched between Rem's vague understanding and Katya's lack thereof, the young man used his finger to wipe away the tears that had welled up in his eyes. "Young man, it's been so nice talking with you. If you had told me that something like that could have cast aside my commandment, I wouldn't know what to say. Katya, I don't understand why you're so satisfied on your own. Young man, I'm sorry, but you'll have to ask someone else to help you with that. This is goodbye. Rem, where will you be going? Rem could not help but ask the young man who had shouldered the small bundle at his feet, even though she did not know his name. Nor did she have any reason to stop him. She did not want the young man who had praised Katya to be unhappy. In response to Rem's question, the young man pointed towards Mount Gildray, where the fortress stood. Young man, for now I'm leaving the Empire. Well then, take care. Neither Rem nor Katya could find the words to stop the young man who had answered only that, and turned his back to walk away. They could only wish him good fortune as he cheerfully began his journey. The reason he could walk so confidently with his back straight was thanks to Katya and many other people, but most of all it was thanks to her for paving the way for the future with her dazzling way of life. Rem, it's all thanks to other people. Katya, what's the matter? If you have a problem with something, I know I probably went a little over the top with what I said. Rem? No, I thought it was very good, and very much like you, Katya-san. I don't want to make the mistake of thinking that I can stand all on my own either. In response to Katya's intermittent glances, Rem rubbed her legs. As she watched this gesture, Katya, with downcast eyes, Katya. At some point, you started walking normally again. It seems to be because the mana that should have been flowing through my body wasn't flowing properly. It might also be effective on your legs, Katya-san. Katya, I'll be fine. My brother, or someone else, will push my wheelchair for me. Besides... Rem. Besides... Katya. You'll still be the one pushing me for a little while longer, won't you? Rem's eyes widened slightly when Katya timidly said this, but then she softened her gaze and nodded with a gently, yes. Both Rem and Katya knew well that for a little while longer would not be very long at all, and their exchange was built upon that understanding. She was sure that her separation from Katya would come soon, when Rem would have to return to the place she came from with Subaru, Ram, and the others who had come to retrieve her. It would be a painful experience, but parting ways with Katya and the people of this land was a parting that left hope for a reunion, teaching her the pain and bitterness of farewells that were not of that kind. It was her last act of consideration, or was it maliciousness? Priscilla-san. Priscilla, Reem, follow thy own heart, for although your heart may ripple, those ripples shall never be unseemly. As Rem muttered to herself, the last words Priscilla had spoken to her flashed through her mind. The ripples of her heart likely referred to the weakness within Ram that would always, and forever, rise to the surface like bubbles, trying to disturb her peace. But, still, she did not want to be the kind of person who desperately wished to reject and distance herself from them, because Priscilla, the woman who illuminated Rem's life like a flame for a short while, who never mistook the truth, had said that Rem's ripples were not unseemly. So please, forgive this heart for rippling at the reality of your disappearance until the day those ripples subside, and I can remember you without tears. Chapter 4. Dunderhead. Madeline. Upon finding Madeline Eschart walking brazenly through the fortress, Amelia called out her name as her eyes widened in surprise. Then, halting her gait upon hearing that call, the young girl turned her head of black horns and contorted her lovely face as if she had eaten something bitter. At that reaction, as Amelia gestured with her hand to show that there was nobody else around them, Amelia, you don't need to make such a face. After all, I'm the only one here. Madeline, that isn't friggin' encouraging or anything. This dragon is making this friggin' face because it's you. Amelia, is that so? But why? Madeline, did you friggin' forget that you're the one who made it snow a ton and fought a bunch against this dragon in Mesorea? How the frig could I be left with a good impression? As her golden irises sharpened, Madeline raised her voice. As Madeline snapped at her like that, Amelia nodded with an, I see, as she reflected on their relationship. Indeed, across both the fortress city and the decisive battle for the imperial capital, Amelia had clashed against Madeline twice. They were both present in the imperial capital during the battle against the Great Disaster, but they did not meet again there. Come to think of it, this was the first time they were exchanging words in a calm manner like this. Amelia. Then the last time I saw Madeline was when I froze her into a block of solid ice. Madeline, so, it really was you after friggin' all. I couldn't move my body in the slightest. It was so freezing cold and dangerous. You're friggin' outrageous. Amelia. I'm sorry. I was going to unfreeze you properly afterwards, but Madeline escaped with Mesorea, so... Madeline, don't friggin' blame it on this dragon human. Madeline bore her sharp fangs, and had such vigor that it seemed like she might suddenly try to bite her. Amelia was a bit surprised at her liveliness, but at the same time, she felt relief. After all, she had heard that Madeline and Mesorea had become allies of the Great Disaster at one point. Amelia. But you properly supported our side in the end. Garfield told me. Madeline. That friggin' tiger person half-beast, huh, Amelia? Yes, he's my reliable ally, and sort of like a little brother. He's really strong, after all. Madeline. As Amelia puffed out her chest with an ahem, Madeline fell silent with a complex expression. It was not as though she doubted Amelia's words. Rather, her silence held a different significance. For example, it gave off a sense of something close to frustration or embarrassment. Amelia. Madeline, you're going to continue on as a general of the Empire, right, Madeline? HK, you got a friggin' problem with that? Amelia. No, not at all. That's not what I mean. It's just, I heard that Mesorea had gone home, so I was thinking about how Madeline didn't do the same. Shifting her gaze away from Madeline as they spoke, Amelia looked to the sky outside the fortress. An exceedingly rare dragonkin, Madeline, and the cloud dragon, Mesorea. Amelia did not know of the relationship between the two in detail, but if they loved each other dearly, then their relationship could be viewed as something close to that of the one between a spirit and a spiritual arts user. If that was the case, Mesorea was to Madeline as Puck was to Amelia. To make the decision to separate from such a companion could not have been an easy feat. Amelia. I've also experienced similar feelings. For me, I wasn't given the choice to go together or not. That's why I think Madeline is really brave for making her own choice. Madeline. A friggin' course. Don't friggin' lump this dragon in with you, human. Amelia. You might be right. Or maybe not. You're a dragonkin, but does that make you strong enough to endure the painful feelings of parting with a precious companion? Is that how it is? Madeline, friggin' unpleasant woman. Being told so by a bitter face, Amelia clutched her chest with a soft grunt. An unpleasant woman. She had never been verbally abused with such words, so she had a fresh feeling of bitterness. Recently, she had not been referred to as a half-devil as frequently, and to begin with, it no longer hurt her feelings to be called so. Only the woman who would so boldly call Amelia a half-devil was no longer anywhere to be found. Amelia. Madeline, don't go friggin' silent all of a sudden. It's a friggin' disrespect before this dragon, you know. Amelia. Yeah, I'm sorry for making you feel lonely. Madeline. Zoo. With her indulgence in reveries being halted, Amelia apologized, to which Madeline's face went red. With her face reddened, she tried to say something for a moment, and after taking a deep breath, she stared straight at Amelia, and then Madeline. Talking with humans is friggin' exhausting, but that's especially friggin' true for you. Amelia. Well, I think that's definitely because you're nervous about talking to me. Subaru said that before, though it was frustrating that there was nothing she could do about it. From what Subaru had told her, it seemed that Amelia caused tension in the people she faced. Subaru was always playing it off as various reasons, such as EMT, but it was probably because of the fact that she was a royal candidate, or because she was a half-elf. Amelia. That's why I'm relaxing my cheeks as much as I can so that doesn't happen. Since she could not change her position as a royal candidate, her half-elf lineage, or her silver hair and amethyst eyes which resembled the Witch of Envy, she wanted to at least keep a gentle facial expression. Trying her best with those thoughts, Amelia inquired of Madeline with a Well, then, Madeline took yet another deep breath. And, Madeline, when talking to you, this dragon gets the feeling that staying here might have been the wrong friggin' choice. Amelia, that's all right? We'll be leaving the Empire in a few days, so... Madeline, it doesn't friggin' have anything to do with whether you're here or not. Being yelled at in short bursts, Amelia's eyes widened. Before her, Madeline placed her hand on her hip, and as if in return for earlier, looked towards the outside of the fortress. Madeline, this country, it's the land for which this dragon's darling, Balaroy, staked his life to protect. Amelia, indeed. At Madeline's whispered words, Amelia briefly nodded. She had heard that the undead by the name of Balaroy had done a great job, that when the sky was enveloped in a tremendous light, he was amidst the clouds that blanketed the sky of the imperial capital. Amelia was fighting against Sphinx, who had turned into the spitting image of Echidna, so she had been unable to avert her attention there. Therefore she had no clue whatsoever about what sort of person Balaroy was. Amelia, it's really unfortunate that I couldn't say thank you to him. Madeline, don't friggin' make eyes at this dragon's darling. Amelia, make eyes? Madeline, even if he didn't receive any thanks for it, this dragon's darling friggin' accomplished his duties. Until the very end of the end, he didn't let this dragon tag along in the things he wanted to do. Hearing Madeline's fragile, somewhat lonely tone of voice, Amelia narrowed her amethyst eyes. The feelings that Madeline kept bottled up in that tiny body of hers, Amelia felt like they were ones she was familiar with. Or rather, she was indeed familiar with them. After all, Subaru would also sometimes decide things all on his own without consulting Amelia. Amelia. But that isn't because he doesn't think he can count on me or because he doesn't like me, but because he treasures me, so it's a really bad quality to have. Madeline, you... Amelia, it's a matter of being valued dearly. That makes it hard to get mad at. It's a little unfair. If one was not valued, and was instead thought of as undependable and unpleasant, they would want to try their best to improve that impression. But, since Amelia was already viewed in a good light, it was challenging to want to do anything more about it. Amelia, that's why it's unfair. Really, just what are girls like us to do? Madeline, unfair. Receiving Amelia's words, Madeline cast her eyes down as if pondering something. Though she did not know Balaroy well, Amelia more or less felt that the irritation that Madeline harbored towards him was close to what she herself felt towards Subaru. Alas, even if their troubles were similar, the answer that Madeline had arrived at was something distant to Amelia. After all, Amelia, I can't stay behind in this country, the land that Priscilla protected. Staking one's life, if it were to be put that way, then Priscilla was undoubtedly one of the people who had accomplished that. Amelia's friend, whose passing still did not feel real despite several days having elapsed. Madeline. It would have been nice if their relationship could have developed enough for them to call each other friends. Priscilla had passed away before such a thing could come to fruition, so right now, Amelia just one-sidedly wanted to call her as such. However, just before she faded away, she appeared before Amelia and Anastasia as they were conversing, and they all had a pleasant chat for a short while. Amelia would look back on that with regret for a long, long time. That peaceful, gentle time they shared, they ought to have been able to continue on with it from here on out many more times, for much more time and much more depth. Amelia would end up dreaming of such unattainable hopes. And then, as Amelia pictured what lay beyond the faded dream, Suddenly, Amelia received a tug at her arm and, unable to hold her ground in the slightest, was pulled down. As Amelia almost tumbled over, her head was gently caught by Madeline's shoulder. There was a noticeable height difference between the two, and yet Amelia's head was leaning upon Madeline's shoulder. If their positioning had been just slightly off, Amelia's head would have been pierced by one of Madeline's horns. Amelia. Madeline? People will get startled by these kinds of things, so you shouldn't do them all of a sudden. Amelia made such an attempt to scold Madeline. However, Madeline, don't friggin' cry. Amelia. At that comment, Amelia blinked and then, upon Madeline's shoulder where her head was leaned, she noticed that droplets of water were trickling down and staining it. For a moment, she did not realize what those were, but from Madeline's words, she came to an understanding. They were tears. For what, and for whom those tears flowed, was abundantly clear. Emilia. I had thought we could become friends. Madeline, Emilia. I ended up getting along with Anastasia-san, and could also make proper conversation with Felt-chan and Crush-san. So I thought that Priscilla must be the most stubborn. I finally got to a point where I could chat with her, with Priscilla. So I thought that from here on, even more. Madeline, Emilia. I thought that I could come to like Priscilla. I wanted to like her. As if catching up to her falling tears, her words began to well up with emotion. While she had always been bold, sometimes quite mean, and for a reason Emilia did not understand had worn an expression that seemed to know everything, she was the owner of a truly kind heart. Priscilla, who displayed many faces of such good and bad aspects, Emilia wanted to have thought of her more dearly. Spanning a long time, she had wanted to nurture such feelings. As such feelings of regret and lament spilled out of Emilia, Madeline. This dragon will... Emilia. Madeline. This dragon will friggin' protect it for you. Suddenly, Madeline caressed the head of Emilia, who was shedding tears upon her shoulder, and spoke thus. At those words, Emilia was taken aback, her eyes still moist. As the sides of their faces were touching, they could not see the others' faces. Emilia's face was a teary one, but what sort of expression was Madeline making? Without her expression being seen, Madeline continued. Madeline, the Empire, is the friggin' country that Bolaroy protected. This dragon has a friggin' reason to protect this land. The reason for your tears also lived and died for the sake of this country. Then, Emilia, then, Madeline. This dragon will friggin' protect it with them. Unlike humans, that should be no friggin' challenge whatsoever for this dragon. Emilia had come to believe that it was always crucial to look each other in the eye when having important conversations. That was the absolutely fundamental rule when having an important conversation. However, at this time, Emilia thought that it was for the best that she, with her teary face, and Madeline, who was boldly declaring those words, were in a situation where they could not see the face of the other. There were definitely valuable, important words that could not be said if one was looking into another's face. There were definitely words that could only be conveyed because one was not looking into the recipient's face. And that seemed to be precisely why Madeline was able to say the words she had just said. Emilia. Really? Thank you. Madeline. Things just happened to friggin' align. I didn't do it to friggin' be told. Thanks, Emilia. Yes, but I still want to say it. Thank you, Madeline. At Emilia's repeated declaration of gratitude, Madeline could be heard snorting her nose. Whether that was because she truly found it irritating, or if it was to hide her abashment, was something Emilia could not tell due to not seeing her face. Such joy could also be found in conversations where the other party's face could not be seen. The opportunity to cherish such childish things resided with herself. And then, Emilia, oh, look over there, Madeline. Then a deep and important emotion welled up in her heart. When Emilia saw a small figure walking along the path directly opposite the fortress, she was so surprised that she grabbed Madeline by the horns and turned her head in the same direction. Ignoring Madeline's cries, Emilia's consciousness was drawn towards the figure. It was a small boy with pink hair, Priscilla's servant, Schult. Emilia. Schult-kun. When she caught sight of him, Emilia felt a tight, painful knot in her chest. Priscilla's death had devastated Emilia, as she had been envisioning a future with her. However, the grief of those who had loved Priscilla dearly would be beyond compare, even though she knew that comparing one's sorrows and misfortunes with those of another would only make her feel lonelier. Emilia. HK. Madeline. Hey, you! As soon as she realized this, Emilia kicked off the floor and started running towards the corridor, where she could see Schult. Madeline's panicked voice called out to her from behind, but Emilia did not stop. Without a moment's hesitation, Emilia ran through the fortress and turned down the opposite corridor. Emilia. Schult-kun. Schult. Emily-sama, is that you? Schult turned around, his small, thin shoulders trembling at Amelia's powerful voice. Amelia could not help but gasp as she faced the young boy directly. He had neat, clean-cut clothes, and his fluffy pink hair was well-groomed. However, even so, the redness of his eyes and the fatigue in his tired, pale expression could not be hidden. However, instead of crying in his room, he decided to go outside. Amelia, you came outside. That's real. Amelia wondered whether she should continue the sentence with the words amazing or great after that. She rushed over, unable to sit still, but struggled to choose the right words to say. What was it that Schult needed right now? Sympathy, encouragement, or Schult? There is no need for you to apologize to me, Emily-sama. Amelia. Ah, Schult, Emily-sama, you have fulfilled your promise. When Schult, having lowered the corners of his eyes, murmured as he hung his head, Amelia began regretting her attitude. Schult saw through Amelia's indecision and hesitation to apologize. Before the battle against the great disaster, Amelia promised Schult that she would definitely bring Priscilla back and let him be reunited with her. Amelia was not able to do that. It was Priscilla herself who had fulfilled that promise, but for that, she must not apologize. If she did, everything that Schult had worked hard for, and the words that Priscilla had said to him, would all be a lie. Don't be so down, Amelia. So, Utakata-chan was together with Schult-kun. Suddenly, Amelia noticed the presence of a girl peering up from below. Utakata, who had appeared beside the two of them. She was the same age as Schult, and a close friend, and it seemed that she did not stay with the other Shudrakians, but stayed with Schult. Utakata nodded slightly in response to Amelia's words. Utakata, me and Tae are busy. Soon look like they're in trouble. The only one who can stay with Shu is Amelia. Yes, I see. Thank you for not leaving Schult-kun alone. Utakata, you're welcome, Em. When Utakata thrust her fist out at Amelia, she noticed that her gesture reminded her of one Subaru had made. So Amelia made sure to match her fist with the one that was being held out to her. Then, Amelia turned to face Schult again and, Amelia, aren't you supposed to be resting in your room? Schult, I have already had enough rest. By nature I am small and weak, so I have hardly done any work at all. So now, I want to do lots of things. Utakata Shu is working very hard. Pu's soul will surely be at peace. Schult. Yes. Amelia. Amelia was surprised that Utakata had said that so naturally, and that Schult had nodded in agreement. Utakata then tilted her head and asked, What's wrong? To the surprised Amelia, Utakata, life goes in circles, whether it's prey, people, enemies, or allies. That's how you and the others think. U's mother, and Shu's Pu too, go in circles. I'm sure they do, Amelia. What happens after going around in circles like that? Utakata. They will be reborn, in a different form, as prey, as a person, as an enemy, as an ally, or as something else entirely. But that's how it is. The souls of the dead were said to cycle through the world and then return again. Amelia found this way of thinking hard to understand. However, it felt better than the idea that once someone died, everything simply ended. When a person died, the ode that was in their body left it, and dissolved into the mana of the world. Even if that was the case in reality, if there were to still be a form or a trace of that person left while the OD dissolved, then, Amelia, is that the books of the dead? As she thought back, Amelia remembered that she had experienced for herself the proof of what Utakata had told her. Inside the Pleiades watchtower, in the library housing the books of the dead, which recorded the memories of the dead, the traces of many people from this world were firmly preserved. The fact that these could be preserved was proof that time was set aside by someone to transcribe them into books from the souls of those who had departed. Amelia. For the first time, Amelia felt a strong fixation towards the books of the dead. Unlike the time when Subaru's memories had disappeared inside that tower, this was a fixation towards the books of the dead themselves, in the truest sense of the word. Amelia also had people who had parted ways with her that she would never forget. People like Fortuna, Juice, and others she would never be able to see again, even if the ice melted in the great Elier forest. Although it was sad to say goodbye to Fortuna and the others, it was a definite ending. That was what made Amelia harbor such fixation. The sorrow of not being able to overcome that grief. If possible, she would like to know what she was thinking in her final moments, and whether she was hoping to see the same things as Amelia in the future beyond that light-hearted chat. If she had not spoken to Madeline, the parting with Priscilla, the proper way to deal with that hard-to-swallow reality. If they were not given time to worry over those things, she would have surely thought so. Schult. I was found by Priscilla Sama. Priscilla Sama chose me. Amelia. Schult-kun. As he faced the silent Amelia, Schult tensed his cheeks and slowly lifted his bowed face while speaking haltingly, but with a certain passion. The boy continued, his round eyes welling up with tears. Schult. Priscilla Sama truly loved beautiful and marvelous things. That Priscilla Sama chose me. If I were to be worthless, I would disgrace Priscilla Sama's name. Amelia. Schult. I cannot allow that. Indeed, Amelia's eyes widened at how Schult answered with all the strength he could muster. Perhaps it was an illusion, or a mistaken perception. For just a brief moment she felt as if a dazzling light had appeared in Schult's eyes. It was the same as what Priscilla, who lived like a flame, made her feel. That was the moment Amelia felt that Schult had defined his own life. From this point on, Schult would probably face many hardships in life, but Schult would not give up, or be discouraged or intimidated. His reason for that not to happen, that flame he kept close, he decided to nurture in his heart and use it as fuel, so that his energy might never wane. Amelia. There are still so many things I can't do by myself, and even though I'm studying as hard as I can, there are still so many things I don't know. Schult. Emily Sama. Amelia. I know it's really selfish of me to say this, because even now and into the future, I'm the kind of person who will always rely on everyone around me to make up for my shortcomings, to support me and to help me. But let me say it anyway. Schult. Amelia, I will continue to lend my support to you. Schult-kun, I will definitely stand by you. Amelia placed her hand on her chest and told the little boy directly. Whether or not she kept her promise to bring Priscilla back, pitying him who lost someone so important, this was Amelia's resolution after discarding all such reasons. It was a sign that she wanted to support Schult's attitude and way of being. Schult. Thank you, Emily-sama. For a moment, Schult took some time to consider Amelia's words before slightly relaxing his lips and replying. Despite the fact that Amelia had made a self-serving promise, she was glad that she had said it, even if that response made her feel like she had to apologize to Roswell and Otto later. Amelia, thank goodness you said that. I have to tell the others about this. Are Al and Reinhard's father around? In reality, now that Priscilla was gone, the immediate issue was what would happen to the Bariel domain in the Kingdom of Lugunica. However, it would be difficult to fully discuss this while in the Valatian Empire, especially Al, who, like Subaru, had been in a position to witness Priscilla disappear. Amelia. Subaru. Uttering Subaru's name, Amelia found it very frustrating that she had her hands full. Before Amelia and the others reunited in the Empire, Subaru and Rem had already made contact with Priscilla. And as they had spent time together that Amelia and the others did not know about, they must have been hurt more than Amelia. In truth, she wanted to stay by their side, even if it meant enduring her own pain and sadness. Amelia. But now that I'm finally ready after talking about this, Subaru and Rem, two people who had also suffered heartache, she could talk things over with them. As Amelia made up her mind, Schult continued, Well, Schult, Al-sama is still in his room. Hankel-sama has just gone to get some water. Saying that, Schult looked over to Utakata, who stood by his side, as she held an empty water jug. After filling it up, it seemed like they were planning to head straight to Hankel. They had come to quite a long pause by having this conversation, so Amelia was about to go back to attending to her original plans, and just when she was about to open her mouth to declare so, suddenly, hearing a low groan from within the passage, Amelia lifted her head. Then, meeting the eyes of an unthinkable person, she blinked in surprise. Present there was someone who had just come up as the topic of conversation a moment prior. Schult, Heinkel-sama, have you decided to come outside? Schult called out in a loud voice, and the one to whom he called out was Heinkel, whose red hair was disheveled, with an unkempt stubble on his face. In all likelihood, he had not been keeping himself well groomed ever since that, and had been in a state of exhaustion since the battle against the great disaster had ended. He had horrible dark circles around his eyes, and it was apparent that he had not been sleeping. Only those sunken blue irises housed an odd glint as he looked towards them. Nay, towards Amelia. Schult, I will bring you some water immediately, so... Heinkel. Amelia Sama. While he said that, Schult admirably attempted to support Heinkel's staggering body, but, without even looking at Schult, Heinkel had called out Amelia's name. Frowning at his attitude, Amelia nodded with a, yes, Amelia. Hey, you look quite pale. As Schult said, you should drink some water and rest. If you aren't eating either, I can go bring you some food. Heinkel. No? No. None of that stuff matters. No. It really doesn't matter. More importantly, Amelia Sama, there's something I'd like to discuss. Amelia, HK. In an attempt to have him calm down, Amelia tried to touch Heinkel's shoulder, but as she did so, Heinkel grabbed her hand. She was startled by the strength of his grip, and Heinkel brought his face close to Amelia as her throat clogged up. Then, as his eyes, the same blue hue as Reinhardt's, greatly wavered. Heinkel? Won't you let me? Would you not allow me to humbly serve you, Amelia Sama? No matter what. No matter what. I will be of great use to you in the royal selection. Amelia. What? What are you saying? Saying that so suddenly? Aren't you a servant of Priscilla, Heinkel? I will be useful. I can become a force of deterrence. In order to win the royal selection, there's a competitor that you need to have withdraw no matter what, now isn't there? As long as they remain, nobody else has a winning chance. But if you have me, then Reinhardt won't be a problem. Amelia. HK. Seeing Heinkel's blood-curdling state, Amelia was at a loss for words. Amelia, who had recently begun to think that moving to solve problems before she could think about them was her strong suit, was silenced by Heinkel's attitude of deluded conviction. It was a terrible sales pitch for his own horribly inconsistent self. But if that was Heinkel's way of facing the fact that Priscilla had passed away, Amelia. I think it's really sad. Heinkel. I understand, but it's the truth. You can't win against Reinhardt if you don't have me. That's why Miss Priscilla welcomed me. Yes, indeed, the fact that Miss Priscilla did so is a guarantee. Amelia Sama, let us work together to clear away Miss Priscilla's regrets. Amelia. If there was even a sliver of lamentation for Priscilla in those words, Amelia would have listened to him. But she felt no such feelings towards Priscilla within Heinkel's appeal. If they had been present, Schult would have been seen making a sad expression. Therefore, Amelia bit her lip before Heinkel, and Amelia, that's Eno, Madeline, shut the frig up. The very next moment, a powerful punch was thrown in front of Amelia, furiously striking the jaw of Heinkel from below, who had been just in front of her. Crying out with a momentary, "Co!" Heinkel fainted and collapsed onto the floor, spread-eagled. The force of that blow was enough to separate the head from the body of an average person. Amelia, Madeline, it's just that there was a friggin' despicable guy here. You shouldn't friggin' sympathize with a guy like this. Shaking out the hand that she had punched Heinkel with, Madeline spit those words out with displeasure. After Amelia had hastened to Schult's side, Madeline slowly followed, and had silently been watching the situation unfold, but it seemed that this was where she had run out of patience. Schult, Heinkel-sama. Heinkel-sama. Are you all right? Madeline, don't friggin' wail like that. It's aggravating, but this is a friggin' human who won't die even if this dragon hits him at full strength. I just friggin' knocked him out. As Schult leaped at the passed-out Heinkel and worried over him, Madeline spoke. But even if she said that, it was natural to worry over that level of force. However, it was not as though Amelia did not understand why Madeline had done such a thing. Amelia. Madeline, Madeline. This dragon will friggin' protect the Empire. However, I don't intend to friggin' protect things outside of that. Hurry up and take that friggin' good-for-nothing human back home with you. There won't be a friggin' next time. Amelia? Got it. Amelia understood that Madeleine's words, spoken with her anger stifled, were her way of coming to a compromise. Thus, Amelia crouched down beside Schult and looked at the fallen Heinkel. His jaw had been struck with such vigor, and he had completely lost consciousness, so Amelia softly put her hand on his head. Amelia, I'm not very skilled at this, but I'll provide a little treatment before you go to the healing room. Activating her healing magic, she took care to make sure that there would not be any after effects from Madeleine's blow. Next to Amelia, she did that as Schult worried over Heinkel. Schult. Emily Sama, Heinkel Sama. He worked very hard indeed. Amelia, Schult-kun, Schult, Hein Sama. He is also mourning what happened to Priscilla Sama. It seems he had some sort of agreement with Priscilla Sama, and, well, he was always trying his absolute hardest. Amelia. Don't worry. It's all right. Schult. And indeed, as Schult bowed and cast his gaze downward, Amelia did her best to smile. Even if just a little bit, it would be good if that could serve as some consolation or encouragement for Schult. Then, as Utakata, carrying the water jug atop her head, looked with wide eyes at Amelia as she healed Heinkel, Utakata. You're so admirable. At the calm words uttered by Utakata, Amelia slightly gasped. They were just the impressions spoken by a young girl without any conjecture, and they caused Amelia to realize she was no longer just another person mourning Priscilla's death, but she had gained the qualifications to be there for others who were also mourning Priscilla's death. And, even though that was something she had wanted so desperately when considering Subaru and Riem Amelia, Priscilla, you dunderhead. The time of Amelia merely looking back on her extremely mean-spirited friend had come to an end, and to the extent that it made her body tremble from the inside, it was a lonely, fleeting moment. Chapter 5. 9:31 hits. An unusual atmosphere enveloped the rooftop of the great fortress, which stood out with a noticeably strong presence within the fortified city of Garkla, where the after-effects of the fierce battle with the Great Bad Disaster lingered. The rooftop was designed to accommodate a significant number of soldiers for archery in times of emergency. But having such a large number of people, having over 100 present at once, was beyond any initial expectations. The sight of these robust men huddling together suggested that they might be subjects of some kind of punishment, potentially imposing a gloomy atmosphere both inside and out. However, there was no such sense of despair in their actual expressions. Their faces carried a serious and earnest light, and beyond the gazes of the men numbering over 100 there was a vast open space, and in that space, Pithu. There was a black-haired boy who spat out the blood that had collected in his mouth onto the floor with a wet sound. His face was smeared with blood from his nose. His eyelids were swollen. His head was swaying unsteadily back and forth, and his body was in such a battered state that one could tell at a glance the severity of his injuries. It was a wonder that he could even stand, but the boy put his hands on his knees, stepped hard on the ground once more, and looked up. A blow smashed squarely into his face, right across the nose, sending the boy flying backward in the most spectacular manner yet. He flew, and he rolled, ending up sprawled out on the ground. Exhausted, with his arms and legs flung out, it was clear that he could not stand up due to the accumulated damage. Boy. Not yet, however, what overturned that perception was none other than the boy sprawled out on the floor, slowly sitting up and further dirtying his mouth with the fresh nosebleed that flowed out. The boy still managed to rise to his feet and exhale deeply. And then, boy, HK. The boy was once again violently struck by his opponent's raised fist. Subaru, this is my way of making amends, so please, don't interfere. If she hadn't been told that beforehand, she would have rushed out immediately. However, she suppressed that urge, bit her lip, and respected his feelings. That was what Beatrice could do for her partner, Natsuki Subaru. At this moment, Subaru. HK. The sound of a hard impact echoed, and Subaru's face was knocked to the side, causing him to groan. He steadied his swaying body and, gritting his teeth, faced forward. The next punch landed on his nose, making him arch backward, though he reeled back. Subaru. Not yet. With blood dripping from his nose and his eyes bloodshot, Subaru forced these words out. Hearing this, the man with a skeleton tattoo who had been punching Subaru for more than 20 blows, Whites contorted his fierce face and raised his fist again, and again, blood splattered from Subaru's nose as he was hit, staining the rooftop of the great fortress. This had happened multiple times over the past few days, and had been going on for over an hour just today. Beatrice. Subaru. At first glance, it seemed like a duel between Subaru and Whites, but such a one-sided beating could not be called a duel. Standing there, Subaru continued to take Whites's punches head-on, and Beatrice was... Nay, Beatrice was not the only one watching. Over 100 people had gathered around the rooftop of the great fortress. They were all members of the Pleiades battalion that Natsuki Subaru had allied with in this empire, and they were also the witnesses of this duel. Yes, this ritual where Subaru was taking such a one-sided beating was... Tanza, Sparka. The dear girl, Tanza, muttered beside Beatrice, who was gripping the hem of her skirt. As they watched the same scene, Beatrice felt a terrible sense of irritation looking at Tanza's profile and her emotionless, dark eyes, because it felt like she was being implicitly told that Tanza understood the feelings of Subaru, who had taken on the ritual called Sparka, better than Beatrice did. Because, after all, Beatrice... Betty doesn't understand why Subaru has to do this, in fact. Subaru had voluntarily imposed this ritual of one-sided beatings on himself. Being asked to witness it as his way of making amends, Beatrice could only stand there, enduring the pain in her chest, wanting to at least fulfill his wish. The death of Priscilla Buriel had become a wound for many who knew her. Those for whom the wound turned out to be shallow suffered because of the very shallowness of their wound, while conversely, those who were deeply and painfully gouged were preoccupied with tending to their bleeding and painful wounds. And sadly, Beatrice was the former, while Subaru was undoubtedly the latter. Beatrice. When starting this Sparka, Subaru said that this was to make amends. Subaru, who met the gladiators with a shrunken body due to infantilization, had lied about his true identity and deceived them by hiding his true identity, using the course of events and the calculation of gathering allies as reasons, and had dragged them into the center of this conflict. Considering the fierceness of that battle and the significant role the battalion played, without it, the damage might have been greater, or the fortified city might have fallen. So Subaru's judgment and choices were correct for saving the empire. It was just that Subaru himself could not forgive it, and thus sought punishment for it. Speaka. A small hand was placed on Beatrice's, which was gripping her skirt. When Beatrice looked, she saw that the one reaching out her hand was Speaka, peering at her with concern. Her large eyes filled with sadness. She anxiously looked at Beatrice, whose hands were painfully clenched. Beatrice felt pathetic for making even Speaka worry about her. Beatrice and Speaka were the only ones here unrelated to the Pleiades battalion. Beatrice earnestly wished that all of Speaka's concern and worry could be directed toward Subaru instead. Beatrice. I'm sorry, I suppose. Speaka, you're... Cecilis. Oh my. I stopped by because I was wondering why there were so many figures on the rooftop. And it turns out it's boss's Sparka. Despite appearances, he's quite diligent, isn't he? To get beaten up every single day. Beatrice. Just as Beatrice squeezed Speaka's hand back, a person with a nonchalant voice and demeanor casually put a foot on the rooftop fence, showing his face at the Sparka scene. He made it seem as if it were as easy as skipping most of a staircase with a jump, but hopping up to the rooftop of a near 100-meter-tall fortress was no easy feat. But then again, for the kimono-clad swordsman, for the blue lightning, Cecilis segment, such common sense did not seem to apply. Tanza. Cecilis-sama. Balancing himself on one leg atop the fence, Cecilis made a visor with his hand as he gazed over the Sparka, and hearing Tanza's call, he gave a gentle smile. Cecilis, Hello, hello, Tanza-san. It's a somewhat fresh and odd feeling for the line of my gaze to differ from Tanza-san's like this, isn't it? This current form of mine is the original standard, and the child form that I'd had until now was just a temporary state. But since my acquaintance with Tanza-san was longer in that form, so it feels quite strange now, don't you think? Tanza. Indeed. Tanza. Indeed. Even if the height of your body's line of sight has changed, the height of your mind's gaze remains the same. So to be quite frank, my impression of you is quite unchanged. Cecilus. Ha ha ha, nice joke. Clapping his hands and smiling at Tanza's blunt response, Cecilus proceeded to shift his gaze towards Beatrice. Receiving those blue eyes, Beatrice frowned, and then, Cecilus. Boss's partner looks to be quite discontent. Beatrice. A matter of course, in fact. There is no need for Subaru to do this sort of thing, I suppose. Cecilus. Let's stop talking about whether it's necessary or not. If we were to switch over to an extreme conversation regarding the value of life or lack thereof, it's quite possible it could become a conversation that's not the slightest bit tasteful. Even if this may not be necessary, there is a reason behind it. Even if it can't be found within yourself, it is certainly within Boss. Beatrice. Cecilus. Well, in reality, I do think he's taking it far too seriously. All this to wholeheartedly apologize and gain the forgiveness of all the members of the battalion who he continued to deceive all the way from the Gladiator Island. That said, the members of the battalion are all hot-headed gladiators, so this ended up being a suitable method. Yapping away fluently at full speed, Cecilus ultimately pointed at the worn-out Subaru. It was odious, but there was nothing incorrect in what Cecilus had pointed out. As he said, Subaru making amends by being punched repeatedly by whites was atonement towards the Pleiades Battalion. The members of the Pleiades Battalion, 931 people, in total, a purification via 931 punches. By undertaking that from whites, who was serving as the representative of the battalion, this was the right Subaru had levied upon himself to satisfy the members of the battalion. It was Sparka. Cecilus. Regardless of being split over several days, it's still 900 hits, isn't it? If struck that many times, even I would die. Though, to begin with, I've never even considered a situation in which I would be punched in a defenseless state. So it feels a bit like the premise would never come to fruition. How far along is he now? Tanza. The total over all the days so far is 256 hits. Cecilus. I see. It's so far that I might faint. Hearing the total count thus far from Tanza, Cecilus declared so without malice. One might have wanted to speak out against his flippance, but doing so would result in a meaningless competition. Giving up on rebutting him, Beatrice gripped Spica's hand and focused her worry on Subaru. For the duration of this Sparka, Subaru had forbidden Beatrice from using healing magic on him. Therefore she had been heightening her mana so that as soon as today's Sparka was over, she could rush over to him as fast as possible and heal his wounds. Cecilus. In Beatrice's stead, as she thought so, a weighty, stern voice called Cecilus's name, folding his 4 burly arms as the large man who wore a frightening expression. As Gustav looked towards Ceciles, who was standing atop the fence, and the scenery behind him, Gustav. I do not know if I have the jurisdiction to ask about this in my capacity, but what of General First Class Arakia? Cecilus. It's not really something that I need to keep a secret from you, Gustav-san. The seat of the governor of the Gladiator Island will soon be entrusted to somebody else while you'll be taking up an important post in the imperial capital. Isn't that so? So that should mean you'll have the chance to meet me every once in a while, since I also generally live in the imperial capital. Well, right now the imperial capital is in that condition, so it's a bit of a problem to say whether I live there or not, but Gustav. Cecilus. Oh yeah, how rude of me. We were talking about Anya, right? As before, she's still having difficulty maintaining the balance between her mind and body. Even at the best of times, she's taken in an enormous spirit that puts her slender body on the verge of bursting. A steady heart is absolutely essential in order to exercise that. But since the princess sister who propped her up passed away, she's been quite unmanageable. Gustav. I can only imagine the heartache and pains. However, the duty which only you are capable of fulfilling is tied to the survival of the Empire. Not only the hopes of me, in my capacity, but the hopes of all citizens of the Empire are being placed upon you. Cecilis, what are you saying, Gustav-san? It's a tad unpleasant. Gustav. Cecilis. I'm the leading actor of this world, you know. Bearing the hopes of somebody, as well as of the entire Empire, is an everyday occurrence for me. It's a matter involving Anya. I'm not going to cut corners. Cecilis was composed as he responded so, but the difficulty of what he had just so casually described was exemplified in a visible format. Behind Cecilis, the vast wasteland beyond the western rampart visible from the roof of the fortress. Engraved there were vestiges of a natural disaster that had just occurred. It was evidence of Cecilis, who had come here wearing a nonchalant expression, suppressing the emission of power from Arakia to prevent her from exploding, since she had taken in the extraordinary power of a great spirit enlisted among the four greats. If left unattended, the swell of power was capable of becoming a second great disaster. Having said that, it was difficult for those shallow of heart to remain near Arakia in her current state. Therefore, even if the Empire was searched far and wide for that great duty, none but Cecilis would be capable of performing it. Cecilis. Regardless of whether it's desired of them or not, people won't stop in their tracks. The only people allowed to come to a stop are those who are dead, and the living have no choice but to keep moving forward. At their roots, Anya's hardship and the struggle of Boss's purification are the same. They may be painful to witness, but they ought to be welcomed. Beatrice, you're speaking like it's somebody else's problem, in fact. Cecilis, somebody else's problem is quite the boorish way of putting it. It's a matter of this being Boss's duty, and his climax. Having said that, I guess this is as far as he goes for today. Closing one eye, Cecilis muttered in response to Beatrice. At his words, Beatrice gasped and as she snapped back around, White's fist simultaneously knocked Subaru down to the ground. White's. It's over. HK, while breathing heavily, White's lowered the blood-stained fist that had punched Subaru. To those words, the unconscious Subaru gave no response, exclaiming, Subaru. Beatrice rushed to Subaru's side and began to activate healing magic with great haste. Once White's made sure of that, he began to turn around, but... Beatrice, wait, I suppose. I will treat your hand as well, in fact. White's. Ain't no need. Prioritize Schwartz over me, Beatrice. I cannot do that, I suppose. Spica. Hearing the call, Spica cut around in front of White's and spread her arms open with Anu. As White's could not push Spica out of his way, Beatrice activated healing magic without a moment's delay. At the sensation of his wounds gradually being healed, White's turned around and glared at her. But, even if he was a man whose skeleton tattoos gave off a fiendish impression, the pained contortions of his face were of no intimidation to the great spirit Beatrice. Oh, oi, Tanza. How many hits is he at now? Tanza, 258 hits. Hien Sama. So, 673 remaining. Still a long way to go, huh? Beside Beatrice and the others, the lizard man inquiring to Tanza with a quavering voice was Hien. At his question, Tanza informed him of the count, and the bearded Idra shook his head in gloom. Then Hien looked over the surroundings with a hey. Hi. I mean, ain't it enough already? He's taken this damn much, and we've all fully understood his feelings. Whites, go off and mumble that nonsense in your sleep, lizard bastard. If I was just gonna quit halfway, then why the fuck do you think I undertook this duty? Hien, what do you mean why? Ain't you the one who's most worn out over all this? I haven't gone that far. Extending his long tongue, Hien's voice quavered, and a vein began to bulge out on White's forehead. However, as he tried to press Hien, Tanza stopped him, saying, You are undergoing treatment. Instead, Idra took a deep breath and looked towards Hien. Idra, to be frank, I agree with your point. Certainly I was shocked by the reveal of Schwartz's identity, and I did feel somewhat deceived, but... White's... Schwartz rescued all of us from the island. What else do you fucking need? He ain't? Then, nobody wants to do it. So then why? Gustav, that is because it is something called for by Natsuki Schwartz. Nay, by Natsuki Subaru himself. So long as Tanza or the contracted spirit do not put a stop to it, I approve of this conduct, as the official. As Gustav interjected into the conversation between Adra, Weitz, and Hein, his words weighty and stern. The gladiators in the surroundings each responded with gestures and words that were close in their sense of heat. Of course, among them were likely people who were enraged and unable to forgive Subaru's conduct, but Spica, wah! Crouched down opposite Beatrice, Spica was worriedly looking at Subaru with his swollen face and languid demeanor. If one could look at the state of those girls, and at the figure of Subaru pitifully throwing himself into atonement, without thinking anything of it, they would not have even been able to enlist in the Pleiades battalion to begin with. Tanza, right now it is necessary for Schwartz-sama. He needs to prove to himself that he has not come to a standstill, even if that happens to be through pain. At Tanza's comment, a conclusion was given to the problem initially raised by Hein. Receiving that, Weitz clenched the fist that had been healed by Beatrice, and Weitz, I'm gonna continue. Even if it breaks my fist, I'll follow him for the remaining 600 punches. Cecilis, wonderful, how truly wonderful. That is precisely how you're supposed to use your time in the spotlight, Weitz-san. Weitz? Cecilis, huh? What's with this odd atmosphere? For a moment, everybody present widened their eyes at Cecilis's interjection. Weitz, who had been especially caught off guard, stared at Cecilis, and Weitz, I never would have thought that you'd remember my name. Cecilis, it certainly is true that I'm quite forgetful, but I do at least remember the names of actors who are worth remembering. Weitz. Weitz snorted at Cecilis as the latter shrugged his shoulders and then once again looked down at the fallen Subaru. He looked at the face that, while likely overlapping with the impression of the young Subaru seared into his memories, would still take some time to clearly fully merge together. And then, Weitz, I leave the rest to ya. With those words, Weitz departed from the rooftop with large strides. Following him, the other men, as well as Idra, who was dragging the reluctant Hein along with him, also exited from the rooftop. Finally, Gustav nodded at Beatrice and the rest, who still remained there. And, Gustav, in my capacity, I shall also be on my way. Natsuki Subaru. As expected, the name Schwartz feels more fitting. I entrust him to you, Beatrice. That goes without saying, in fact. Only, you ought to remember, I suppose. Gustav, and what might that be, Beatrice? If Subaru is Schwartz to you, then he won't be upset if you keep calling him that, in fact. There is no need for the special nickname between you all to be lost out of unnecessary concern, I suppose. Gustav, you have my thanks. Giving a deep nod, Gustav slowly departed. With that, the gladiators who had been ascertaining the Sparka simultaneously took their leave, and Beatrice breathed a sigh upon the rooftop that had instantly become deserted. Then, glancing up at the kimono-clad girl to her side, Beatrice, it's fine for you to also go along with that bunch, in fact. Tanza, even without your concern, I am quite fine as is. Unlike everybody else, it is no strange matter for me to remain here. Beatrice, you also have the worry regarding your master, I suppose. She is also suffering, in fact. Tanza. That comment was not made in the vein of sarcasm or harassment, but for a moment, Beatrice regretted that it ultimately ended up coming across that way. The comment had caused Tanza's cheeks to slightly stiffen. Her master, Yorna Mishigur, was one of the people who had sustained a grave wound at the death of Priscilla. Through an absurd binding on her soul, among many reincarnations, a past version of herself had been the mother of the deceased Priscilla. In other words, the parent-child duo of Yorna and Priscilla had each experienced complex bereavement. Tanza, thank you for your concern, Beatrice-sama. However, Yorna-sama is fine on her own, that is, Beatrice. Tanza, That is what she said, so as Tanza cast her eyes down, Beatrice realized that she had misjudged her. Tanza was not satisfied with Yorna's words. Even so, just like how Beatrice had decided to watch over Subaru's act of making amends, she decided to respect Yorna's wishes. It would have been difficult for outsiders to surmise Yorna's emotions while insisting that she would be all right by herself. However, Beatrice felt like she understood at least a part of it. Though different from reincarnation, amidst the long time Beatrice had lived, she had seen many lives pass on before Subaru had taken her out of the forbidden library. It was something she had come to instinctively avoid. Because of that, Beatrice had responded with a very insincere attitude to those who had attempted to face her. Something that she had now regretted. Unlike Beatrice, who never learned from that, Yorna might have come to know and learn that through her own experiences. Even so, Subaru. Ooh. Spica. Wow. Subaru. Spica. I'm... Suddenly, Subaru's eyelids quivered and his black eyes slowly opened. Spica's eyes lit up when she saw this and pounced on him, causing Subaru to blink several times in response. Seeing this, Beatrice sighed, noting that his memories before he fainted seemed to be missing. Beatrice. Those guys aren't here anymore, I suppose. I'm in the middle of casting healing magic, in fact. Subaru. Right. I see. I'm so sorry. My bad, Biko. I always end up making you worry. I really am useless without you. Finally understanding Beatrice's explanation, Subaru slapped his face with both hands. As the sound echoed, Subaru sprang up to his feet. However, his momentum caused him to nearly stumble forward. Spica. Ooh, Subaru. Oops, sorry. Spica. Thanks for being a witness. You did a good job of not rushing in. I thought you would punch whites without thinking. Now that I think about it, it was quite a tightrope walk. Spica. Ow, Subaru. The real danger was Tanza. Now that you mention it, that's true. Tanza cares a lot about me. From that perspective, whites could have been in real trouble. As he spoke, Subaru took Spica's hand, who had supported him when he nearly fell, and began to dance with her on the spot. Although the swelling on his face had considerably reduced thanks to the healing magic, his lips were still cut, and his slightly swollen eyes were still a concern for Beatrice, who would have liked to continue treating him a little longer. Tanza. My honor is at stake, so please do not make such arbitrary comments, Natsuki Subaru-sama. With a sigh, Tanza prodded Subaru, who was dancing with Spica. Subaru made a sour face and replied, Subaru, haven't your words become thornier since I returned to my original size? And it actually stings quite a bit when you call me something other than Schwartz-sama. So please stop, Tanza. I apologize, Natsuki Subaru-sama. Natsuki Subaru-sama is a guest from the kingdom, so I cannot afford to be disrespectful. Natsuki Subaru-sama. Subaru. Tanza Subaru, holding Spica, looked saddened by Tanza's distant response. Beatrice found it hard to watch his overly cheerful demeanor, which was meant to hide his true feelings. Subaru sought to make amends to the Pleiades battalion and acted cheerfully in front of Beatrice and his close companions. It was likely all to avoid worrying those around him, but... Beatrice... It might be counterproductive, I suppose. Trying to be cheerful when he wanted to cry and making everyone laugh when he was hurting. Beatrice loved that aspect of Subaru, but only when his sadness and pain didn't exceed his tolerance. No one should bottle up their need to cry or their pain like this. Subaru. Biyoko. Why the cute face? Beatrice. Betty is always cute, in fact. More importantly, since the treatment is still ongoing, why don't you sit still, I suppose? Subaru. I'd like to say I don't want to trouble you, but I need to be in tip-top shape, and I haven't even climbed half the mountain yet. All right, bring it on. Nodding. Subaru sat down cross-legged with Spica on his lap, his face full of determination. Beatrice resumed her healing magic on Subaru, glancing at Tanza, who only shook her head silently. She too was unsure of what to say to Subaru. Then, Cecilis. Boss? Can I have a moment? Cecilis, who had been watching the proceedings, called out to Subaru without any regard for the tension among those concerned about him. Hearing him, Subaru looked up at Cecilis perched on the fence. Subaru. Oh, if it isn't Big Ceci. You've seriously just grown bigger without looking awkward at all. Cecilis. I could say the same for you, boss, but your growth has only made your fierce eyes look more prominent. It was cute when you were looking young, but now it's simply a deadly weapon. Subaru. You say whatever you want? You're alone? You're alone? She's not with you. Cecilis. If you mean Anya, she's lying in a crater. Thanks to the stone's power, she became incredibly tough. So I had to suppress her 100 times or so. She won't be getting up anytime soon. But more importantly, as he spoke, Cecilis jumped off the fence and landed in front of Subaru. Greeting him, Subaru and Spica tilted their heads at the same angle. Seeing their reactions, Cecilis grinned. Cecilis, you're heading back to the kingdom soon, right? Before that, how about showing us a good punch to His Excellency's face? So I took Boss to see His Excellency. Boss was so excited about wanting to beat up His Excellency all the way back at Gladiator Island, so I wanted to be present to witness it. Be gone at once. Cecilis raised his hand and smiled as he entered, but Vincent, busy with his affairs, dismissed him while looking down at his paperwork. It was a natural response for the busy emperor, but Cecilis, perhaps the most stubborn man in the empire, would not back down regardless. He pouted his lips in dissatisfaction with a proudly sitting his behind on the emperor's desk while he was working. Cecilis. Don't you think you're working too much? Of course I understand that the work of military officers is to be done in emergencies, whereas the work of civilian officers is to be done in emergencies and non-emergencies alike, with no breaks. Vincent. So you intend to persuade me? If I were to take you up on your sweet talk, what would you expect me to do as I excuse myself from my work? Cecilis, please let Boss beat you up. Vincent. Be gone at once. Cecilis, boo! His Excellency is a workaholic. Don't you think so, Most Honorable Empress Consort? Medium. Me? At Vincent's curt answer, Cecilis, leaning back on the desk, called for reinforcements. The one who responded to his call was Medium, who was playing with Spica on the office's couch. She brushed Spica's long blonde hair as she groaned. Medium. I also think that Abel Chin is working too much, but I know that the work he's doing is important, so I can't say much. Also, I don't want to see Abel Chin and Subaru Chin fighting. Cecilis, it wouldn't be a fight so much as a one-sided beating of His Excellency. Isn't that Sparka, in a sense? Vincent, remove your rear at once. Cecilis clenched his fists, his excitement brimming over. Vincent closed one eye, sighing as he tried to pull out the papers that were lying under Cecilis's bottom. Then, turning his black eyes towards the entrance of the room, Vincent, you. How long do you intend to stand there? You are an eyesore. That's, well, Medium. Subaru Chin, bring Beatrice-chan and come sit in front of me. Subaru, invited by Vincent's cold voice and Medium's contrasting warm voice, awkwardly sat down on a couch in front of Medium in the middle of the room. Beatrice, holding Subaru's hand, sat down with him, and Medium gently placed a cup of tea on the table. Medium, here you go, coarse tea. Vincent, while it is temporary, this still is my office. Are you serving coarse tea to the Emperor? Medium, Big Bro taught me that it's all about courtesy. I don't know anything about etiquette myself, so I'm just trying my best to be polite. Saying this, Medium poured another cup of tea for Vincent, who had one on his desk as well. Vincent did not particularly complain about the rising steam, and Beatrice was able to confirm by her own taste that there was nothing wrong with the tea she had brewed. Next to Beatrice, Subaru frowned as he began. Subaru, man, how should I put it? Abel and Medium-san are really going to be a married couple. Medium, eek. Subaru, what was that squeal just now? Medium, I'm still a little embarrassed by how that sounds. Medium's face flushed and she gave a small whine. But Beatrice could see that although she was confused about the situation she found herself in, she did not reject it wholeheartedly. In all honesty, Beatrice was not very familiar with Vincent's personality. However, since Subaru had been lambasting him so often, paradoxically, he was likely someone like Otto or Julius, both of whom had many commendable aspects. Beatrice. Otherwise I wouldn't feel comfortable leaving Medium in your care, in fact. Subaru. That's true. Flopsan being tempted by money and status is so unlike him. Cecilis. Oh dear. They're really dissing you, Your Excellency. It sounds like Boss is saying there's nothing good about you besides your position, honor, and wealth as the Emperor of Wallachia. Vincent, are you all trying to anger me and stop my work, thereby destroying the Empire? If so, it must be said that their efforts were succeeding. With so many interruptions and physical hindrances to his paperwork, Vincent had no choice but to halt progress on his tasks. Then, giving up on retrieving the documents from under Cecilis's rear end, Vincent instead fixed his dark eyes sharply on Subaru. Vincent, I have heard of your repeated eccentric behavior with the escaped prisoners from the Gladiator Island under the pretext of making amends. Subaru, I thought you'd say it was pointless, but calling them escaped prisoners doesn't sit right with me. All of them are... Vincent. They were sent to Jinnenhive for a reason. They are considered escaped prisoners, and rightfully so. They took advantage of the Empire's chaos to break out and wield their military power to wreak havoc. Subaru. So, what do you plan to do with them? Subaru stiffened his cheeks at Vincent's threatening words and glared back at him. For a moment, a sharp tension filled the space between them. However, Medium cut through their stares with a hand chop, telling them to stop. Medium. Abel Chin, if you say something mean like that, Subaru Chin will misunderstand. Vincent. The escaped prisoners from the island shall be granted amnesty for their hard work regarding this incident. This was also petitioned by Gustav Morello, governor of the Gladiator Island. Prompted by Medium, Vincent quietly announced the fate of the Pleiades battalion. The sudden crisis of the battalion, initially brought up by Vincent, was directly handled by the latter, leading to intense emotional fluctuations. Subaru, trembling with anger, glared at Vincent. Subaru. You sure enjoy toying with people over already resolved issues. Cecilis. Ah, I feel you. I feel you deeply. His Excellency has that tendency. Now that I think about it, Chisha also used to do such mean things often. Is this just something that intelligent people commonly do? Beatrice, speaking of resolved issues, you spoke of getting back at the Emperor, Cecilis, but Subaru has already handled that on his own a while ago, I suppose. Cecilis, where? Cecilis's voice cracked, and Beatrice stuck out her tongue in response. It felt refreshing to finally break his arrogant pace. However, Cecilis then pondered. Cecilis. I'll have to hear the details later to soothe my shock at missing such an interesting event. But now, I'm curious. If that's the case, why did you let me bring you to His Excellency, boss? You could have just brushed me off like Tanza-san did, so why? Subaru. Well. In response to Cecilis's question, Subaru hesitated to answer, glancing at Vincent. Even without seeing his reaction, Beatrice could tell what Subaru was thinking. Over the past few days, Subaru had been actively interacting with Beatrice and the Pleiades battalion, but there were a few people he could not bring himself to face. Vincent Yorna and the members of Priscilla's camp. Given Subaru's excessive sense of responsibility, it was only natural that he would feel this way about them. However, Subaru did not think it was acceptable to leave things as they were. Therefore, it was convenient for him to be brought here by Cecilis under the pretense of being forced to. Because this way, Vincent, you've finally shown yourself before me. No, before me. Subaru. Abel. They were apparently all too clear to Vincent Wallachia, known as the Wise Emperor. Subaru was certainly overwhelmed by his sharp gaze. However, Funneling strength into the hand he had linked with Beatrice's, Subaru resolved himself to clash directly against that pressure, and opened his mouth. Subaru. Abel. I'm sore. Vincent. A moment ago, you had chastised me over bringing up a resolved issue. Subaru. Vincent. But, if you were to ask me, it is you who continues to touch upon resolved issues. After having the wind knocked out of his sails, Subaru blinked upon being told thus. For a moment he struggled to comprehend the meaning behind those words. However, the instant he understood them, Subaru's expression underwent a sudden upheaval. It became a jumble of anger and sorrow. To be precise, it was fury. Subaru. A resolved issue. What? What the hell do you think you're saying? Vincent. Currently, that is the bulk of the problem that weighs upon you. If such is the case for your atonement towards the gladiators, then the same applies to your attitude concerning myself and Yorna Mishiger. More than anything, Subaru, stop. As Vincent attempted to continue, Subaru stood up from the sofa and tried to fiercely approach him to make him cease his words. But, in front of Subaru as he tried to do so, a third party intervened. It was Silas. Having removed his buttocks from the desk, he stepped in front of Subaru as the latter tried to approach the Valatian Emperor and hindered his advance. Subaru. Don't get in my way, sissy. Didn't you want to see me punch Abel? Silas. Indeed, yes. That's right. But that was a matter of wanting to see a sparka between boss and his excellency. I'm not interested in seeing a dull, impulsive match. Subaru. HK. Both had returned to their original heights, and they confronted each other in positions that were no longer that of children. But, in this standoff between Subaru and Cecilis, Beatrice did not experience her usual feeling of wanting to take Subaru's side. Rather, she supported Cecilis. No, she supported Vincent, who met Subaru head-on with words that he needed to hear. His phrasing was nothing but harsh, and even though there were plenty of other ways to put it, deliberately choosing words that went along with blood and pain was loathsome. But, Vincent, Priscilla's death is already a matter of the past. Subaru. Abel. At that assertion, Subaru's voice became potent with rage, and he glared at Vincent. But, receiving the gaze from beyond Cecilis, Vincent made not even the slightest of movements. The ones to stiffen their expressions at Subaru's pitifulness were those of the female faction, Beatrice, Spica, and Medium. Subaru. Priscilla was your... She was your sister, wasn't she? And yet your... Vincent? Indeed, she was my sister. Clever and impudent since our younger years, she ultimately lost her life without ever having remedied those aspects of her personality. Just like with Chisha. Priscilla's loss has certainly borne a wound within myself. I shan't hide it. Slowly shaking his head, Vincent placed his hand over his chest as he spilled those words. Thereupon, behind his pride as emperor, it was clear that Vincent had concealed his own worry towards his sister, and anguish regarding her passing. Subaru lamented the fact that he had yielded such things within Vincent, and that was exactly why he had not shown his face until now, not knowing what he ought to say. However, Vincent, this is something that belongs to me. There is no room for your involvement. Subaru. Vincent. They are the things between me and Priscilla. Do you seek the right to place your fingers upon even that? Subaru. And no. That's wrong. That isn't the case. It isn't the case, but at Vincent's eloquence, Subaru's anger was doused as if with water, and unable to find the right words to say, his gaze began to wander. As Subaru did so, Vincent still did not halt his speech. Likely that was a questioning that could not have taken form without the time cultivated between Subaru and Vincent within the Empire, unbeknownst to Beatrice and the others. Vincent quietly continued with the following. That was... Vincent. Natsuki Subaru. In the end, what words did Priscilla speak to you? Subaru. However, if that is not so, then they are the fruits of the relationship between you and Priscilla. Subaru, Vincent, take the parting gift bestowed onto you by my sister and make it into your very flesh and blood. That is the resolution to the issue. What words ought he to say? What ought he do to atone? Such various questions and misgivings. The impatience of being unable to remain at a standstill, and the self-punishing thoughts of needing to suffer were the foundation of Subaru's actions over these past few days. And Vincent declared that the very genesis of that foundation was conflicting. Subaru. Priscilla, said Vincent. She said, Subaru. She said that I was a true knight. Vincent. In that case, that is the entirety of what Priscilla has bestowed upon you. It was a great service, Natsuki Subaru. Subaru. At that phrase, Subaru's expression crumbled. The expression dominated by indignation and sorrow was washed away, and sprouting out from behind were emotions of vigor akin to water ceaselessly overflowing from a boiling pot. Emotions that he had deliberately not been facing ever since the morning when he witnessed Priscilla's death. Beatrice. Subaru. Subaru. Trice. I'm Beatrice, it's all right, in fact. Betty and Amelia. And everybody else fully understand, I suppose. Nestling close to Subaru's side as he stood stock still, Beatrice grabbed him by the hand and nodded. At Beatrice's words, Subaru could not bear the overflowing tears as his face contorted. And then at last, for the first time since that morning, Beatrice was confident that her voice had finally reached Subaru. Beatrice, I'm sorry, in fact. Suddenly, immediately after witnessing Subaru fall to his knees, the kneeling Subaru embraced Beatrice from the front. At the frail strength of that clinging embrace, Beatrice gently hugged Subaru in return. Cecilis. Now it may be different than punching His Excellency, but with this I got to see a fine climax. Beatrice, some things are better left unsaid, I suppose. Cecilis. Apologies. After speaking that unnecessary comment, Cecilis made a gesture of shutting his mouth with his finger, and winked. In the back, Medium, who was hugging Spica, was moved by Subaru's tears and also began to cry. Then, as Subaru buried his face into Beatrice's chest as he sobbed, he was unable to see something that Beatrice witnessed. Vincent, the figure of the Valatian emperor who had caused Subaru to collapse, wearing a slightly pleased look on his face. Beatrice, who had only been acquainted with him for a short while, also understood. This was a face that Vincent Falacia, known as the Wise Emperor, seldom showed to anybody, esteeming the person who shed tears in his stead during his dearest sister's final moments. Such was the kind of expression it was. Chapter 6. Departure. With those blue eyes, they came to witness numerous choices. Born from an empty, barren space, that ego was drawn towards a splendid light. Basking in that warmth, it slowly began to outline the shape of its own form. Initially pushed aside, an innate tenderness prevented them from staying away. And gradually, their presence came to be tolerated. Before long, rather than being merely tolerated, a hand was proactively extended to them. Now recognized as a new being, they were bestowed with a new name. Rejection and compromise, conflict and acceptance, trust and reliance, then permission and forgiveness. He came to make numerous choices. Countless choices, innumerable choices, limitless choices. Each were a product of his own very will, and sometimes from up close, sometimes from far away, sometimes transcending all physical and spiritual distances, they bore witness to it all. Not all of those choices, however, led him to the place of his longing. Even then, he did everything in his power in order to continue choosing. With nothing and no one to rely on, they looked at that figure as their example. Even if the culmination of their strenuous efforts were to lead them to a sorrowful outcome, they would continue moving forward. What was so strange about admiring that likeness and way of being? They too must make their own choices. His rejection and compromise, his conflict and acceptance, his trust and reliance, as well as his permission and forgiveness as someone fortunate enough to have experienced those things, They wanted to walk the same path. Be it errors or grave mistakes, this body had committed far too many of them, not to mask, cover, forget, or overlook these everlasting scars, but to ensure that they would remember them, not for the purpose of being right, but trusting in that desire to be righteous, the very same way he chose his path, in order to ensure that his Natsuki Subaru's decision to choose them might not become a mistake. Never did I expect you to be the one who had requested a conversation with me. Not a physical, but an emotional strain was required to push that door open. On the other side, a man with raven black hair sat at an imposing desk, sifting through a large stack of papers, and spoke those words. With those sharp black eyes, he too had made many choices, and it was by choosing the one path he could amongst many that he now held his current position. All of it was the result of the man's own choices, and thus, black-haired man, as you can see, I am busy. That Medium O'Connell spoke on your behalf, which is why I have taken some time, but I cannot spare much more. If there is something you desire, I shall provide it if it is commensurate with your efforts. However, cutting off his words there, the man looked up from the stack of papers towards them. Many thoughts and ideas ran through the pitch-black eyes of the wise monarch. And so, fixedly staring through the one who stood at the door, he opened his thin lips. And, black-haired man, I have no words to offer regarding his current state. I cannot make any effort to visit him, nor should I. That is, unless it is what you wish for. Being asked that, they shook their head. There was something they wanted to ask of the man in front of them, but it did not concern the one he spoke of directly. There was most likely nothing they could do for him at that moment. The same went for the others around him. Therefore, their reason for having come here lay somewhere else. Certainly, he would have chosen to stand up once again. That they came here was in preparation for when he would stand up again, so that when he chose to rise up, they too would be in a position to make a proper choice. Black-haired man. Then, what is it that you desire? Being stared at by the man's black eyes, they met that gaze with their own blue eyes, and paused for a moment. Most likely, within this vast empire, those who witnessed the most of his choices were their own blue eyes. That kind girl's pale blue eyes, and the black eyes of the man before them. Hence, they spoke to him, who understood the weight of choice, and... ooh. Thus that life born from an empty ego set forth to make a choice of her own. On the day that Subaru and the rest of the Amelia camp were to depart from the Valatian Empire, it had been raining since the morning in Valatia, which usually had endlessly long stretches of sunny days. Subaru. Really, I hate the Valatian Empire. Seeing the climate of the empire, which could not even send them off in high spirits, Subaru's lips spilled that out, unable to grow accustomed to this country from start to end. But then again, though he hated the Valatian Empire, the people he had encountered in this country had not been so bad. Rather, that could have been called the worst aspect of the time he had spent in this country. But, Husband Kun, I truly am indebted to you. Please, be well in the kingdom too. Subaru, what are you saying, Flop-san? I'm the one who's indebted to you. And even now that debt continues to increase. I haven't even done a single thing to return the favor. Flop. Haha. You mustn't say such foolish things. Just how much fortune do you think my sister and I shared thanks to the things you did for us, Husband Kun? Both Medium and I have found spouses. It's a matter of great celebration. Saying that, Flop firmly struck his own slim chest. While Subaru was busy losing heart, Flop had displayed his manliness by magnificently succeeding in courting Tarita. So Subaru found himself feeling a mix of surprise and respect. Since Tarita, who originally was only attracted to good looks like her older sister Mazelda, seemed to have been charmed by Flop's humanity, Subaru was glad to hear that everything came there quite well. Towards both Flop and Tarita, Subaru was not, but thankful. Flop. Husband Kun, you have my gratitude. Subaru. Even so, being embraced by Flop from the front, Subaru's breath was taken away. As Subaru unconsciously tensed his body, Flop spoke in his usual tone. No, in a voice filled with more emotion than usual. Flop. That day when you appeared before me in Medium, carrying wife San as she was seated, I thought it was an unbelievably fateful encounter. And It appears I wasn't mistaken. Under a distant sky, I'll be wishing happiness upon you and the people who are precious to you. Subaru. Flop. If you ever come to the Empire again, I want you to contact me whenever. Conversely, if I ever happen to go to the kingdom, I'll definitely be counting on you. I'd absolutely love to get your help. After letting go of Subaru's body, Flop O'Connell smiled as he always did, radiating as brightly as the rays of the midday sun. From their very first encounter to this farewell, his presence, which had not once lost its cheerfulness, caused Subaru's heart to tremble greatly. In the Valachian Empire, the first person he had met was the Veiled Emperor, followed by the people of Shudrak, who had continued to fight alongside them across the whole journey. However, the people that Natsuki Subaru had been most blessed to encounter within the Valachian Empire were undoubtedly the O'Connell siblings, Flop and Medium. He now truly felt that once again, very, very strongly. Subaru. Yeah, I'm thankful to you as well, Flop-san. I love you. Including his highest tier of gratitude within the Valachian Empire, Subaru responded with a smile. I think you should stop saying, I love you to everyone so lightly. It makes everything you say seem frivolous. Subaru. No, I don't say it to just anyone. Only to those I truly love. Is that so? To Emilia-san and Beatrice-chan too. Subaru. I tell Biko morning, noon and night, but it's a little harder to say to Emilia-tan. But I might have said it to Nisama. Ha! Subaru. Sorry, that was in the heat of the moment, but I meant it. With her light blue eyes glaring sharply at him, Subaru shrank back, apologizing profusely. Despite having just shared a tearful farewell with Flop, the sudden shift was jarring. Nonetheless, Subaru managed to keep his eyes dry, even after the emotional goodbye to his friend. Subaru. A man can't cry that easily. A man can only cry in front of others 3 times in his life. Is that so? Subaru. Yeah, that's right. Shouldn't you be asking what those 3 times are? Your expression seemed like you were begging to be asked, which was unpleasant. Subaru. Isn't that a bit too harsh? Subaru raised his voice in protest at the extreme statement, prompting Rem to sigh. Yet, despite this casual banter with Rem, Subaru felt a sense of relief. For the past few days, the tension between Subaru, Rem, and their companions had been palpable, largely due to Subaru's issues. He had probably, most likely, undoubtedly caused them considerable worry, so he was determined to change his attitude and make amends through his actions moving forward. Subaru. How about you, Rem? Did you have a proper conversation with Katya-san, Rem? I can't say it went perfectly, but yes, she said she'll send letters. I'd like to send one as well, but I'm not sure what to write. Subaru. It's a letter to a friend, right? I guess maybe something along the lines of updating each other on your current situations, asking, how are you doing? And stuff like that. But I've never exchanged letters with friends myself, so I'm not sure. Rem, would something so trivial be okay? Subaru. I think so. Yeah. Subaru answered Rem's uncertainty, brazenly imagining Katya's thoughts. She was Todd's fiancée, and as someone who had witnessed his final moments, Subaru had not had the chance to properly sit down and talk with Katya. Even so, Katya had stayed with Rem after her kidnapping and became her friend, and for that Subaru felt nothing but gratitude and goodwill toward her. Subaru believed that what Katya expected from her correspondence with Rem was not for some exciting dramatic stories to be shared. Subaru. What's important is the proof that you're connected, that you care about each other. And what's crucial is conveying that even if you're not within arm's reach, you still have a place in a corner of each other's minds. Rem? Subaru? Did that sound weird or creepy? Rem. For once, I actually agree with you. Rem slowly shook her head in response to Subaru's hesitant question. Then, with a soft smile, she continued, Rem, As you said, it's not something to be anxious about. If I were in Katya-san's position, I wouldn't expect anything special from her letters. Just knowing that her letter reached me would be enough. Subaru? Exactly. Rem's reply and nod made Subaru smile back at her and give her a thumbs up. Although Rem ignored that gesture, she walked beside Subaru without any sign of discomfort. Considering how their new relationship in the Empire had started, this dramatic change was nothing short of miraculous. Subaru. And so, having said their respective goodbyes, Subaru and Rem walked side by side toward their destination. There, too, someone awaited with whom they had to exchange farewells. The one with whom Subaru and Rem both needed to talk was Subaru. Spica. Wow, you. Spica turned around at the call, her face lighting up as she saw them, her golden hair, tied up behind her head to look like a tail, swayed as she fiercely sprinted toward Subaru and Rem. Subaru spread his arms wide to catch her, ready to embrace her. Rem. Whoa. Subaru. Who? You went to her. Next to Subaru, who had struck out, Rem caught Spica as she leapt into her arms. You. Spica cooed, rubbing her cheek against Rem. At first, Rem was surprised, but she then smiled warmly, stroking Spica's head in response to the affectionate gesture. Watching the two, Subaru sighed and clasped his hands behind his head. Subaru. You're still clinging to Rem, huh? If I did the same thing, I'm sure I'd get a really nasty look from Rem. Why are you suddenly stating the obvious, Subaru? See, this is what I'm talking about. Spica, help me out here. Spica. Ooh. Oh, Subaru. See, Spica is giving me that look. Wait, is she angry at me? Spica, are you siding with Rem? I'm all alone here. Still clinging to Rem's waist, Spica glared sharply at Subaru. Seeing this, Subaru slumped his shoulders and Rem was astonished, wondering what he was doing. Subaru could not help but scratch his head and feel oddly reassured by the interaction between Rem and Spica. Subaru. Thinking back, the tumultuous days in the Wallachian Empire had begun with Subaru, Rem, and Spica. Up to this point, they had walked alongside one another with a rock-paper-scissors-like power balance where Subaru was weak to Rem was weak to Spica, and Spica was weak to Subaru. The relationship between the three of them had changed shape before they knew it, and today would mark yet another change. After all, Subaru, you don't want to be separated from Rem, do you? Why don't you forget about staying in the Empire and come back to the kingdom with us? Spica. Ooh. Subaru. Oh, so you've finally come around. Yeah, I agree. The Empire sucks. Rem. She's shaking her head. Please don't try to twist Spica-chan's will. Rem glared at Subaru with narrowed eyes, making him stiffen his cheeks and go silent. Spica, resting her back against Rem, nodded vigorously with a serious look on her face. Her expression made it clear that she had no intention of changing her mind. It was a decision that Subaru found incredibly difficult to accept. Spica had decided to stay in the Wallachian Empire. She would part ways with Subaru, and the others returning to the kingdom, remaining in the Empire to fulfill a certain duty. This was the plan that Spica had discussed with those around her, and ultimately chose as her path moving forward, during the time when Subaru had been engrossed in the Pleiades battalion Sparka. Subaru, you want to stay in Wallachia and send all the undead revived by the great disaster back to Odlagna through star eating. The idea itself is something I want to support, really. Countless undead had been resurrected by the witch, Sphinx, and utilized as the spearhead of the great disaster. Even after the great disaster had ended, those who had not been destroyed had fled, and still remained within the Empire. Spica had decided that it was her duty to completely devour every last one of those undead. However, Subaru, unlike before, the undead can't revive infinitely anymore. Even without star eating, defeating them should be enough to get rid of them. You don't have to do this, Spica. Spica. Ooh, Subaru. Then the souls used to resurrect the dead won't return to where they belong, you say? Well, I suppose you intuitively understand that better than I do. But are you sure about this? Spica. Ooh. Subaru tried to persuade her, but Spica firmly nodded, her face showing her unshakable resolve. They had gone through this exchange nearly 10 times already, with Subaru trying every possible approach to change Spica's mind. But he had yet to achieve the result he desired. What frustrated Subaru was that Abel, who had been consulted about Spica's decision, took advantage of the fact that Subaru had his hands full with the Sparka, and had managed to completely convince her. Of course, even if Subaru had been consulted during his narrow-minded state, he doubted he could have engaged in a positive and constructive discussion for Spica's sake. But still, Subaru, I can't stand it. I can't stand how he always gets everything to go his way behind the scenes. I don't think it's fair to make it sound like everything is Abel-san's fault. This is Spica-chan's decision, and she first consulted Medium-san about it. Subaru, I know, but still, it's hard not to feel frustrated. Rem slowly shook her head at Subaru, who could only speak from an emotional standpoint. However, Rem's expression also could not hide the loneliness she felt, as she too, just like Subaru, had been one of those deeply involved in discussing Spica's future with her. It might have sounded presumptuous to say this, but Spica had become a significant part of the current Rem, whose memories had not yet returned. In truth, separating from Spica was likely much harder for her than for him. And yet, Rem, why is it okay for you and me to act on our own thoughts and desires, but not for Spica-chan? She's been worrying about us all this time. Subaru, Rem. Gently stroking Spica's head, Rem showed respect for the girl's significant decision. Unlike Subaru, who could not accept it, she had already made up her mind to see Spica off properly. He admired her resolve, and he understood Rem's point of view, of course. Subaru. But it's still painful. Even if he was told he was a poor sport, a sore loser, overprotective, meddlesome, or creepy, it would not change the fact that it hurt. Spica's decision was undeniably impressive, but if Subaru were to be honest, while he wanted the souls of the dead used in the great disaster to find peace, he was more concerned about not wanting Spica to do something dangerous. In his currently heartbroken state of mind, Subaru wished he could put all his loved ones in a box and carry them with him everywhere. Subaru. But neither Spica nor Rem would fit in my box. Rem. Why are you talking about boxes all of a sudden? Subaru. Boxes don't matter. What's important right now is Spica, not some boxes. Right? Rem. But you're the one who talked about boxes. Abel-san is taking this matter seriously too. That's why he's going to assign the 2 strongest people in this country to accompany Spica-chan. Subaru. But Ceci is just strong and nothing else. He'll have a bad influence on Spica's education. Subaru loudly insisted that Rem's rebuttal was not a valid one. When Spica had decided to embark on a journey to hunt down the undead, Abel had suggested that she be accompanied by Cecilia Segmont and Arakia. Certainly having such powerful companions would alleviate any concerns about Spica's safety in situations where combat power would be needed. Subaru. But that's all. The demerits of their personalities outweigh their strengths, and it feels like Abel just pawned off a problem onto Spica. You're overthinking it. Arakia-san. The spirit she absorbed was the source of the power to resurrect the dead. According to Abel-san, that gave her the ability to sense where the fleeing undead are hiding. Subaru. I have trauma from Arakia too. She got me so many times with her water. Ceci, who seems like he can communicate but actually can't. And Arakia, who looks like she can't communicate and really can't. Now, I'm really starting to get anxious. Spica, I can't let you become a beast tamer. Subaru's words were abruptly cut off. It was because Spica, who had separated from IM, suddenly jumped into Subaru's chest. Caught off guard, Subaru reflexively caught her light body, and as he looked down, he saw Spica gazing up at him, and then, Spica. Wow. With that single word and Spica's smile, Subaru found himself unable to continue speaking. Subaru. Abel. That fucking bastard. He went and talked things over with Spica while I was busy. He really is a sneaky, dirty scumbag. Rem. That's going too far. Let's just say he's underhanded, cunning, and has some flaws in his personality. Subaru. Hey, isn't it pretty much what I just said? It's not like I want to be separated from Spika-chan either. Subaru complained in a weak, rasping voice filled with resentment, and hiding the tremble in her own voice, responded. Realizing that Rem's feelings of loneliness were being transmitted to him, Subaru swallowed his own weakness. Then, he pulled Spika closer in his arms and, hugging her tightly, Subaru. Listen, don't rely on Abel or Cece. If you run into trouble, turn to Medium San and Flop San. Let them help you write letters, too. Spika. Ooh. Subaru, it's important to have a purpose and a goal, but don't push yourself too hard. Take it slow, at your own pace. Rushing and doing something reckless is the most dangerous thing. That's my golden rule. Spika. Subaru. There's no strict deadline or fixed date for this, so neither you nor I can say exactly when. But even so, I'll be waiting. Spika. Subaru. You've decided how to use your power properly. I'm proud of you, Spika. I have to learn from you too. He truly, sincerely thought so. Spika had chosen to use the terrifying authority of gluttony correctly, according to her own will. Using that power, she would help heal the deep wounds inflicted upon the Empire. This was Spika's way of breaking away from her abhorrent past, from Louis Arnib. Spika. Oh. Subaru was not sure if his heartfelt admiration had reached her, but Spika quickly spun around, slipped out of Subaru's arms, and grabbing his hand, started to pull him along. Dragged by her momentum, Subaru was forced to walk. As she pulled Subaru along, Spika extended her free hand to I am Spika. You, Rem. Yes, Spika-chan. Called with a smile, Rem took Spika's outstretched hand. With Spika in the middle, holding both Subaru and Rem's hands, the three of them started walking together. Despite all the time they had spent together, they had never walked like this before, side by side. Honestly, Subaru had not thought such a thing would ever be possible. But, on this last day in the Empire, they were doing it. Tika. Ooh. In high spirits, Spika swayed her body as she leaned on Subaru and Rem's hands. Over Spika's head, the gazes of Subaru and Rem met. And then, out of nowhere, they both burst into laughter. Subaru. Piffed. Rem. Heh. Spika. Oh. The three of them, including Spika, laughed as they walked toward the meeting place. This was the end of their story in the Valachia Empire, that the three of them had started together. The girl in question shall part with the troublesome title of Sin Archbishop. It ought to be an adequate weight off your shoulders, too. You. As Subaru patted the neck of Patrash, who had been loading the dragon carriage with the luggage, of which there was far too little when considering the number of events that had happened since laboriously rushing all the way to the Empire, His Excellency. The Valachian Emperor declared so with a self-important expression. After taking the trouble to come out and bid him farewell, the undiminished snideness in his attitude was awe-inspiring. Subaru. I'm begging you now. Don't immediately get decapitated by a rebellion and let the government change. I'm tired of running about everywhere in order to save your ass, Vincent. Fool. Your efforts are no longer required. You had better return to the kingdom at once. Subaru. This bastard. Vincent. There ought to be a duty you ought to fulfill. In that, you absolutely must not err. Subaru. It was a snide remark that Abel spoke as naturally as he breathed, but his words were also pregnant with nuance that was not so terribly meager. He was a bit worried about whether an emperor who required such difficult-to-understand subtleties to be picked up on would be able to manage the empire properly from here on out or not, but Subaru, well, I guess you'll be fine if you have Medium, San and the others. Having heard the prophecy of the forthcoming great disaster and the would-be lost emperor, Abel had devoted his official and personal days to that purpose, without sparing time for personal affairs. That warning had come undone, and from here on Abel would spend his days as Vincent Valachia, who, for the first time, would be acting as an emperor who was not tied down by anything, no longer spending his time preparing for the great disaster. At the outset, he might have been at a bit of a loss, but surely he would grow to be able to take those in his surroundings into consideration. As proof of that, Vincent, regarding the peril on this occasion, that girl shouldered a great duty. In addition, she has promised to endeavor to clear away anguish in the Empire hereafter. She shall be bestowed with prestige that rivals her ill repute. Subaru, having backed Spica's decision to remain the Empire, those were Abel's true intentions. Their story in the Empire had begun with the trio of Subaru, Iram, and Spica. As the first one to have intervened in that story, this was quite a characteristic way for Abel to pay Subaru back. No matter how many words he exhausted, the fact that Spica's past self was the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony would not change, and for that fact, there were many people who would reproach and reject her. They could not deny people who harbored such negative emotions regarding the matter, nor was it something they should do. Even so, if the individual girl known as Spica wanted to affirm her existence, to affirm that she lived, if she wanted that to take form, she had no choice but to build it up. No choice but to build up a great renown that exceeded her ill repute, such that Spica would be allowed to live as Spica. Vincent, remember this. Natsuki Subaru, the sword wolves of the sacred Valatian Empire never forget the wounds they bear. Whether those are wounds of abhorrence or of friendship, this remains true. Subaru. Abel. Vincent. If you have anything to say, have at it. You, and those who share in your path, are equal to the pack of sword wolves. Through that comment, Subaru felt that Abel, that Vincent Valatia, a man who would absolutely never bow to others, nor permit the act of playing up to him, had revealed his heart of hearts. As Subaru experienced a quiver from the very foundation of his heart at that sensation, Abel nodded. Vincent, it was a great service. A long journey, and then from tomorrow onwards, stride forth with firm steps upon the ground. Subaru, you too. Geez, I'm not gonna lend you a hand even if you fall over, Vincent. Fool. Upon his mouth, as he spoke ill of Subaru, was present a smile that was certainly distinct from that of ridicule. Witnessing that, Subaru, who? Turning his back, Subaru faced the dragon carriage and began to tread forth. As Subaru walked with the gaze of the Emperor upon his back, Emilia and the others awaited him beside the dragon carriage, gazing at the faces who had shown up to see them off, standing upon the path towards it, at the figures of the Pleiades battalion who were naturally among them. Subaru slightly gulped down his breath. Subaru. The sparka that had begun with Subaru's entreaty, his act of making amends to 931 people. Despite Subaru pleading that it had yet to be completed with the 673 hits that still remained, none of them had lent him an ear. All of them were now lined up here, meeting the gaze of Subaru, who was all bark and no bite. Subaru. Ah. The lined-up Pleiades battalion all raised up their arms in succession, and their brusque hands decorated Subaru's path like a hanamaki. Understanding the intention behind that, Subaru lifted his face, so as to not let the things welling up in his eyes start to spill out. He endured, and then, Subaru, I love you. All of you? All of you? That which had caused Rem to get mad at him before, Subaru shouted out again as he broke out into a sprint. With the many hands reaching out from left and right, Subaru moved to overlap his own hands. With a clap, the sound of hand striking hand rang out, and persisted ceaselessly in quick succession like the sound of rainfall. It was not just hands clapping against hands. There were also some hands that struck Subaru's body, being pushed and jostled and knocked about by those who knew Natsuki Schwartz, while likely forgetting about the 673 hits that remained, assisted in Subaru's sparka. In my capacity, I have enjoyed myself quite a bit. 4 large, bulky hands clapped him on the back. Thanks to you, the mere son of a miller got to live the dream. With a man who was far more stout and supple than his appearance might suggest, he struck hands. God damn it. God damn it. Thank you, Schwartz. Against the tail of the lizardman who cried out with trembling tongue and tears in his eyes, he bumped his fist. Never forget, we're We're your comrades! While passing each other, receiving a powerful fist to the side of his face, he clutched his jaw and nodded with a got it. And then, Schwartz-sama, making it through after being jostled about by everybody. He proceeded to the kimono-clad girl who awaited him at the end of it all. Together with Yorna, who was likewise clad in a kimono, they had been waiting for Subaru. Coming to a halt before those two, Subaru first locked eyes with Yorna. Subaru. Yorna-san, thanks for everything. Also, Yorna, you do not need to give any sort of apology. The matter of that girl is a matter between her and myself. Subaru. Yorna. Additionally, you may come visit us at any time. For you, we shall give a warm welcome. Seeing the mistress of the demon city give a gentle smile, Subaru nodded deeply with a yeah. Then he once again turned to face the girl standing along with Yorna. Tanza. Subaru. You called me Schwartz-sama again now, didn't you? Tanza. For me, that is the name I am most accustomed to calling you by. Subaru. For me, too, it just doesn't feel right unless you call me that. A smile emerging on his face, Subaru crouched down before her. Before, their gazes were at the same height, but now their heights would not align unless he bent his knees like this. Now that they had returned to this height difference, he had wanted to speak to her with the same line of sight. After all, in the Empire, Tanza was Subaru's unwavering, indispensable benefactor. Subaru. Next time, without a doubt, we will not lose. Tanza. What? Subaru. That's the magic spell you cast on me. Because I had that, I didn't give up. Blinking her large, round eyes, Tanza searched her own memories for those same words. However, no matter how hard she searched, she would not be able to find them. After all, the humongous debt of gratitude that Subaru would never be able to repay no longer existed anywhere outside of Subaru. That was fine. Whether that had occurred in this reality or not, it was fine. That unfading gratitude and joy was certainly present within Subaru. Therefore, Subaru, I love you, Tanza. Tanza, if you keep going in such a manner, you will most certainly regret it, Schwartz-sama. Subaru, Rem told me something similar. If there had been more time, you two probably would have gotten along well. In exchange for that, would I die from your cold stares? Tanza, could you not get so fired up like that, and could you not die all on your own? Besides, I believe that your attitude of treating this like a lifetime farewell will end up strangling you later. Schwartz-sama. Subaru. What's that supposed to mean? Tanza. You will find out before long. As Subaru tilted his head, Tanza would not tell him the answer. Only she lightly clapped her hand against Subaru's proffered one, and after contributing to the sparkle like her other comrades in the battalion, tenderly clutching his hand with both of her own, Tanza, thank you for allowing me to stay in your care for a period longer than initially anticipated. Please, be of good health. Subaru. That long valediction, there's a shorter way to phrase it, you know. Tanza. I will not say it. Please return to your home. Parting hands with the cold Tanza, Subaru wryly smiled and used his hand to give her a pat on the head. Subaru took the fact that she did not shake him off, and her attitude which left a bit of a mystery, as parting gifts from her. And then, ooh, before him as he turned around. Spica was waiting for him alongside Rem in front of the dragon carriage. He had already spoken at length about being unable to let her go. Even so, once more, he was about to try to convey his feelings of wanting to take her home with him, but at Spica's embrace, all of that was obstructed. Tightly hugging Spica as she pounced on him, Subaru patted her on the head, and then looking up, Subaru, I'm really counting on you to take care of Spica, Cece. Silas. All right, boss. Hearing this response from the guarantor who, though reliable, caused inexhaustible worry, Subaru ultimately performed the final high five with him. After doing so, he turned around. The faces lined up there, looking over all of them. Subaru took in a large breath. And then, Subaru. May we someday meet again, everyone. Victory. Pleiades. Victory. As Subaru thrust both of his arms to the sky and shouted that aloud, the voices of the Pleiades battalion resounded. At that vigor, those who did not know of the battalion's customs were greatly perturbed, and conversely, the members of the battalion laughed and cried very much. That ridiculously noisy scene unfolded. Vincent, to the very end, you remain an enormous fool whose irreverence knows no bounds. Indeed, to the extent that the Valachian emperor would make a comment, the scene of a ridiculously boisterous farewell unfolded. Subaru, I wonder if Spica will be okay. Can she manage without us? You've been worrying non-stop, I suppose. There's no need to be so concerned, in fact. That girl is thinking much more clearly than Subaru is right now, I suppose. In the dragon carriage on their way back, Subaru rested his chin on his hand and stared out the window, while Beatrice, sitting on his lap, tugged at his cheek and scolded him. Subaru pursed his lips at Beatrice's reprimand, but he could not argue back. In fact, she was right. As Beatrice said, Spica had a more realistic outlook, taking her past as a Sin Archbishop seriously. Spica had taken action to shake off that infamous title, even though it was the sin of another her she did not remember. You treated Spica-chan very coldly for a long time, so she had the chance to understand her position. Oh, I see. Although the circumstances were what they were, Barusu is still as narrow-minded as ever, even toward a girl who is so attached to him. Subaru, across from them, the Oni sisters were holding hands side by side and delivering scathing remarks with their sharp tongues. These remarks pointed out Subaru's past actions, leaving him with no room to argue. While it was heartwarming to see the sisters so in sync, it was hard for him to smile. Personally, I am reassured by her decision. In the first place, if we were to bring her with us, she would need to be locked in a box for crisis management. Subaru, is it just me, or does your box seem to serve a different purpose and feel much less comfortable than mine? Who knows? Either way, the Empire and Anastasia's camp are in collusion on this matter. I think this was the best possible outcome. I don't really get the complicated stuff, but if she finishes dealing with all the zombies, she'll be able to come back from the Empire, right? If so, let's hope she gets it done quickly. Garfield's straightforward attitude about looking forward to Spica's return was something Subaru appreciated, especially compared to Otto's strict realism. Garfield probably had his own feelings of dislike toward the Sin Archbishops, but Garfield, my amazing self also fought Captain and the rest of y'all and tried to kill ya. Like, double-dipping the vineyard, it can be a good thing to get a second chance, right? Subaru, you've got a big heart. Unlike a certain someone. Otto, let me tell you, Natsuki-san and Garfield's so-called big hearts are more like irresponsibly wide open if you ask me. Subaru and Garfield bumped fists as Otto yelled in a loud voice. It had been a while since Subaru had heard Otto's voice with such energy. Finally free from the heavy responsibility of saving the Empire, Subaru was starting to feel like his old self again. Of course, that did not mean his worries about his companions, or about being separated from Spica, had lessened in any way, but we're in this together, after all, Amelia spoke softly to Subaru, who had narrowed his eyes in thought. When Subaru turned toward the gentle touch of her hand, he found her soft amethyst eyes looking at him with such tenderness that his chest tightened. No one had asked Subaru if he was all right now, if the depression had passed, or any of the usual questions. He was feeling down, he was hurt, and he did not know if he would ever be okay again. They understood Subaru's feelings without needing to ask. Subaru, thank you, Amelia, for coming to save me. Amelia. Subaru, thank you, everyone, for coming to save us. Subaru expressed his gratitude to Amelia and everyone else who had crossed the border and entered the land of carnage that was the Valachia Empire to help him and the others. Everyone responded to Subaru's thanks in their own way. Subaru. There were some things he had lost, things that had slipped through his fingers, disappearing into a place beyond his reach. It was her way of life, true to herself. Never once did she, or anything else, go as Subaru or anyone else wished, until the very end, in every possible way. Maybe that was why, even though he had so many regrets, Subaru Right now, I can't remember anything but your smiling face." He mourned her. She who had etched her fearless and prideful self into Subaru's memories. That was Natsuki Subaru's way of mourning her. A mix of heartfelt gratitude and appreciation for the one who had spent her final moments in conversation with him. And Subaru. While blessed with companions who stood by his side, Subaru was concerned about the other dragon carriage heading towards the kingdom, the camp of the late Priscilla, and those who were left behind. While Roswell, who was riding in that carriage, was likely providing consultation regarding the future of Priscilla's Bariel domain, Subaru's mind was focused on another issue. That was Subaru, Al. Al, who had been there during Priscilla's final moments, holding her until the very end. While Subaru was engaged in Sparka and Abel was throwing himself into his work to honor his sister's memory, many tried to fill the void left by Priscilla's absence. But Al had continuously secluded himself in his room. He had been so devastated by his loss that it seemed he might simply vanish. Now, he was on his way back to the kingdom. The reason Al was returning to the kingdom was, "Al, bro, I have a request. I heard a rumor about the Sage's Tower. Some say you can read the records of the dead inside the tower. There's a book I want to read." Subaru. Priscilla's Book of the Dead. Subaru felt conflicted. Would obtaining that book trample upon the wishes of Priscilla, who had departed so nobly? Yet, having witnessed Al and Priscilla's farewell and knowing the despair that followed for Al, Subaru wanted to help him. And so, "Subaru, is it okay if I ask for your help again, Shola?" To once again make the pilgrimage to that tower at the edge of the sea of sand was the only way Subaru felt he could support Al without relying on return by death. Interlude. Katya R. Lee. The defeat of the witch, Sphinx, at the imperial capital of Lupugana spelled the ultimate downfall of the Great Disaster. The large-scale implementation of forbidden arts devised by the witch was interrupted, and the dead who had been brought back to life by that twisted magic were all forced to remain in the land with a limited lifespan. Those who had been resurrected against their will and forced to submit to the witch's plans took the opportunity to turn themselves to dust and return to the whereabouts of the soul. But naturally, there were many who did not choose to do so. Even if they had lost their lives and had become undead, they were still people of the Empire who knew the law of iron and blood. Even if they had been revived through means beyond reason, so long as they could once again wield their swords, there would be many determined to uphold their will, regardless of whether they had life or not. Indeed, the same fighting spirit was present among the forces surrounding the fortified city. However, in reality, the battle surrounding the fortified city of Garkla was settled almost simultaneously with the conclusion of the Great Disaster, and the undead who had narrowly escaped being destroyed were forced to scatter and flee. Just why had the hosts of undead abandoned the fight and chosen to flee? It was due to the collapse of the front line caused by the absence of their commander, which led to the abandonment of the battle. The people of the Empire who did not fear death would not deem it acceptable to squander their lives in a battle that was sure to be lost, even if they were members of an undead army. As for why such a situation as the absence of a commander occurred, how could such a ridiculous turn of events ever come to fruition? Palladio spat out as he pulled at his own green hair, turning his gaze away from the crumbling formation. This should have never happened. It should have never happened. But it did. It was all due to the absurdity that was at work in everything surrounding Palladio. Given the role of commander of the great army of undead that had been sent to the fortified city, Palladio sought to fulfill his duties as a respected member of the Valachian imperial family. However, Palladio's strategies were constantly thwarted by the common people of the city, and the incompetence of the undead who did not follow orders properly compounded the difficulties, leading to a dire situation. Of course, he had no intention of giving up. However, the liabilities accumulated through absurdity began to distort, and eventually, Palladio found himself in the unfortunate situation of having to flee. Nay, this was no matter of fleeing. This was an honorable withdrawal and a strategic preparation in order to achieve victory. Otherwise, it would not have made sense for someone of the Valachian imperial family, who had borne the blood of the esteemed Evil Eye tribe, to have been subjected to such a fate. Palladio, what the hell is the Witch of Greed? Is this the ultimate result of all the grandiloquence meant to impress me? What flashed through Palladio's mind was the loathsome entity who had first collapsed amidst the accumulated liabilities. It was the anger towards the white-haired witch who, having joined under Palladio's command, and nearly turning the tide of battle, irresponsibly abandoned her role and then vanished. Everything up until her unleashing a decisive move to annihilate the fortified city by casting a spell to cause a star to fall from the sky had been fine. However, that was nullified by interference from the imperial capital, and to make matters worse, it was followed by a fierce counterattack from those harboring flames in their eyes. As far as Palladio's evil eye could see, all the living who had been holed up in the fortified city, even the helpless refugees, were imbued with flames, carrying weapons and pushing back the undead. It had occurred immediately after that. The Witch of Greed vanished into dust without even attempting to resolve the situation. Which, yes, that is right. I am Sphinx. In the end, it was infuriating that the witch, who disappeared without even glancing back, left those words behind. Why did the witch leave with such a satisfied expression? He could not understand a single thing. On top of that, Palladio was then left at a disadvantage. Palladio. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. While spewing out curses as if he were vomiting blood, Palladio fled the plain and took refuge in the forest. Around the time the Witch of Greed disappeared, Palladio understood that something unusual had happened to the undead. They who ought to have been able to resurrect ad nauseam had lost their ability to resurrect, rendering the immortal army non-functional. Battles had a certain flow to them. This was true of any battle, even more so for a major war that would determine the future of the empire. Therefore, Palladio, sensing the change in the flow of the battle, immediately abandoned his position, taking only a few attendants with him in order to withdraw from the battlefield and make the best decision to prepare for a second attack. Therefore, this was not an escape. It was a strategic preparation in order to secure victory. Palladio, today you can go ahead and think you've won. Vincent, Prisca. However, that was not more than a temporary conceded victory. In this manner, Palladio would make his getaway, make his comeback, and if he achieved an undeniable victory with his next move, one that could not be overturned by any means without the help of the witch, then this fleeting moment would be over. Next time for sure, he would place the Valatian Empire under the rule of a rightful emperor. For that purpose, Palladio had his evil eye. He, having been bestowed with this eye of the heavens, would definitely assume the seat of emperor. Palladio, with that conviction in his heart, Palladio attempted to use the power of his evil eye to ascertain the road he ought to take. And then he realized, before he could notice, not even a single member of the entourage that ought to have been accompanying him could be found. Palladio. What? Oi! Where did you all go? You bastards. Did you leave me behind and disappear somewhere? That rage of Palladio's was immediately painted over by a sensation akin to being doused with cold water. For a moment, Palladio had suspected that his entourage might have irreverently abandoned him and ran away. But in that case, there was no explanation as to why Palladio's evil eye had not perceived their fleeing backs. In that case, the reason why they had disappeared was plain and simple. They had died. Palladio. HK. Feeling the sensation of goosebumps on his bloodless undead body, Palladio promptly drew his yang sword, serving as proof of the Wallachian imperial family. It was the destiny of those who possessed the qualifications to become emperor, manifested in the form of a sword. Palladio. The arm that had grasped it was chopped off at the elbow, and Palladio collapsed onto the ground. Palladio. WWL. Unable to grasp just what had occurred, all three of his eyes widened. Immediately after, a shock ran through his remaining arm, causing him to lose both arms that were necessary for holding a sword in an instant. That this was the result of a surprise attack brought about by an axe, Palladio understood. But that was the extent of his comprehension. That alone, and not more. Palladio. Why? The evil eye that made Palladio special, the eye of the heavens. Why had it not perceived that surprise attack? He did not understand, did not understand, did not understand. That moment, A possibility suddenly flashed through his mind. In the past, Palladio had once heard a story about a foolish race, one that had committed an irredeemable sin, provoking the wrath of the most fearsome emperor of the Wallachian Empire, causing them to be engraved as beings treated as abhorrent within the law of iron and blood, their existence no longer acknowledged. Within the empire, the mere act of living was regarded as a crime warranting death for these repulsive beast people. Palladio. Wait. I won't wait. That cold, ruthless impact removed Palladio Manesque from the stage for the rest of eternity. That was the decisive blow that caused the hosts of undead surrounding the fortified city to lose their commander, beckoning the collapse of the war front that resulted in the complete and utter defeat of the great disaster hidden on the underside of history. Making the wheels of her wheelchair creak, Katya was overwhelmed by the vastness of the room she had been allotted. Katya? Nisan did say that because he became a special general, even I, as his relative, would receive special treatment. But this is just too much. Looking around the spacious room, Katya's shoulders slumped at the thought of what was to come. She had heard that, due to the effects of the great disaster and whatnot, it would take a long time for the imperial capital, where she had originally resided, to be restored. So, for the time being, the refugees from the imperial capital were required to disperse and reside within the fortified city and the surrounding towns and villages. Among them, being treated much better than the others, was Katya, her own brother being Jamal, who had, through various coincidences, gained a position at the side of the emperor, Vincent. However, Katya was not of a disposition that sought a luxurious lifestyle, and although all sorts of luxuries had been prepared for her, she was nothing more than a girl with weak legs and poor sociability, and thus did not possess the confidence to fully revel in them. That was why she altogether relinquished most of these privileges. Katya. That lot who keep creeping closer bit by bit are really annoying. To sum it up, the Orlai family was more or less on the fringes of the imperial nobility, and Katya did hold the position of being the daughter of an aristocrat. Their household employed servants, and she was not reluctant towards being cared for by them. However, unlike before when they were just a declining noble family, Jamal's current position was quite different. Perhaps, because of this, many were trying to curry favor with Katya in order to get into Jamal's good graces. Because she did not care in the slightest about such trivial assumptions or external factors, the sense of distance between her and Rem was indeed quite comfortable for Katya. Katya. Well, there's no point in talking about a girl who's no longer here. For Katya, who was aware of her own difficult and troublesome personality, Rem, who was surprisingly sharp-tongued and unhesitant to plainly state what people did not want spoken, was a good match. To put it bluntly, she was Katya's first friend. Even so, Em, along with the man and elder sister who had come to retrieve her, had ended up having to return to the kingdom of Lugunica. As the day of their parting drew near, unable to bear the sight of her looking so lonely, she had ended up promising to exchange letters with her. But she had not the slightest inkling of what to write in a letter. Katya. But, even so, my days don't have any prospects of changing for the better. Only recently had there been turbulence, but otherwise, Katya's day-to-day was fundamentally flat and monotonous, with nothing special taking place, just time that felt like a slow crawl towards death. Even if she were to write a letter to M in such a situation, she felt like she would not be able to write anything worthwhile. Then, before she could pen down something appropriate, their affection would deplete, the frequency of the letters would diminish, and sooner or later they would completely stop. Such a pessimistic future, this picture was vividly emergent within Katya's mind. Katya. I can't take it anymore. Really, I just want to die already. As soon as she was by herself, being tormented by an overwhelming feeling of loneliness, Katya's mood continued to sink. By nature, Katya was pessimistic about everything and had a strong tendency to blame herself. Only, she had had someone by her side to hold her back from dwelling upon such things. Until yesterday, that was Rem. And before that, Katya. Idiot. Truly a stupid, stupid, stupid idiot. Gripping the wheels of her wheelchair firmly, Katya softly muttered in detest. He had rudely stepped into Katya's world against her wishes, and though she refused to draw near to him, he had overbearingly pulled her close, and after whispering all sorts of intimacies she had not wanted to hear, had selfishly disappeared. Being reminded of that complete and utter fool had become extremely, extremely painful. Katya. No. I don't want to cry. Feeling the sensation of something hot slowly welling up behind her eyelids, Katya groaned. Rather than having to experience such misery, she should have died protecting Iam in the midst of the turmoil of that great disaster. If that had happened, although Rem would surely have called her an idiot, she would have remained as a thorn deep within her heart, kept unforgotten. She would have also averted being disliked even more through clumsily written letters. Dead people were unfair, for, after death, there was nothing more that could be said against them. Therefore, Katya refused to tolerate such unfairness, and spoke ill of the dead. Katya. Idiot, stupid idiot, stupid idiot, idiot. Such attempts at seeking revenge or venting anger upon them would only backfire. To continue speaking ill of someone who had died, so long as one continued speaking ill of them, it would mean none other than the fact that they were continuing to think about that person. As a result, not only did those tears well up, but even her nose had begun to feel irritated and sting. Surely if she were to look into the mirror, an unbelievably clumsy woman with a bad attitude sitting in a wheelchair would be visible. Katya. No more. I don't want to see anyone. Blurting that out, Katya spun her wheelchair around and steered it towards the bed. Although it might have been bad manners, she wanted to collapse onto the bed without undoing the braids in her hair, or changing her clothes, and just lie there until she starved to death. Of course, she was not capable of starving to death. After all, once hungry, she would surely give up on starvation, and eat something while sniffing her runny nose the same as ever. Even so, being in this kind of mood, the idea of wanting to sob while thinking about someone... Katya. Who is it? Just as she was about to move her wheelchair towards the bed, there was a knock at the door from outside. Although she felt like it was bad timing, she was hesitant to ignore it and head for the bed. Presently, everyone was in a difficult situation with delays in communication and problems arising in various places. Katya throwing a trivial tantrum here might have prevented someone from getting something done on time. Manifesting the earnestness that was at her core, Katya headed toward the door. For a moment, she was unsure of what ought to be done, knowing that she must have had a terrible look on her face, but it was truly for just a moment. Not caring about what anyone might think, Katya reached for the door, and then... Katya. Yes. Who is it? Having said this, Katya slowly opened the door and... Katya. Ah, from her slender throat a weak, raspy breath escaped. Thank you for your hard work, Escort General Jamal. Jamal, you too. The Imperial soldier gave way with a firm salute, and Jamal's mouth twisted into a smile as he returned the gesture. The title of Escort General that he had been addressed by referred to a special rank of general specifically created for Jamal, who had been recognized for his contributions fighting by the side of Emperor Vincent during the recent great battle. The role was a prestigious one, serving as Vincent's personal bodyguard. To Jamal, who originally aspired to be a general in pursuit of the Arli family's prosperity, this was a desired position. Now, Jamal could prove himself superior to those who laughed at him for not knowing his place, and most importantly, he could provide a good life for Katya, who could not survive without the support of those around her. Katya, who was passive about everything and did not recognize her own worth, would dislike such arrangements by Jamal, but she was still precious family to him, them being a lone brother and sister. Despite what she might have said, he knew Katya would not be able to refuse. Jamal, damn it. Even though she said this kind of meddling from her older brother really wasn't needed. Expressing his frustration, which he had no outlet for, Jamal's footsteps moved towards Katya. Ever since Jamal's promotion to Escort General, Katya, as his relative, had also received treatment that was different from that of ordinary Imperial citizens. For the time being, it was just a temporary residence until the reconstruction of the Imperial capital progressed, but given the hardships they had been through, he wanted to make sure that Katya lived comfortably without any inconveniences. The girl who was Katya's friend, who had been staying with her for a while, had ended up returning to the kingdom. Right about now would be a reasonable time for Katya to grieve. Jamal. And once she's done with that, I'll bring out the booze and meat I've been saving. With that said, Jamal shook the bottle of liquor and the bag of high-grade meat he had retrieved from the stockpile with his authority as a general, and thought about how to comfort Katya, slurping down first-rate alcohol while sinking his teeth into a perfectly grilled thick cut of meat. That was Jamal's way of dealing with grief. Jamal. Katya, you there? It's me. Knocking on the door, Jamal called out to Katya, who should have been in her room. Katya had a hard time going out on her own, and thus spent most of her time holed up in her room, unless she had something going on. So, she should have been doing the same at that moment. However, there was no response from inside the room, and Jamal furrowed his brows in suspicion. Jamal, you sleeping or something? Oi, I'm coming in. Since it was not unusual for Katya to sulk and sleep like she was dead, Jamal opened the door without worrying and stepped into her room. In the bedroom, which was still bare without much of a lived-in impression since she had just moved in, Jamal looked around, suspicious of the fact that there was no sign of anyone around. Jamal. Katya. Sure enough, there were no figures present in the bedroom as he peeked in. As a matter of fact, Katya could not be found anywhere in the room. And the moment that Jamal wondered if he might have missed her going out, which was unusual, that was when he noticed a letter that had been placed on the desk in the bedroom. Jamal. The letter, which had initially been outside of his awareness, intensely captured Jamal's attention. There was nothing strange about the letter itself. What was peculiar was what had been placed next to it. Present there, still vivid in Jamal's memories, was a bandana worn by a certain man. Jamal. H.K. He eagerly reached for the letter, tore open the seal messily, and glanced over the contents. Written there was the fine handwriting of the weak Katya, accompanied by a strong, contrasting handwriting. It was a marriage registration. Jamal. That fucking bastard. The moment Jamal realized the intent of the marriage registration, such a curse escaped from his mouth. Contrary to his harsh words, he could not hide the relief and joy he felt, as well as the complicated feelings of a brother who had his cherished younger sister taken away by an odious friend. Jamal. Ha, ha, ha 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 ha. To top it all off, Jamal put his palm to his face and started laughing hysterically in front of the letter. He laughed, and laughed, and laughed so much that tears streamed from the eye covered by his eye patch, that it was one of the few times tears of blessing were shed in an empire that had seen so many tears of farewell would not be recorded anywhere in the imperial history books. However, it was a fact that here on this very day, a marriage took place between a vanished noblewoman and the scoundrel who had taken her away, and to that, a lone general gave his blessing. After this, the whereabouts of Katya Lai became unknown. However, the fact that this was not something to be pessimistic about was evidenced by the unceasing arrival of letters to her only friend, and that there was not a single hint of sadness or unhappiness in the words that were written. Chapter 7. Reunion at Sandwind. It had been nearly 3 months since Subaru had last stopped in Marula, the nearest town to the Augria sand dunes. Originally, they were supposed to stop by on their way back from the Pleiades watchtower, but due to the incident at the tower, Subaru was transported all the way to Valachia, and their itinerary was blown away with it. That said, this would have been the second time in 3 months that he had visited this dilapidated roadside town. Welcome to Sandwind. When Subaru and the others went through the entrance, they were greeted by the owner, who looked displeased as he polished glasses. As Subaru recalled being greeted the same way last time, he brushed off as much sand as he could at the entrance. Even so, he could not get it all off, so he decided to accept the shopkeeper's bad mood as unavoidable, and sat down at the counter. Shopkeeper, what would you like to order? Subaru. Milk. Cold. Milk. Warm, I suppose. Milk. I would also like it warm. At the bar, the owner's face became increasingly grim as one customer after another ordered milk. Even so, he did not complain or swear, but simply started heating the milk, showing that he was a customer service professional, no matter how much he hated it. While the shopkeeper worked, Subaru removed the cloth from around his mouth with a poo-ha sound. Subaru. Phew, Even though we avoided the sand time because of what happened last time, the sand-laden wind is still blowing around. I underestimated it a bit. While he said this, Subaru used his fingers to dislodge the sand from his mouth. Next to Subaru, the girl who had also lowered her sandproof cloth nodded and said, "That's right. Even though you told me in advance. Subaru, my hair is already completely caked in sand. I'll have to brush it properly later. I'll do your hair too, Beatrice-chan." Beatrice, you have been told many times before, in fact. Betty's appearance can be reset with a snap, I suppose. Forget about Betty and concentrate on yourself, in fact. Well, I know that, but you have such luxurious hair, Beatrice-chan, that it's worth taking care of, so I just wanted to do it. Subaru, I totally get it. Playing with Biko's hair is a bit of an adventure. When it came to the topic of Beatrice's hair, Subaru was the one who maintained her signature drill twintails by combing and tying them up every morning, and so he was quite opinionated on it. As Beatrice said, it did not really need any maintenance, but it was more of a feel-good thing. In reality, Beatrice, with her hair being treated as an attraction, puffed out her cheeks. Beatrice, Betty's fashionable hair and adorable cheeks aren't playthings, I suppose. Subaru, we didn't say anything about cheeks, but they are a land of squishiness too, Biko. They feel really good to touch, don't they? Upon the appearance of an enthusiastic supporter, Subaru laughed heartily and said, "That's right," before he casually lifted Beatrice, who was sitting next to him, and sat her on his lap. Beatrice stiffened in surprise with MIU, but it was too late. Being too slow to escape, Beatrice's cheeks were pinched by two different sets of fingers from both sides. Beatrice, hey, come on. Stop it, in fact. We are in public, I suppose. Show some self-control, in fact. Subaru. Oh, Biko used to be so shy in public, but now she's grown up. She used to be so shy. She even tried to follow me into the toilet. Beatrice, that was at the very beginning of our contract, I suppose. It was a year and a half ago, in fact. The way you two are so close hasn't changed much since then. But I can understand why Beatrice-chan is so clingy with Subaru now. She had put her head on Subaru's left shoulder as she said this. Subaru was surprised by the light touch, and the girl who had met his eyes giggled with a, "Hey, yeah." She was a girl at the peak of her need for affection, yet always trying to act grown-up, making it difficult to spoil her. Subaru thought her unusual attitude was endearing, and while caressing Beatrice's cheek with one hand, he used his other hand to pat the girl's head. Shopkeeper. Hey, your milk is ready. What's with this scene? Subaru. Oh, it's here. All right, Biko. Get back to your CT. Beatrice. Saying to get back or whatever when Subaru was the one who dragged Betty in the first place, I suppose. It's so maddening, in fact. With a cup of steaming milk in the shopkeeper's hand, Subaru smiled wryly at the man's dumbfounded expression and returned Beatrice to her seat as she accepted the cup of warm milk. And, when Subaru was finally served the glass of cold milk he had ordered, Shopkeeper. Oh, I remember. You're that guy who went into the sand sea with that pretty girl before, right? Subaru. Oh, you remembered? That's right, I was the guy who got the milk that time. Shopkeeper. I heard that someone reached the Sage's Tower. It seems that many people from the royal capital will soon be heading there. Subaru? Shopkeeper. Did you manage to reach it? The shopkeeper's quiet voice was tinged with a hint of expectation and excitement. Subaru, having just taken a sip from his glass of milk, glanced down at the shopkeeper's leg. He had one prosthetic leg, and he was probably one of the people who had tried to conquer the sand sea in the past. At that time, the shopkeeper gave Subaru and the others, who were heading for the tower, some friendly advice. In response to the experienced person's question, Subaru grinned and gave a thumbs up. And then, Subaru? Yep. I went to the tower and met the sage. The noisy, overly familiar, and cute sage. I've got a bit of personal business to take care of, so I'm going to make a second attack. And that was his reply. A journey to the Ogria sand dunes, or rather, a return to the Pleiades watchtower. It was a journey that began at the request of Al, who had lost his beloved master, Priscilla Buriel, in the Valachian Empire. Al's goal was to view a Book of the Dead at the Pleiades watchtower, to read the book of the deceased Priscilla and connect with her thoughts. Subaru could not bring himself to refuse Al's heartfelt plea to do so. Subaru. Priscilla would be totally pissed, though. When he closed his eyes, he could only remember Priscilla's smiling face. That, and her prideful demeanor. Subaru understood that doing so was contrary to Priscilla's beliefs, to the extent that her angry and contemptuous gaze naturally came to mind. However, he could not help but think about it from the opposite perspective. If Subaru did not have returned by death, or if return by death was not even possible, and he had found himself in the same situation of losing someone important, much like what had happened to Priscilla. In such a situation, would Subaru be able to refrain from wanting to know the final thoughts of that someone? In the face of that question, he felt that reason and idealism would be meaningless. Of course, Subaru had no intention of reading Priscilla's Book of the Dead. He did not feel that he was qualified to do so, nor did he think it was something he could bear to read. Therefore, he could not assert with certainty whether Al had it in him or not to read it. That said, if anyone were qualified to do so, it would have been either Abel, Yorna, or Al. That was why... Subaru. I want to respect Al's feelings of wanting to read the Book of the Dead. I'm going to accompany him to the Pleiades watchtower. That's all I can do, for Al and for Priscilla. It was easy to imagine that Priscilla would not want her Book of the Dead to be read. But, at the same time, if Priscilla knew how badly her death would have shattered Al's heart, leaving him in such despair that he could not stand up, she might not have objected to him reading her Book of the Dead if she understood that it would be bull. The means to overcome it. Subaru, who had witnessed Priscilla's final moments and saw her vanish into the morning light, felt that there was significance in the exchange between Al and Priscilla. That being said, just so you know, Ram isn't coming along. Ram needs to rest properly after having finally returned. If you want to work yourself to death, do it alone. Apart from Ram, who immediately declared this upon hearing Subaru's opinion, there were naturally many who opposed Subaru going to the Pleiades watchtower with Al. Among those who objected particularly strongly were Otto and, surprisingly, Emilia. Otto. I agree with Ramzan's opinion. It is not just Ramzan. You must have also been drained by your time in the Empire, Natsuki-san. I can only imagine the physical strain and constant tension. Why not take it easy for a while? Emilia, you know, I really understand Subaru's concern for Al. I also know that Al is hurting. But, even though the tower isn't to blame, Subaru was sent all the way to Wallachia last time, right? If Subaru goes there again, I'm worried he might get sent to a place like Gustico or somewhere else next time. Otto's opinion was pragmatic, while Emilia's came from a place of anxiety. Both opinions were based on concern for Subaru, and it did not feel right to dismiss them. However, the fact that it was crucial to reach out to Al at this very moment was the decisive factor, and so, Subaru resolved to head to the tower. In reality, all he could have done was bow his head in deep apology for that matter. Otto. Garfield, could I ask you for a favor? Garfield. Oh, sure thing, Otto bro. Just like you said. I'll stick close and keep my eyes on the captain. Emilia. Beatrice holds Subaru's hand tight. Make sure you never let go. Beatrice. No need to be told, in fact. Betty also wants to avoid feeling regret, like she did when Subaru and the others were sent to the Empire, I suppose. While Subaru struggled to find the words to persuade them, Otto and Emilia, who were supposed to be standing in his way, entrusted the matter to Garfield and Beatrice, respectively. When Subaru looked at them in surprise, the two of them shrugged their shoulders and, Otto, after hearing about Al-san, I expected it would come to this. However, Emilia-sama and I have to go to the royal capital to report on Priscilla-sama's situation. So, Emilia, I was telling Beatrice and Garfield that I wanted to go too. I really want to go with you, but weighing her position and emotions on the scale of her mind, Emilia firmly decided to play her role. As a candidate for the royal selection, she had to report her decision to accept Abel's request to intervene in the battle against the great disaster in the Wallachian Empire, and that in that battle, Priscilla had lost her life. The kingdom of Lugunica would surely be greatly stirred upon hearing that. The royal selection might also experience significant developments due to the loss of a royal candidate. Nevertheless, Emilia, What I think you want to do for Al Subaru is something only you can do, as the last person Priscilla talked to look after Al. Upon seeing Amelia's sincere amethyst eyes, Subaru felt a dryness in his mouth. He was very, very sorry that the kind Amelia and Otto had taken up his burden in order for things to turn out how Subaru had wanted. Truly, Subaru should have gone to the royal capital with Amelia, both as her knight and as someone directly involved in the events of the Valatian Empire. And yet he was spoiled by everyone's kindness. "Excuse me, I am coming with you this time." While Subaru, moved by the warmth of the situation, was on the verge of tears, Petra raised her hand and spoke up. Of course, the journey to the Pleiades watchtower would be long. During the trip and at the tower, someone would have to look over everyone. Volunteering for that role, Petra flushed red in her cheeks and spoke energetically. "Petra, this time, I will be useful. Frederica Nisama and Ram Nisama, please take care of the mansion and Emilia Nisama." "Frederica, yes, you are really fired up." "Petra, yes." Since I am always left behind, I decided this time I would go without any hesitation. Even though Frederica was surprised by Petra's brave and explosive display, she still accepted it. From Subaru's standpoint as well, if Petra was going with them, then he had no complaints. With this, the members going to the watchtower were decided, and so Subaru turned to Rem for the last time. At last, having returned from Wallachia to Lugunica, he wanted to slowly attempt to regain the old memories of the past at Roswell Manor, though it was different from the previous manor, filled with memories of Rem. "Subaru, again, the fact that you're gonna make progress without me is crushing, but..." "Rem, that was the case when I reunited with Nisama as well, but please don't be disappointed over that. So, are you really going?" "Subaru, yeah, I'm going. I can't leave Al alone. Understand?" I understand. That's why you're a coward." Subaru's eyes shot wide open upon hearing that. "I went too far," Reem said, as she bowed her head in response to Subaru's reaction. "Reem, please return safely. Until then, I'll try to remember as little as possible so you won't be disappointed." "Subaru, no, that's... I don't want to selfishly get in the way of what you want to do, Rem." "Well, then, that's impossible, because I'm sure there's nothing you do that doesn't affect me." She pressed on his chest while saying so, and Subaru was unable to say anything. Staring at the silent Subaru, Rem stuck out her tongue slightly, with a mischievous expression as if to say she had got him. Subaru was even more unable to say anything. This was Rem's, and everyone else's, encouragement to push Subaru forward. And no matter how much time passed, Subaru, still unable to grow up, understood that. And thus, on this day they arrived once again at the town closest to the Augria sand dunes. Subaru's chest ached, as if sobbing as he thought of everyone who had sent him off, and of the tower's watchman with whom he had parted ways after he first challenged the tower. In front of that Subaru, the shopkeeper cast his eyes downward upon hearing the report of their arrival at the tower. "Subaru, Ansi shopkeeper." Apprehensive about the shopkeeper's reaction, Subaru called out to him, but it was to no avail. Subaru then glanced at Beatrice, seeking to confirm whether he had made a careless remark. However, Beatrice shook her head sideways at Subaru. "Beatrice, it's nothing major, I suppose. You've just got a milk mustache below your nose, in fact." Subaru. "Ah, you should have said that sooner. I was showing off over here, you know." "Petra. It was very cool. Also pretty cute as well." Subaru. "Amelia Tan is the only one I think fits that image. Cute and cool. That was a fitting description for Amelia when she was in elegant spirits. Ordinary people could only ever embody cuteness or coolness, but she was a beauty beyond miracle who combined both. Be that as it may." "Shopkeeper. Is that so? Is that so?" Setting aside Subaru, who frantically wiped his upper lip, the shopkeeper, overcome by emotion, mumbled those words under his breath. Staying that way, he wiped the area around his eyes with his fingers, and then vigorously slammed his fist on the counter. Shopkeeper. Very well, you did great. Today is my treat. Subaru. For real? Then, I was looking to buy provisions for crossing the Sand Sea again anyway. So just give me all of the food in the bar, shopkeeper. Don't get carried away. Subaru. Thought so. Saying such, Subaru joyously laughed together with the shopkeeper, who got into a truly great mood. However, the smiling shopkeeper, upon examining the girl Subaru brought together with him, gave a puzzled look. Seeing that the one who must have left an even stronger impression than Subaru himself, Amelia, was not there, the shopkeeper must have had his doubts. That was understandable, but Subaru. Unfortunately, that girl isn't together with us today. She did return safely, though. Shopkeeper. Is that so? If she's safe, then all's fine, but this seems like an even more unreliable party than last time. Beatrice. Betty will have you know that she was a party member last time as well, I suppose. Due to being busy with caring for the ill, there was no way to show up, in fact. Petra. I am an actual first-timer, but I'm not going to fall behind Amelia Nizama. Sabaru. Ooh, that's some self-confidence. How reliable. Subaru, who had not managed to pat her head earlier, reached his hand out to the girl, who proudly puffed out her chest, only for his outstretched hand to be suddenly caught by hers from below. Then the girl, Petra, looked straight into the eyes of a surprised Subaru. Petra. Subaru, did you just try to pat me? Subaru. Eh? I did, but did you not like that? Petra. I don't know, but can I ask you something? Subaru. Do you pat the heads of Amelia Nisama and Nisama as well? Being asked such by her serious voice. Subaru repeatedly blinked his eyes, and he pondered on whether he patted Amelia and Rem. Come to think of it, there were occasions where he had patted Rem's head before. But if he were to try to do so with the current Rem, he risked having his arm twisted. Furthermore, even just thinking about patting Amelia's head was difficult. Subaru. No. For various reasons, I don't really pat the head of those two. Petra. Then you can't pat mine either. Subaru. Is that so? Petra. That's right. His hand flung off. Her head abruptly turned away. Subaru was left in shock. To think that Petra of all people would go through such a rebellious phase was, to Subaru, completely out of the blue. Then, seeing Subaru in that disheartened state, Beatrice said, "Good grief, I suppose." And while shrugging her shoulders, Beatrice, "In that case, you may pat Betty's head, in fact. Just for now, you may pat as much as you please, I suppose." Subaru. Please let me pat Biko's head as much as I want forever. Beatrice. Hee. That will depend on Subaru's manners hereafter, in fact. Make sure to pat more carefully from now on so that Betty won't mind letting him, I suppose. Subaru. That's quite the it. High bar. But I'll overcome to Beatrice's grandstanding attitude. Subaru focused his attention on his fingertips, then moved his hand towards her. At Subaru's soft touch, Beatrice let out a gasp with a "Whoa." Beatrice. And now this is quite... It's not bad. Rather, it's good. It's good, I suppose. To think you hid so much potential, in fact. Subaru. How naive, Bayako. Time apart fosters love, you know. Petra. I truly feel the same way. Time apart really does that, doesn't it? Subaru. Petra-san. Isn't there some, pressure going on here? While Subaru patted Beatrice's head with his godlike touch, Petra's sharp gaze pierced through him as she moved her chair half a step closer. However, Petra feigned ignorance with a, "Is there?" towards Subaru's question. Seeing Petra's attitude, Subaru flinched nervously. Shopkeeper. Well, I get that this is quite the pleasant group you've got there, but is this really fine? Just because you succeeded the first time doesn't mean you get to treat the second like it's a walk in the park. Subaru. Yeah, I know. The biggest threat. The scantily clad sniper. Isn't there anymore? But even then, the sand, wind, and witch beasts are still well and strong. Come to think of it, that advice that Unc gave us last time, about the birds who fly towards the tower, it was really helpful. Shopkeeper. That's great. You understand the obstacles then. So, what are you gonna do? Subaru. I'll be meeting with the countermeasure. If a challenger were to conquest the Agria sand dunes, 3 obstacles would stand in their way. One was the sand wind, which grew terrifically stronger during the sand time. Another was the sand sea, which was inhabited by ferocious witch beasts. And the last was Shala, though sadly that worry had ceased to be. Thus, as for the witch beasts, which were the most likely to become the main obstacle in the challenge against the sand time, that they had no choice but to take on. Geez, this place is jam-packed with sand as always. Hearing a dissatisfied voice accompanied by the sound of sand getting brushed off coming from the entrance, Subaru and the rest of the group turned towards the one they had been waiting for, so as to have her in their field of view. The one standing there was a young girl in a black dress with her hair braided into 3 strands. Upon noticing the gazes of Subaru and the others sitting together at the counter, she widened her eyes for a moment before giving a mischievous smile. Hey, you managed to get here safely. Petra-chan and Beatrice-chan too. Nice to see the both of you well. Saying such, the girl, Miley Portrude, waved her hand as a small scorpion suddenly jumped out of her hair, wiggling its tail in sync with the movement of her hand. In that manner, Meili and the small crimson scorpion welcomed their long-awaited reunion with Subaru and the others, as well as their return to the kingdom of Lugunica. Seeing Meili's entrance, Subaru smiled to the shopkeeper on the other side of the counter behind him and said, "Subaru, that girl right there is our greatest ally in conquering the Agria sand dunes." Shopkeeper, a young man with a few screws loose and 3 little girls. Perhaps the sage's tower wasn't as far away as I thought after all. Scratching his cheek with one hand and patting Beatrice's head with the other, Subaru pondered on the dumbfounded shopkeeper's remarks as being only natural towards a group like his. Chapter 8. How to Regret. I-haired. That blue-haired one-san woke up, didn't she? Anoi-san, you were razily worried. So aren't you relieved, Noah? Yeah, I can still remember the fresh feeling I had the moment Rem woke up. Even the part where I had my fingers broken afterwards is now a good memory. Petra-chan. Has Anoi-san gotten a little weirder since he got sent flying off? Petra. Well, a lot of things happened. It's a long story, but there was a time when he was cross-dressing and even a time when he shrunk to about the same size as Beatrice-chan. Hugun? Meili, who had just joined them, leaned on the counter with her chin in her hand, wearing a puzzled look. Subaru wanted to complain about being treated like a deviant, but given that Meili had only heard a brief summary of what had happened to him in the Empire, her reaction was perfectly understandable. The connection between the presented circumstances and the events that followed seemed a bit unclear, which made Subaru feel like scratching his head in confusion as well. Subaru. Well, if I explain it from the beginning, I can tell a story that actually makes sense. Beatrice, is that so, I suppose? Daddy heard the whole story from the beginning too, but it started to become a bit difficult to follow when Subaru mentioned he had cross-dressed again, in fact. Subaru. Why that though? It was the most logical thing to do. For some reason, the operation to capture the fortress city was not fully understood, even though the results clearly proved that having Subaru able and flop dress up as women was the best strategy. Why? However, Subaru's sincere appeal did not seem to resonate at all with Beatrice, Petra, or Meili, who was drinking the cold milk she ordered. In any case, Meili. But Stionhill, to go back to the tower right after returning. Anongi-san, you're not going to get blasted off somewhere again and make Petra-chan lonely, are you? Subaru. We've had that scary discussion plenty of times already. Well, not plenty. But we've talked about it. At least, I think the cause of the teleportation issue won't happen again. Petra. Somehow, that way of saying it makes me feel even more uneasy. Noticing Meili and Petra's worried looks, Subaru adjusted his hold on Beatrice. Meili had taken the seat Beatrice was originally sitting in. With Petra on one side, Meili on the other, and Beatrice on his lap, Subaru took a moment to consider his next move. In the first place, the event that caused Subaru to be transported to the Valatian Empire was a highly irregular incident that occurred at the Pleiades watchtower. At that time, just before the incident occurred, there was an irregularity in the green room of the tower. Spica, who was believed to be Lewis at the time, appeared. Amidst the confusion of handling the situation, things took a sudden turn. That was, Subaru. The applied incorrectly. Penalty for invoking return by death was what Subaru speculated. Previously, Subaru had attended Echidna's tea party in the sanctuary and confided in her about return by death. The outcome was disastrous, not only due to Echidna's unpleasant response, but also because of the calamity in the real world upon returning from the tea party. At that time, he confessed the truth of return by death to Echidna, which triggered a penalty that covered the entire sanctuary in a black shadow, leading to a state of devastation. Subaru thought that the situations were similar. In summary, Louis Arneb, who had encountered Subaru in the Hall of Memories and learned about return by death, appeared in the green room for some reason, and that was what that black shadow, the Witch of Envy, mistakenly set out to eliminate. And as a result of the clash between the rampaging Witch of Envy and the divine dragon Volcanica, who was tasked with protecting the tower, Subaru was blasted away by the resulting force field. Subaru. That's what I'm thinking, but beyond that, it's just speculation. Ultimately, the reason why Subaru was transported to the forest of the people of Shudrak in the Empire remained unknown. It was unclear whether it was accidental, or if it was an intentional result by either the Witch of Envy or the Divine Dragon. However, considering the events that followed, Subaru did not believe it was by the intention of the Witch of Envy. The Witch of Envy had lost sight of Subaru. That was, until Subaru called out to her on the Gladiator Island. It was there for the first time that Subaru called out to the Witch of Envy, addressing her as Satella. Since then, although the nature of return by death had not changed, Subaru's perception of the Witch of Envy, who likely brought it upon him, had shifted slightly. That shift being Beatrice? Subaru, you have a troublesome look in your eyes, I suppose. Beatrice, turning around in Subaru's arms, pressed her fingers against his forehead as he remained silent and deep in thought. Subaru could not help but smile wryly at the sensation and her words. Subaru, it's a bit late to bring up the look in my eyes. Usually, people talk about how scary my face is or something like that. Beatrice, Subaru, your face is full of charm once you get used to it. In fact, the impression of you having scary eyes is probably just nonsense from people who don't know you, I suppose. Petra, yes, Beatrice-chan, that's true. Right? Miley-chan? Miley? That's Ringite. I guess you and the Witch Beast-chans are just as cute in your own wise, huh? Subaru. Bieko and Petra are too soft on me. So Miley's opinion is probably more in line with general sentiment. I've been dealing with these eyes for 18 years. I don't expect anything else of them. In fact, it had already been proven by over a year of experience that even the standard isekai trope of the reversal of beauty and ugliness was not something to expect. According to Subaru's aesthetic sense, beautiful people were beautiful, and Subaru's eyes were the most terrifying. Subaru. Enough about my eyes. Anyway, it seems like there's no need to worry about me getting teleported again. So for now, there's no concern about me causing trouble for everyone by going to the tower. Meili. I see. Well, I don't really mind. I've been fulfilling my duties properly while you were away. After all. Petra. Duties. Wait. Does that mean? Petra's eyes sparkled as she looked at Meili, who gave a somewhat proud, smug smile. Subaru had also heard about what Meili had been up to in the kingdom while he was returning from the Empire. She had been negotiating with the high-ranking officials of the kingdom, leveraging her ability to safely guide others through the Ogrius sand dunes to the Pleiades watchtower. In exchange, Meili had been seeking a pardon for the crimes she had committed in the kingdom and securing her future livelihood. Subaru. So, judging by your tone. Meili. Yep. I did. I made those important old men. What were they called? The Council of Wise Men? I made them promise me my freedom. Petra. You did it. You did it, Meili-chan. Meili. Kiaya. With a triumphantly smug expression that could almost be used as a model, Meili proudly reported her success, prompting Subaru to widen his eyes in surprise. Petra, even more excited than Subaru, reached across him to grab Miley's hand. As a result, the two girls ended up holding hands over Beatrice's stomach. Subaru. I'll take advantage of the moment and gently put my hand in there too. Beatrice. It's a bit ticklish, but Betty will join in too, in fact. You did well, I suppose. Subaru and Beatrice added their hands to the mix, and the four of them ended up holding hands together in a show of camaraderie. The shopkeeper on the other side of the counter looked at Subaru and the others with a strange expression, but Subaru consciously ignored it, deciding not to worry too much about onlookers during this joyful moment. With their hands laid on top of each other, Meili said, "Thank you," in a small voice before continuing, "Miley. An anyone is my ability to control which beast chans is highly valued by the kingdom. I'm using it at your request, so make sure to show some gratitude." Subaru. Wow. That's quite the bold attitude, but it's fine. I don't mind a big mouth, and of course, I won't forget to show my gratitude. You've really done a lot of reflecting, haven't you, Meili? What do you mean by that? Do you want me to push you down the stairs again? Though Subaru understood that Miley's words were just her way of hiding her embarrassment, the memory of his spectacular tumble down the stairs made every single one of his bones creak in recollection. However, what caught even more attention than Miley's slip of the tongue was, "Petra, Miley-chan, what do you mean by that? What did you do, Meili?" Petra. Hey, I didn't get a chance to hear the full story, but what happened at the tower? You apologized for not being able to stop Subaru from being teleported, but is there anything else you need to apologize for, Meili? Petra-chan, your eyes are looking a little scary. Petra Meili-chan. Meili... Petra's hands, still resting on Beatrice's stomach, gripped Miley's hands firmly, not allowing her to escape. Realizing this, Meili turned to Subaru with pleading eyes. Miley. Oni-san, Auntie-san, help. Subaru. Sorry, Meili. The Council of Wise Men might overlook your mistakes because of your rare abilities, but your friends are here to properly scold you. Friends like that are precious. Beatrice. Regrets don't come first, in fact. Lessons should be learned from them, I suppose. Miley. Come on. With those words, Subaru picked up Beatrice and slid his chair back, distancing himself from Petra and Miley. Petra immediately closed the gap with her chair, leaving Meili with no way to escape. Watching the two of them, Subaru and Beatrice drank their milk together. Beatrice, it was good that you were able to save Meili back then, in fact. Subaru, thanks. Beatrice expressed Subaru's feelings in a small voice. Subaru, filled with affection, gently stroked her head as he watched the endearing interactions between the two girls. Above the teary-eyed Miley's head, a small scorpion was clicking its pincers sharply. The duty that had been entrusted to Garfield Tinsel was a heavy one. The faith of his comrades resting upon his shoulders was something that Garfield understood to a painful extent. They were putting their trust in him. That if Garfield was present, then the members traveling to the Pleiades watchtower, composed of Subaru, Beatrice, and Petra, would not end up facing any danger. Thus, he wanted to respond to that faith. Garfield had resolved himself to respond to it. Garfield. Yo, it'd be best for you to drink a little water. The atmosphere here's all dry, 'cause of the sand gusts. You never know when your throat might get parched up. And with those words, Garfield called out to Al, who was seated within the dragon carriage. Inside the single-wagon dragon carriage pulled by Patrash, Al was hugging one of his knees as he sat. He was the individual who could be called the reason, or urge, of this journey towards the Pleiades watchtower. The man who was formerly the knight of royal candidate Priscilla Bariel. He had watched as his master disappeared before his very eyes, and in order to compensate for that sense of loss, he sought a book of the dead within the tower. Whether that was a good or a bad thing, Garfield did not know. When Garfield had first heard about the books of the dead of the Pleiades watchtower, to be perfectly honest, he thought he wanted to see those books by all means necessary. Because of the situation, they were busy with the priority of going to save Subaru since he had been sent to the Empire. so there had not been a place for him to discuss the topic in earnest. But he had certainly thought in such a manner. By nature, Garfield loved reading books about great figures from history. He had fond memories of reading books in the sanctuary until they were completely worn out, including The Legend of Reed Astria, a book describing the life of Reed Astria, whom Subaru and the others had met firsthand. To hear that the lifetime memories of not only Reed, but of many great figures whose names had been engraved in history, were all lined up in the library that stored the books of the dead, was a matter that caused his chest to throb with excitement. The reason why Garfield was then slightly opposed to the thought of Al wanting to read Priscilla's Book of the Dead was a sensation stemming from some sort of logic. Did knowing the person make it all right to read it? Or did knowing the person make it wrong to do so? It was not just Garfield who did not possess the correct answer to that, but also Subaru. Therefore, Garfield, until you do what you gotta do at the tower, you can't be collapsing on us. Hey! Gnashing his canines, Garfield tossed a canteen over to Al. It slowly drew an arc as it spun through the air, making its way towards Al. Al. Oh, my bad, bud. My throat was just about feeling parched. Catching the canteen with a light sound, Al skillfully raised the jaw of his helmet with his single right arm and gently brought the mouth of it to his own lips. Then, Al gulped down the water quite quickly and gave a refreshed exhale of Eep, that really brings me back to life. Really, you guys are always taking such good care of me. I'm grateful, even though you should be frowning upon me for causing Bro's team to split up like this. Garfield. Give me a break? Don't you have any self-awareness? Al? Well, it's not like I'm not looking at my surroundings. I'd say that. At least more than that old man who disappeared to who knows where. I'm calm. Real calm. Garfield. Al gave his answer while waving around the canteen that had been mostly emptied, to which Garfield flared his nostrils, feeling as if he had eaten a bitter bug. The topic of the missing person whom Al had brought up was about Heinkel. As one of the members of the Priscilla camp, after her passing, Heinkel's mind had been quite disturbed, and he had disappeared a few days before Garfield and the others departed from the Empire. Garfield had participated in the search, but tracing a scent through a town where thousands of people were entering and exiting on a daily basis was a difficult feat, and so ultimately, they were unable to find him. Garfield. Emilia Sama also seemed to be super depressed. When Heinkel's whereabouts became unknown, Emilia had felt a terrible sense of responsibility. He heard that she had come into contact with Heinkel on an occasion Garfield and the others had been unaware of, and it seemed that he clung on to her quite intensely on that instance. After that, without getting the chance to talk with him again, Heinkel disappeared. To an extent similar to Emilia, Garfield was also disheartened. After all, he had inadvertently crossed paths with Heinkel many times, and they held out on the same battlefield together in the fight against a great disaster. Garfield. Who are you? Ain't you worried about Pops? Yeah. I guess I'd say I'm worried about him, but that's because both me and the old man are at a fine age. Fellow middle-aged geezers ought to worry about each other, right? Garfield, the fuck's it gotta do with age? It's only natural to worry about your comrades. When you start talking like that, then you got Beatrice, Emilia Sama, and Nana, who are all over 100 years old. Al. I guess things get pretty confusing at Bro's place if you rank seniority by age. I do think everything that you're saying is completely correct, bud. It's Garfield. What? All things considered. My plate's also pretty damn full right now. Saying that, he raised the hand holding the canteen and lowered his head, leaving Garfield at a loss for words. Following that, he also began to get a bit embarrassed for pressing Al so emotionally. Just now, Garfield had been one-sidedly venting his feelings of powerlessness. In addition, Garfield, though, it's still different from captains. Narrowing his emerald green eyes as Garfield checked the sharpness of his canines with the tip of his tongue, he discreetly examined Al's state and recalled what Otto had told him. Having witnessed Priscilla's death, Subaru and Al had sustained great wounds to their hearts. Everybody had received a shock from Priscilla's death, but the wounds received by these two had undoubtedly been the greatest, and so the way they faced those wounds was distinct when compared to others. Trying to make amends under the guise of Sparka, Subaru had himself beat down by the many comrades he had encountered in the Empire. That pitiful, reckless endeavor was repealed via the support and assistance of his surroundings. But whether it be equivalent, or even greater, Al was currently in need of something. Garfield did not sense any issues within his responses during the time of this conversation, but before Subaru and the rest had proposed to accompany him, Al was initially going to force himself to head to the tower alone. That would have likely been an act tantamount to suicide. A fact Garfield was sure of, having heard about the severity of the Agria sand dunes from his comrades. There was even the possibility that Al had fallen into such despair that he would not have minded losing his life en route to the tower. Subaru, I want to respect Al's feelings of wanting to read the Book of the Dead. I'm going to accompany him to the Pleiades watchtower. That's all I can do for Al and for Priscilla. Having noticed those perilous signs within Al, nobody stopped Subaru as he spoke that out. To not accompany Al was equivalent to leaving him to die at the Sand Sea. It was the consensus of the camp that there had already been enough casualties. Al, but, aren't Bro and the rest out shopping? Would have been best for you to follow them since you're the strongest, bud. If it's just the dragon carriage, then I'd be able to watch over it alone. Garfield, you really think we can just leave a guy from another camp here by himself? My amazing self's here to keep an eye on you. Al, it's lonely to be treated as an outsider. Aren't we buddies who saved the Empire together? And that was also the reason why Al had lost everything precious to him. How to mourn, how to despair, how to regret. Such methods differed from person to person. Garfield too had an experience of being stuck completely helpless at a dead end, only left to despair. In order to get back on his feet, Garfield had borrowed the strength of Subaru, Ram, Otto, and everybody else. So now he wanted to be there for somebody else in that same position. Garfield, I had thought my amazing self could be there for Pops too. The missing Heinkel must also have his own despair. That such a thing had cast a great shadow over his life was something Garfield more or less understood. Precisely because he understood, he felt sorry for Heinkel, who had no choice but to shoulder everything on his own. It appears that the atmosphere in the carriage is rather stagnant, depressing, and just as Garfield had been thinking that, the door to the dragon carriage opened, and the person who appeared from outside spoke those words. When Garfield turned around in surprise and saw that it was someone he knew, he let out a sigh. Garfield, don't fucking freak me out like that. Got me thinking. It was something like the sound of Woozle's wind. Excuse my rudeness in asking, but considering your duty, would it not be a problem in and of itself that you are unable to cope with sudden situations? Inquiry. Garfield. Ugh, that's a bit... Again, excuse my rudeness. I attempted to trip you up. Apology. Saying that, placing a finger on his lips as he winked, was a man with a slender face, meticulously trimmed navy blue hair, and a monocle over one eye. Klein. This man who cast an unfathomable atmosphere around him worked as a servant for Roswell's relative Anaros Mylod, and was on poor terms with Garfield's older sister, Frederica. Moreover, this was the person with whom they had arranged to meet in Merula, the nearest town to the Sand Sea. Garfield. Amazing. Ain't where's that Melee girl? Timing just damn perfect. Klein. She is accompanying me. Certainly. As for my punctuality, it is not something that deserves praise. As a butler, I have simply fulfilled my duties. Garfield, you really think that any other butler is fucking able to do something like taking an entire dragon carriage from one end of the country to the other so easily? Garfield was fed up with Klein, who placed his hand on his chest with great humility. In bringing Subaru and Trem home from the Empire, Klein had fulfilled a very important role, on a level that he might even be the MVP of the camp. It would seem that Klein could use magic similar to that of door crossing, which allowed one to cross through space, and through that, he had been very useful and versatile in making preparations for their journey to the Empire. The reason they had met up here was to retrieve Melee, who was indispensable personnel for crossing the Agria sand dunes. Klein, regarding Miley Sama, I have sent her straight to Subaru Sama and the others. I have come to the dragon carriage to report on her arrival. Praiseworthy. Garfield. Thanks. By the way, did you not bring Emilia Sama or Atobra with ya? Klein. My apologies. The payment made by the master was limited to the act of bringing back Subaru-sama and Rem-sama, who were sent to the Empire. Bringing Meili here was the least I could do as a favor. Sincerity. Garfield. Gotcha. If there's a reason, I won't ask you to do the impossible. Klein bowed deeply, and although his tone remained flat, there was a sense of consistent apology in his demeanor, and it seemed that he had reasons that were beyond his control. In the past, Garfield had a bad habit of losing all reason when he underwent beatification, but the reason he was able to overcome this was because he had been granted an opportunity to do so. He did not know if Klein's limitations were of the same sort or not, so Garfield refrained from saying anything presumptuous, despite having had a similar experience. Garfield. Well, not like our amazing selves are the only ones. Yoel-san. Let me introduce ya. This is one of our amazing selves' allies. Klein. He's real chummy with that Roswell bastard. Klein. While it is exquisitely chilly, yet quite difficult to deny, I thank you for the introduction. Having received that introduction, my name is Klein. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Oh. Realizing that he had ignored Al while they had been speaking, Garfield introduced Klein. Giving a slightly wry smile, Klein faced Al and greeted him. From Garfield's point of view, it seemed strange that Klein, who had been close with Roswell for a long time, would now deny getting along well with him. But Klein? Al-sama? Dubious. Aside from Garfield's thoughts, Klein frowned with skepticism. The reason was Al's reaction to Klein's greeting, in which he gave no response. Al. Maintaining his silence, Al stared intently at Klein's face. Of course, his expression was not visible with his helmet on, but the atmosphere he was exuding, something close to shock or bewilderment, could easily be felt. However, Garfield did not understand the meaning of that reaction in itself. Garfield. Huh? Klein. Do you know Al-san? Klein. No. Forgive me. But I have no recollection of him. Al-sama. Have we met somewhere before? Verification. Klein shook his head and denied Garfield's suspicion. If Klein could not recall any such thing, then he was likely not mistaken. As previously mentioned, Klein could use special magic, but he also had outstanding abilities as a butler. He was the one who trained Frederica and Ram as servants, and he was also the one who had taught Subaru how to use a whip. He might not have been stronger than Garfield, but his mannerisms also gave the impression that he was no ordinary person, and certainly possessed great power. If he had no memory of this, then it was probably true that, at least on Klein's side, they were not acquainted. And as for Al, nah, never had any of that acquaintance. Without a doubt, this is the very first meeting between you and I, Garfield. So, the hell was up with that profound silence just now? Al, my bad. It's just kinda troublesome to memorize new things. You said you were called Klein-san? The name's Aldel. I'm indebted to Bro, and to your allies. Klein, I am at your service. I look forward to working with you from now on. Perpetuity. Al, perpetuity is a bit long, but yeah, looking forward to working with you. Waving his hand, Al readily responded to Klein's light-hearted words. While watching the two of them interact, Garfield felt that Al's behavior was somewhat unnatural, but he missed the opportunity to mention it. Garfield. Whatever, I guess. Now that Klein had brought Meili here, the real expedition into the Agria sand dunes could begin. The witch beasts that swarmed the sand sea could be driven away thanks to Meili's power. But there were still many things to prepare for, such as the sand-time vortex of the sand wind, that must be passed through in order to reach the tower. He heard that last time. There was a scene where Emilia and Julius, who had accompanied them on their journey, had displayed their abilities. Garfield, I'll give 'em hell. My amazing self will protect Captain everyone else no matter what. Garfield roared, bringing his fists together before his chest. The sense of purpose surging up within him was proof of the determination that was erupting from the unshakable awareness that now inspired Garfield. Such was Garfield's determination, fervent with excited breaths, however. Meili. Very good. A safe arrival. I'm relieved that nothing happened this May. Saying those words, Meili hopped down from the driver's seat onto the sand, and with the gargantuan door that was the entrance to the tower behind her, she spread out both her arms. The eastern edge of the Agria sand dunes. The path to the Pleiades watchtower, which even the Sword Saint had given up on traversing due to his failure to reach it, was now easily surmounted by them. Garfiel. Gao. Having firmly vowed to protect his comrades no matter the obstacle, Garfiel ought to have been pleased with the anticlimactic result, and yet he could not help but mutter that with a somewhat unsatisfied look on his face. Chapter 9. High-Efficiency Sorceress Induction Door. I am glad you have returned safely. Relief. With few words, Klein expressed that he was pleased to see Subaru return. Since being made Emilia's knight, Subaru had put in great efforts to live up to his title, and this man had taught him how to train his body and handle a whip, as well as many things that had led to his current confidence. He could be said to be Subaru's true teacher in this world. Despite his position, he had always maintained a certain distance with the people of the mansion he served, even with Subaru. But when he spoke of their reunion, he touched his shoulder and seemed to have a slight smile on his face, which was quite impactful. At the same time, Subaru was also worried about Klein, who seemed unfazed by anything. Subaru. Of course, that's only natural. Or I guess I should say, I'm really sorry. Klein-san, I heard you were a huge help to Emilia Tan and the others when they came to get me. Klein. No, I only did what was possible within my abilities. I have received a fair amount of compensation, so there were few issues. Acceptable. Subaru. Klein-san. Klein. Moreover, does an apology in such a situation not differ from the policy of the camp? Question. Subaru. Huh? Klein. If it were Emilia-sama, who you look up to as your master, who is developing with purity and bravery while still retaining her childlike nature, what would she say at a time like this? Contemplation. At Klein's words, Subaru took a small breath. His evaluation of Emilia was permeated with his partiality towards children who overflowed with infinite potential. But Subaru understood what he was trying to say. In a situation like this, instead of apologizing for having something done for her, Emilia would say, Subaru, not sorry, but thank you, Klein. Indeed. Excellent answer. The fact that he answered with a straight face without smiling was very Klein-like. Subaru scratched his cheek with his finger and smiled wryly at his teacher's unreadable feelings. This elusive quality of his probably contributed to the hardships of Anaros, Klein's lady, and the complicated feelings of Frederica, who he had known for many years. But then again, given that Frederica talked about Klein far too often for someone who supposedly disliked him, her complex inner feelings did not seem like something for an outsider to comment on. Klein. Speaking of which, it was said in the preceding bird mail that Frederica would also be accompanying you, but I have yet to locate her tall, conspicuous figure. Verification. Subaru. Ah, that's right. Frederica was supposed to come along at first, but she changed her plans at the last minute, and went together with Roswell instead. Subaru answered Klein's question, keeping an eye on the distant sky. At present, the Emilia camp, including Subaru's current party, was divided into groups to carry out different tasks throughout the kingdom of Lagunica. Emilia and Otto headed to the royal capital to report on the events in the empire. Ram was looking after Em, who was resting at the mansion to recover her memories, and Roswell and Frederica had headed to the south of the kingdom, to the Bariel domain. With the death of Priscilla, and with her husband Light Bariel having passed away a while ago, the Bariel domain was bereaved of its lord, extolled as the Sun Princess, and great disorder was to be expected. With the aim of minimizing such tumult, Roswell accompanied Schult, who had chosen to return straight to the Priscilla camp, and Frederica had also gone along with them. Frederica is good with children, and is liked by Schult, so she can be trusted to take care of things, I suppose. Just thinking about Roswell going there on his own is enough to make a person shudder, in fact. Subaru, I get what you mean, but don't go around saying that too much. Roswell has mellowed a lot, even this time. Emilia Tan asked for his help with Schult, and he accepted in no time. As always, Beatrice's harsh words for Roswell were quite endearing. But Subaru was very grateful for how he had handled the situation this time. Emilia, who had apparently spoken with Schult while Subaru engaged in Sparka, also seemed relieved that Roswell had taken care of the situation. To be perfectly honest, Subaru could not help but wonder if Roswaal was only willing to help out with the situation of another camp without any hesitation, because he wanted to have influence over the Burial domain. Even if that were the case, he thought Roswaal was more trustworthy than other people who harbored ambition. That was the conclusion Subaru came to for the time being. To begin with, if it was a matter of getting involved in the affairs of other camps, Subaru had already been sticking his nose in much more boldly than Amelia or Roswaal. Subaru. While thinking this, Subaru expressed another complex feeling of gratitude to Roswaal. That when Subaru failed to save Priscilla, Roswaal had not followed through on his past declaration. Subaru's return by death. Even though Roswaal was unaware that death was the impetus, he recognized that Subaru had the authority to redo things, and after the battle in the sanctuary, he clearly declared that he would not allow Natsuki Subaru to take a path of compromise when it came to the loss of those around him. Roswaal had said that if Subaru ever failed to save someone important to him, he would incinerate everything in an inferno of his flames, forcing Subaru to reset that world. That was no empty threat or joke, but a genuine declaration. However, Roswaal did not attempt to make that terrifying scene of flames a reality on this occasion, as if to add insult to injury after Subaru's failure to save Priscilla. Whether this signified some kind of change in Roswaal, or whether he did not count Priscilla among the people for whom Subaru would reset, he did not know. Albeit, he really hoped that it was the former. Subaru. Well, that's why Frederica is with Roswaal. If you want to see her, Klein-san, you can just hop over there. Klein. Unfortunately, my method of transportation is not all-powerful. Additional. In addition, concerning the matter of going out of my way just because of wanting to see Frederica. Denial. However, Subaru. However, Klein. I was merely concerned about the fact that things are not going according to the original plan. Trivial. Klein added this after briefly shaking his head, making Subaru raise his eyebrows. Although Klein's point of view was understandable, things did not always go according to plan. Not to say that one should be overly flexible, but being too rigid could cause one to be unable to do anything. First of all, if it had not been Frederica, it would have been Petra who accompanied Roswaal. Internally, within the camp, that would have been a much more concerning situation. That was why this combination of personnel came about naturally. Klein. Subaru. Klein-san. Klein. Apologies for always beating around the bush. Acknowledgement. Considering my position, my remark was out of line. Concern. Klein bowed his head as he said this, and Subaru thought his attitude of drawing a line between himself and others like that was lonely. Originally, he was a person who knew how to distinguish between his own and other people's areas of responsibility, but Subaru. I'm not Roswaal or Anaros, so I don't think there's anything like being out of line with me. You should know, Klein-san, that you're one of us. There was a reason why he had thanked him earlier. If someone went to such lengths in order to help you out, then what were they if not a comrade? Subaru. Klein-san, you and I are both on the side of the brave and cute Amelia Tan, yeah? Klein? Yes. Indeed. Affirmation. However, like you, Subaru-sama, who is expected to grow up quickly, I am in a position where I want to watch over the budding potential and growth. Cradle. Subaru. I feel the divide between incompatible factions who support the same idol. Beatrice. Incidentally, Betty's position is that Amelia's growth would make Bubby proud, I suppose. Even within the camp, it was clear that there were big differences in the way that Amelia was being supported. But Beatrice's opinion was the most mature. Anyway, it was a great help that Klein could travel the long distance in one go with Miley, who was essential for surmounting the Agria sand dunes. Subaru. What will you do after this, Klein-san? Klein. Although it concerns my lady's life, I have been unable to concentrate on my duties as a butler for some time. Introspection. When the master and Amelia Salma return, things will likely get busy again. Therefore, I intended to leave you all in Frederica's care and turn back. Contemplation. Narrowing his eyes, a look of worry was visible through Klein's monocle. It was clear that his contemplation was centered around his lady, Anaros. Albeit young, Anaros already possessed the spirit of a first-class noble, and while she was dependable, she was also somewhat at risk. As her closest retainer, Klein must have felt uneasy about leaving her side for long periods of time. That was why... Subaru. It's all right, Klein-san. Garfield's here too. Petra's also becoming more and more reliable. Go back and grant some peace of mind to Anna Rose. After that scene, Subaru and his group set out to conquer the Augria sand dunes with Miley in tow, and although they had succeeded splendidly, seriously now, my amazing self didn't get any damn opportunity to shine. Well, since we just parted from Klein-san telling him that everything would be okay if any problem arose, then it had been hard on him. I say it's good that nothing happened. I get it, you know? I really do get it, you know? But still, what about my amazing self's feelings after getting all fired up for this? Crestfallen, Garfield stood with his head hung low before the main entrance to the Pleiades watchtower. Within the blowing sand wind, Garfield was hunched over looking dejected, and Miley, who was the greatest contributor to overcoming the sand sea, crossed her arms and puffed out her cheeks. Meili. What? It's not as if it's my fault, Lieutenant. If the Fang Danui-san wants to show off his strength so badly, how about making a round trip across the sandpit by himself? Petra, Meili-chan, don't provoke him like that. Sorry, Garf-san. Meili-chan didn't speak out of malice. She just doesn't know when to keep her mouth shut. Miley. Petra-chan is quite harsh. Miley, who had taken offense, reluctantly withdrew due to the mediation from Petra. The exchange at the bar in Marula was not the only reason. Rather, in the power balance between these two, Petra was for some reason overwhelmingly superior, which made for an intriguing friendship. Subaru. As I thought, is this because of the power dynamic between the one who feeds and the one being fed? Beatrice. It is doubtful if that is the case, in fact. Finding someone who can match Petra in the mansion is rare, I suppose. Only Emilia and Ram, in fact. Subaru. Emilia-tan is naturally strong. And Ram is just strong, plain and simple. Subaru nodded at the interjection from Beatrice, agreeing with her point. Needless to say, neither Subaru nor Beatrice would ever be caught claiming that they could beat Petra. They knew exactly where they stood. How admirable. Subaru. Then again, coming back here once again, something is slowly welling up within me. Within the heart of Subaru, who had spoken thus, a dull throbbing ache began to form at the sight of the majestic tower before him. It was the place from which he had been sent away to the Valachian Empire, and although so much had happened since then, it was also the place that had fortuitously brought Spica to him. However, what made Subaru's heart ache the most at this moment was she whom he had lost. Subaru. Shola. The first person whom Natsuki Subaru, who possessed return by death, was unable to save. Priscilla had been added to that, and even though Subaru's mind ought to have been cognizant of the fact that return by death was not omnipotent, he was forced to realize the same with the very depths of his soul. That was why, such thoughts, such wounds, he wished to never have to experience them again. Beatrice. However, it is truly a relief, I suppose. After all, having to go through all that hassle just to get to the tower is undesirable. In fact, perhaps understanding Subaru's innermost thoughts through their linked hands, Beatrice chose not to touch upon Subaru's sentiments, and Subaru also nodded back with a yes. The Pleiades watchtower itself was visible at a distance even from Marula. Compared to before, the density of the clouds and dust plumes that enshrouded it had diminished, putting the fear of losing sight of the tower at an almost non-existent level. Of course, this would no longer be the case during the sand time, when the sand wind grew stronger. But now that he had conquered it once before and knew of the warping of space within the sand time that led to the tower, he had rather looked forward to its arrival. Beatrice. Even within that sand wind, he contributed greatly by keeping vigilant watch over the surroundings of the dragon carriage and avoiding the rocks and valleys. And yet, Garfield is still far too upset, I suppose. Subaru. That we could preemptively prevent a crisis. That surely was thanks to his efforts. Well, perhaps what Garfield needs to work on in the future is him feeling like he hasn't gotten his job done unless he uses his muscles. If one were to simply rank the contributors to overcoming the sand sea, Garfield would surely be among the top 3. Of course, one of them was Miley, and the other, Subaru. Sorry to make you keep taking these excursions with us, Petrash. Time and time again, your stamina, your ability to break through, and your grace are what come to my aid. Patrash, Dodogyuon, when Subaru called out to her. Patrash neighed as if to say that it was a matter of course. Of course, in the Valatian Empire, and once again on the way to the Pleiades watchtower, she who pulled the dragon carriage was undoubtedly an indispensable member. The long journey was still ongoing, and there had been no time to unwind. So, once they returned to the mansion, and time could be made for some relaxation, she needed to be shown appreciation by brushing her or taking her for a picnic or whatever. And so, while Subaru and the others congratulated each other for having made it to the tower safely, Al, this is getting off the dragon carriage after Subaru and the others. Al calmly looked up at the tower and muttered thus in a hoarse voice. The fleeting emotions that were blended into Al's voice by their sheer sincerity made Subaru's cheeks nearly stiffen, so he hastily pinched them with his fingers to endure the urge. Throughout the journey, Subaru tried his best to avoid looking too serious or worried in front of Al. The purpose of the journey was what it was. It was impossible to forget about that and act as if it was nothing special. Nevertheless, he still wanted to avoid treating Al too delicately and touching on that sore spot as much as possible. At least that was what Subaru would have thought, had the situation been the inverse. Subaru, our objective, the Pleiades watchtower. The journey might have been a bit cramped, but I'm glad we made it. Being conscious of that, Subaru nuzzled the cheeks he had been pinching and called out to Al. After Subaru called out to him, Al trained his gaze upon the tower. Al, the journey wasn't cramped at all. The kids took great care of me. So despite me being a burden, it was a pretty comfortable trip for me. Subaru? About you being a burden. You're not. Al. Ah, my bad. I'm not being sarcastic or ironic. It's no good. I ended up saying something unnecessary. How pathetic for a grown man to act this way. Slowly shaking his head, Al muttered as he placed his hand upon his helmeted forehead. Subaru, who could understand a portion of the difficult state of mind that Al was in, found it hard to say something appropriate. Just as Subaru was concerned about Al was also concerned about Subaru and everyone else. However, even if one were to try to pretend that they were not depressed, since the reality would be that they indeed were depressed, such a pretense would be unable to produce its intended effect. As a result, they would end up displaying a strange bravado, and a mindset of saying things that need not be spoken would come into play. Beatrice, nobody thinks that you're a pathetic man all the time, in fact. Everyone has moments when they cannot hold their head high, I suppose. What is important while doing so is reflecting upon it, in fact. Al, sheesh, that consolation really does touch me deeply. Thank you, Biko-chan. Beatrice, that manner of address, only Subaru is allowed to use it, I suppose. Be careful next time, in fact. Beatrice replied to Al with an irritated look on her face, and Subaru, feeling affectionate, gently stroked her head. Then, as he headed towards Garfiel and the others who were attempting to open the main gate of the tower, Al, bro, thank you. Al's appreciative voice echoed from behind, making Subaru almost stop for a moment. But in the end, he just waved over his shoulder and proceeded towards the entrance of the tower with Beatrice. He held various hesitations about coming to the Pleiades watchtower, such as if seeking Priscilla's Book of the Dead was truly the right thing to do or not. However, before considering whether or not they could actually find her Book of the Dead, he was certain of one thing, that his concerns about Al had not been meaningless. Subsequently, Petra. Subaru. This big door. How do we open it? Subaru. It's certainly huge, but it isn't as heavy as it looks. If I put all my weight into it and push with all my might, it should open up just a little. Petra, you used force? Melee. Oh yes, because it had been opened previously by Naked One Isan, Emilia One Isan. And then, by the Sword Saint, I had forgotten. Beside Petra, whose eyes had widened in surprise, Melee blurted so while hugging her elbows. It was slightly surprising to hear her mention the existence known as the Sword Saint Reinhard, but apparently, during Subaru's absence, In order to gain the approval of the Council of Wise Men, Meili had visited the tower once with Felt and Einhard. In other words, this was the third time that Meili had visited the tower in a short while. Probably, across the entire world, she was the woman foremost in the number of visits to the Pleiades watchtower, and it was likely that her count would only continue to increase in the future. Meili. Yep, when I came here the last time, Garfield. Hey, wait a minute. We'll talk about that, but let's get inside the tower already. If force is what you need to open it, then this is where my amazing self comes in. Then, interrupting Meili as she tried to talk about her previous journey, Garfield cracked his knuckles and stepped forward. In response to the words, "by force," it was quite adorable of him to become proactive and take this as his time to shine. But in truth, Garfield was indeed fully qualified. Thinking that, Subaru also encouraged him with an "I'm counting on you." It happened at that moment. Garfield, His long-awaited opportunity having finally come around, Garfield had been about to challenge the door. Then, before his eyes, the sound of stone scraping against stone rang out as it slowly opened. Of course, Garfield had yet to even touch the door. Opposite to Garfield, as he was astonished by that fact, out from the opened gap in the door. How about that? Take you by surprise, considering that there will likely be more people coming to the tower from here on out, as well as the cleanup of the miasma drifting over the Augria sand dunes. I've constructed a brand new mechanism. Audible was the voice of a man brimming with confidence and pride. The figure of the person to give the statement, packed with a smiling, boastful nuance, was slowly but surely exposed to the eyes of Subaru's party. Waiting, there was a person with neatly trimmed green hair, clad in a black robe. Robed figure. It is a mechanism that funnels a minuscule, yet specific amount of mana through a magic circle in order to operate the door. Through such means, I have rectified the inefficient state of the tower, starting with its cumbersome gate. I have dubbed this construction the High-Efficiency Sorceress Induction Door. It's a door that opens automatically, so it's an automatic door. Robed figure. Enga. As the voltage of his voice increased, right before it was about to hit its apex, a cold voice interrupted like a douse of cold water, leading his vigor to fall flat on its face. His voice choking up, the robed man looked beside him in shock. As short as a child, the man pointed to the person standing next to him while trembling all over. Robed figure. Miss Flam, you should know this by now with how many times I've said it. It may be modest with its convenience difficult to understand, but it is a brand new technology that someday ought to be used in many facilities. For this reason, an appropriate name is indispensable. Flam. But it's hard to say and hard to remember. Automatic door works fine. Robed figure. Such a cheap name. Next to the man frozen up with his eyes widened, a young peach-haired girl slowly shook her head. Greeted by two figures who were roughly the same height, the reception had seemed to leave this side a bit behind, but setting that aside, Subaru called out with a "Hey" to the people who had arrived here before them. Subaru. Sorry for interrupting while you're in the middle of something, but you two are Meili. They're Sensei-san and Flam-chan, Ani-san. As Subaru tried to ask about their identity, Meili interjected like so. Judging the words she spoke to be sensei and the name of a girl, and based on Meili's attitude of seemingly knowing these people, he was able to guess who they were. Last time when Meili visited the Pleiades watchtower with Felt and the others, they had left behind people at the tower to keep watch and serve as a means of communication. The Felt camps. Robed figure. Might that be Garfield Dono over there? Long time no see. Ever since Pristella, eh? Have you been well, I wonder? It is I, Ezo Cadner, Flam. Ezo-sama is as spirited and noisy as always today. Ezo, calling me noisy is naught but slander, Miss Flam. Saying that, widening his eyes at the girl named Flam in anger, was the one who had given his name as Ezo Cadner, the rumored intellectual magician of the Felt camp. Being called by Ezo with familiarity, one might have thought that Garfield would be delighted at this reunion with an acquaintance, but Garfield. Again, my amazing self's time to shine. Gao. And, helplessly lowering his extended arm, he was in an dejected state. I see. I know not of the finer details, but Priscilla Bariella-sama has. Upon hearing the news of Priscilla's demise, Ezo offered a silent prayer. His prayer, mastered to grant rest to a soul, was permeated with a hue betraying definite intellect. Intellect, which could also be found in the young childlike appearance stemming from his origin as a dwarf. As a member of the Felt camp, he was of course aware of Priscilla, a rival camp. Not losing his composure at the news of her passing, however, he turned his gaze towards Ezo, Aldono. My condolences. I never had the opportunity to meet Priscilla-sama, but I've heard from this Felt that she was a formidable opponent, one not to be looked down on. Her eye for character is certain. Your liege was undoubtedly an exceptional personage. Al? Yes. I am grateful, Ezo Dono. Solemnly, Ezo displayed his condolences towards Priscilla, and Al responded in a humble manner. A stranger who hid his face behind a steel helmet, and a person who displayed maturity contrary to his young appearance. Quite the unnatural exchange from the viewpoint of an outsider, but the exchange of feeling was a sincere one indeed. Ezo. Well then. Natsuki Dono and Garfiel Dono, have you come directly to the tower from the Empire? Subaru. Yeah, that's right. The distance is shorter by going straight to the tower compared to stopping at the mansion for a bit. Ezo. I see. Be that as it may, it must have been a tough decision to part from your liege, Emilia-sama. Reinhard Dono, too, is always reluctant to part from Miss Felt to an exasperating extent. Subaru, that's because those two have their own way of getting along, I guess. Though, I do suspect that Reinhard might actually enjoy seeing those frowns on Felt's face. Felt was so apathetic to Reinhard that it was even refreshing. Those reactions of hers perhaps seemed fresh to Reinhard, who everybody would treat with politeness at all times. If that was indeed the reason why he stayed by Felt's side, then Reinhard also had a pretty good personality. Subaru, of course, the reason's probably because she's his precious master, but, as you said, Ezo-san, it does bother me that I had to part with Emilia-tan. It's just that nearly 2 months had passed since the time of Emilia and everyone else's departure from the kingdom for the Empire. During that period of time, nothing had progressed in regards to various issues concerned with the royal selection, and the changes in their relationship with the Empire had to be reported to the royal capital with haste. And that included the information of Priscilla's passing, which would cause a veritable earthquake as far as the royal selection was concerned. Therefore, they could not afford to delay the report to the royal capital. At the same time, they could not neglect Al, depressed as he was, for long, constraining him despite his desire to head to the tower. As Ezo had stated, it had been a tough decision. Regardless, Subaru, we didn't get into any major arguments over this. To be honest, I'm aware I was asking for too much, but they knew I was going to propose such a thing, so I feel kinda sorry. Since Emilia and the others had already known what Subaru was going to say, it felt like they had prepared the safest means to grant Subaru's request to the utmost extent. It was the utmost extent amidst aforementioned undelayable circumstances such as the report to the royal capital and the handling of the Bariel domain. But currently, they had allowed Subaru and this group to head to the Pleiades watchtower. Ezo, no argument over it. Is that how it went? Subaru, nothing. Just talking to myself. It is very much like how you appraised the master-servant relationship between Miss Felt and Reinhard Dono. To each their own. After all, I can only imagine the things that happened in the Empire. Tracing his slim jaw with his finger, Ezo nodded in a magnanimous fashion. There was something relaxing about Ezo's manner of speech and attitude while talking to him, so it was no wonder that Miley had called him Sensei. Either way, Subaru, time for a break, now that we've reached the tower, is what I'd like to do right about now, but there's probably some people who won't be able to settle down with the objective so close at hand. So, without any further delay, Ezo, onwards to the library on Tegeta. Of course, I have no reason to stop you. Only, Allow me to verify one thing. Al Dono. Rushing through their introductions and circumstances, Subaru looked towards the tower's entrance, at the spiral staircase going up 5 floors, attempting to move the conversation forward, on towards the topic of the 3rd floor, their destination. However, he was interrupted by Ezo calling Al's name. As Al turned around in response to that call, Ezo raised a single finger, and, Ezo, earlier, I stated that I have never been acquainted with Priscilla Sama, but allow me to say this. From what I've heard of her personality, is it not unthinkable that Priscilla Sama would wish for you to read her Book of the Dead? Even so, do you still desire the book of your late liege, Al? Subaru, Ezo-san, that's... Ezo, silence. Natsuki Dono. I am asking Al Dono. It is an important matter. Right after Ezo told him to be silent, the tip of his raised finger began to glow faintly, and Subaru felt his own throat become unable to emit sound. Instantly he guessed that it was some magic of Ezo's, and was made aware that he was a user of magic proficient beyond his expectations. And thus, with Subaru having been forbidden from speaking by force to their side, Ezo exchanged gazes with Al. Ezo. It is painful to lose somebody close to you. I, and many others, share in this experience. However, it is unthinkable that all those who experience it would then visit this tower, seeking a Book of the Dead, much less if the person inscribed within the book would not desire that either. That which Ezo spoke was a sensible opinion so sharp that it could even draw blood. As Al maintained silence, his expression was hidden by his steel helmet, making it impossible to examine it. However, it was factual that he had sustained a deep, monumental wound, that he was drowning in the blood and pain wrought by that wound. It was also a fact that Subaru and everybody else wanted to do something about that. For that, the Amelia camp had unanimously, it's as you say, Ezo Dono. As you said, there are people who, even if somebody close to them dies, will get back up on their feet by themselves, even without borrowing the power of the books. Ezo, your agreement is above all else. However, it seems you have more to say. Al, yeah, I've got more. There's another thing that's just as you said. Princess Priscilla, she wouldn't want anybody to read her Book of the Dead. Ezo. Al. But she died. With a hum, Subaru's muted throat rang faintly. Hearing Al speak of Priscilla's passing for the first time, Subaru felt a sensation akin to being cut by a sharp blade. It was beyond pain. It was a sensation more so akin to bloodshedding, causing his body temperature to fall vigorously. Then, with Subaru and Ezo having heard those words, Al still continued further. Al, Priscilla is dead. No longer can she tell me anything. Ezo, I see. At that low tone hailing from Al, sounding as if his heart had frozen over, Ezo cast his eyes down. Listening to the very same reply Ezo did, Subaru's heart was pierced by the everlasting glaciation that had befallen Al's heart, at the pitiful, desolate frame of mind upon being bereaved of the flame, of the sun known as Priscilla, his expression indicating he was experiencing a sensation selfsame with that of Subaru's. Ezo gave a brief sigh, and Ezo, by saying things to test you, I have made you say something you wished not to. I apologize. Al, it was necessary for me to put it into words. Indeed, as Al responded in a hoarse voice. Ezo deeply nodded. Then, Ezo snapped his fingers and, Ezo, excuse me, Natsuki Dono. I wish to hear him out between just the two of us, without any interruptions. Subaru, my voice is back. Just now, that was yin magic, is what it may seem, but it is an application of yang magic. It is not that you had lost your voice, but rather that it was boosted to a pitch so high that nobody would be able to hear it normally. It is in the register emitted by the likes of bats. Subaru. Is that even possible? I really underestimated you. That, and, while placing his hand upon his throat, Subaru turned his attention towards Al. Guessing the intention of Subaru's gaze, Ezo prefaced with, I understand, Ezo. Ultimately, it is a matter between the parties involved. It is no place for outsiders to interject. But then again, were doubt or hesitation present, it was within my intentions to stop him indirectly. But presuming this is the only way to move forward, then those who bear the resolve have no choice but to do so. Subaru. Is that? Fine, Ezo. Do not say such ridiculous things. All of you have come to terms with it in your own ways, no? Besides, if I myself died, I would like for people to read my Book of the Dead, if they so desired. I would want them to learn everything about my life, and use it as a foundation for the future. Subaru. Ezo. Or rather, while it may not have been in the form of earnest desire, I have already diligently read quite a few books of the dead. They would have undoubtedly questioned how I could stoop so low. The orderly, mature expression Ezo had worn until then disappeared as he raised his voice, his expression having returned to the one he had initially displayed when exhibiting the automatic door technology that opened the door of the tower, bearing great confidence. While astonished by the sudden change in demeanor, Subaru understood that this was a bit of ingenuity designed to distract from the tense atmosphere Ezo had created, and thus harbored a favorable impression of Ezo's humanity. In all honesty, having just returned from the Empire, where everyone he met had the potential to become an enemy, Subaru was highly favorable to those he could face with peace of mind. In any case, Ezo, sorry for keeping you. I feel bad for taking stocks away from Natsuki Dano and the rest, who are already familiar with the tower, but likely at the current moment. I am the one who has visited the library the most, and so I shall be guiding you myself towards the main attraction of the great library Pleiades, Taigeta, where the books of the dead are stored. With that, the time to fulfill their objective in visiting the Pleiades watchtower had finally come around. Chapter 10. Limit of 3 days. The Great Library Pleiades. That was the official name of the tower that Shala had spoken when first inviting Subaru and the others here. Since she did not seem capable of coming up with such clever words on her own, it was probably something told to her by the master who had ordered Shola to manage the tower, and thus, Shala had remembered those words and necessary explanations that had been taught to her with tactless honesty over 400 years. And at that moment, she was finally able to present them. And now, Ezo. The Great Library Pleiades, and its archive of the books of the dead Taigeta. Behind Ezo, as he spread his arms out and declared so, rows of bookshelves were lined up. These bookshelves were arranged in a circular formation around the staircase leading to the lower 4th floor, with many rows, many tens of rows, extending outward from there. Even when considering the rather large circumference of the Pleiades watchtower, there was no way this space could have fit within. So there was likely some expansion of space taking place there. Beatrice, it is not something that could not be achieved through yin magic in fact. However, to construct a technique that maintains its form over multiple centuries without an active caster is a skillful feat beyond the limits of human understanding, I suppose. And to Subaru's misgivings, Beatrice responded with an expression of wonder. Beatrice was a great spirit of the yin attribute. Perceiving the sophisticated magic cast upon the tower, it might have been natural for her to become excited. Anyway, visiting the archive for the first time, Garfiel and Petra speechlessly widened their eyes, astonished by the overwhelming amount of bookshelves. Nay, by the sheer quantity of the books contained within. That was to say, the books of the dead. That was only natural. When Subaru first became aware of the true nature of the books here on Taigeta, even while understanding the logic behind it, he too was left speechless by perceiving the vast number of dead individuals. Petra. All of these are the books of people who died, right? With a few words, Petra muttered in an astonished voice, as she slightly averted her eyes in dumbfoundment. Subaru thought it was only natural. In this aspect, Petra had a considerable amount of guts. There were many instances where she faced situations with a level of tolerance that put grown-ups to shame. It was to the extent that when she encountered sand time, which tormented many of the people who challenged the Augria sand dunes, she had coped with the sand winds very energetically. And even though Petra could put up with so much, there was a level of eeriness on Taigeta for which she could not maintain her calmness. Garfiel. HK. The same applied to Garfiel as he looked all around the archive, making a slight noise with his throat. Rather, for someone like him, one of the two in the camp, alongside Amelia, who excelled at taking things in stride, Perhaps it was not the eerie austerity of the books of the dead that might have overwhelmed him, but rather the sheer number of them. Having just previously seen the hosts of undead in the Valachian Empire, the act of witnessing the resurrection and rebirth of so many dead individuals might have spurred on that sensation. Subaru did have concerns about those reactions from Petra and Garfield. However, the one he was most concerned about, also visiting this place for the first time, was the person whose objective lay here, Al. Heaving a small sigh, Al looked all around the library. His state of astonishment was more quiet than Petra's, and his head looking around the archive was more loose than Garfield's, however. That was precisely why there was an air of tension about him. It was to the extent that Subaru's throat dried up when trying to call out to him, creating a sense of hesitation in him. But while he was hesitating, Al, I can't read it. And having calmly approached a bookshelf, Al had removed a single volume in a natural movement. And while skillfully holding it in his elbow, he had flipped its pages wide open. There had not been even the slightest hesitation in that gesture, and since it had all been so natural, Subaru's reaction of, "Bah," had ended up being delayed. Subaru. Wait. Don't do that so suddenly. You really startled me. Al. My bad. It's just what I saw right in front of me, so I did it subconsciously. Subaru. Don't you find it scary to suddenly go for things you have no knowledge of? While saying that, Subaru scrambled to take the book from Al's hand. Being greatly shocked by that quick action, Subaru was simultaneously reminded of the danger Al was in. On the journey thus far, he had not made a very strong display of his attitude, but it was likely a result of the strength of his desire for the book. Subaru wanted to show that he understood that, but on the other hand, that did not mean he would not reproach Al's rash behavior. Subaru, I told you this already. The books here are, way more powerful than you could ever imagine. At one point, I was right on the verge of becoming Miley. Miley. What kind of joke is that? Don't say such scary things. Her name listed as an example. Miley raised her voice in opposition, but this was no joke or anything of the sort from Subaru, but a dreadfully true sense of harm possessed by the books of the dead. On the previous journey, in a loop where Miley had lost her life, back then, Subaru had read Miley's Book of the Dead, putting a huge burden on his mind, and immersing him so much in her life that a non-existent Miley began to dwell within him. To be honest, the affection and familiarity Subaru now felt towards Miley, to a point that she was bewildered by it, was in no small part due to the effects of her Book of the Dead. If affection was something achieved by means of empathy and understanding, then Books of the Dead were the ultimate matchmaker. But then again, by nature, Books of the Dead would absolutely not grant an opportunity for reunion with a deceased person in a living state, so such a development was only possible for Subaru. Subaru. That's why you have to handle them cautiously. It's quite possible that you could stop being yourself. Al, to stop being yourself. Huh. In a way, that might be the most desirable outcome. Subaru, Al, it's a joke, just a joke. Just an unfunny, worthless joke. As Al pitifully spilled out words of self-abandonment, Subaru's cheeks stiffened. Hoping that it might serve as the impetus for him to get back on his feet, Subaru had listened to Al's request, and had brought him to the tower. However, his doubts regarding whether this was a drastic method that would help, or if it would actually end up deepening his wounds, grew stronger. Ezo. Natsuki Dono's admonishment a moment ago was precisely correct. With the rebuking of Al Dono's careless action already completed, I would very much like for Garfield Dono and Miss Petra to be sufficiently careful as well. Should you heedlessly undertake the effects of a book, it is quite possible that your mind might sustain an everlasting wound. And behind Subaru and Al's exchange, Ezo cautioned the first-time visitors. Like Subaru, Ezo's words were filled with a nuance only possible from someone who had experienced the feedback from a Book of the Dead. Without a doubt, just like Subaru and Julius, he was one of the people who had connected with a Book of the Dead. Ezo. While typically regarded without much importance, wounds upon the mind are quite the troublesome affair. There is no prospect to recover from them via healing magic, and there are many instances in which they are made light of due to the fact that they are not outwardly visible. Even aside from that, the influence of miasma upon these lands is potent, so you may be prone to feeling low in spirits. As one of the senior folk here, if you feel anything wrong at all, please inform me immediately. Subaru. Thank you very much, Ezo-san. Flam. A splendid attitude to have as the eldest one here. Ezo-sama. As expected, there is the implication that you fainted with wide eyes, frothing at the mouth and experiencing incontinence when you first read a Book of the Dead. Ezo. Miss Flam. You promised not to say anything about that, did you not? Flam. Seeing you convulse like that in the library made my eyes widen quite a bit as well. Ezo firmly struck his chest in a reliable manner, but when Flam, his supposed ally, exposed his disgrace, he widened his eyes. Hearing that recount of Ezo's experience, the expression of Petra, who had once looked at him with a gaze of respect, began to cloud over as she said, Ezo-san? At the gaze from the young girl, Ezo hurriedly gestured. Ezo. Ah, no, that is incorrect. Well, it may not be incorrect, but Miss Flam's descriptions were too effective as a cautionary tale. Certainly, at first, I was unable to bear it and fainted in quite a predicament, but ever since I have learnt the trick behind reading the books and have thus not failed in such a manner again. Garfield. A trick behind reading the books. Something like that really exists. Ezo. It does. To put it plainly, it is to clear your mind, to close off your heart. If you enter such a frame of mind and put yourself to the side, then you can treat the incoming information as nothing more than information. Flam. You make it sound so easy, but no matter how many times I hear it, I still do not understand. As Flam slowly shook her head, Ezo looked around at the others in search of agreement. However, neither Petra, nor Garfield, nor Subaru, nor Barris, and most definitely not Miley, understood. At the lack of a favorable response, Ezo cried out, Impossible! In shock. Regardless of Ezo's shock, if it was truly possible to protect one's mind through the method he had spoken of to successfully read the Books of the Dead, then this was indeed a marvelous thing. As someone who had actually read Books of the Dead, Subaru understood just how absurd that was. To be honest, even after hearing about the trick just now, Subaru did not think he was capable of doing the same thing. Subaru, you've got it, right? It's possible to go into an unrecoverable state by doing something careless. So, for touching any books outside of the one you're looking for, ow, I'd better stop. I got it. I'll heed your warning. Even without that, it was thanks to Bro and the others that I got to the tower without any trouble. I'm not gonna complain. Subaru. Well, that's fine, I guess. With those words, Subaru returned the book he had taken from Al to the bookshelf. He did not know the name of the person written on the binding, but he handled it carefully, as the sensation was akin to touching a tombstone. Indeed, the Books of the Dead felt similar to tombstones or grave markers. That was why he felt a strange sense of resistance against making a racket here. Anyway, Ezo. Amidst this vast number of books, finding the one you seek will be difficult. It would be ideal to really concentrate your energy on searching for it. After all, the books on these bookshelves may still continue to increase even at this very moment. The comment added by Ezo spoke of a steep journey distinct to the one of crossing the sand sea, with the meaning of scaling a sea of books with no certain means of victory. I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. A deep, solemn voice reverberated, shaking the very souls of those who heard it. The voice of a being of a higher existence. With the vast blue sky as a backdrop, a majestic dragon perched at the very top of the towering structure. The divine dragon Volcanica loomed over Garfield, who stood there, stunned. It was not the first time he had seen a dragon. On the contrary, during the recent great disaster in the Valatian Empire, Garfield had been entrusted by Subaru and the others to face off directly against the cloud dragon Mesorea engaging in a fierce battle with it. The battle spoke for itself. Garfield did not think he had outright defeated the Cloud Dragon. Even so, the fact that he had not been beaten was something Garfield took pride in. Dragons were considered the most powerful creatures in this world, whether human, demi-human, witch beast, or spirit. They all paled in comparison to dragons, which stood at the top of the rankings. Though it was imperfect, having fought against one of those top-tier beings, Garfield felt as though he had broken through a barrier. However, Volcanica, thou, who hath reached the top of the tower, step forth onto the first floor, almighty petitioner. The majestic, blue-white shining divine dragon Volcanica rested its wings leisurely at the top of the tower. His instincts clearly understood that it was on a completely different dimension from the cloud dragon Mezerea. While it was not evident from its appearance, the experience as a dragon between Volcanica and Mezerea was as vast as the difference between an adult and a child. I had only heard about it because I missed the chance to see it last time, but seeing it for real is something else. As Subaru looked up at the dragon behind Garfield, he expressed his awe. Subaru was sent to the Empire before he had a chance to encounter Volcanica at the Pleiades watchtower. Although he had seen the Cloud Dragon in the Empire, he was just as moved as Garfield when he saw the divine dragon Volcanica in person. Because Amelia and Volcanica once fought each other. Garfield. Amelia-sama, you were being too damn reckless. Honestly, Betty also felt like she was barely alive, in fact. It wasn't just Amelia, but Subaru, Ram, Anastasia, and everyone else were all in trouble too. Subaru. Yeah, back then you were worried sick about us, Biko. Thanks for everything. Recalling those times, Subaru had a serious expression as he patted Beatrice's head, but from what he had heard, it had not been the kind of conclusion that could be spoken about with such a heartwarming scene. At that time, Subaru had lost his memory. Meili had betrayed them, and they had clashed with the Sage and Gluttony, causing quite a commotion. Garfield. If my amazing self had been there, the captain wouldn't have been sent flying all the way to the Empire. Beatrice. That's quite the claim, I suppose. Garfield, are you saying that you could handle problems that even we couldn't deal with, in fact? Garfield. No. No. It's not what I meant, but Beatrice. One of Betty's pretty jokes, I suppose. Betty knows you didn't mean that, in fact. Beatrice laughed at Garfield, who was flustered, thinking he might have said something careless. As Garfield breathed a sigh of relief, Subaru said, Anyways, before continuing, Subaru, I caused everyone a lot of worry. I won't say it was good that we got sent over there, but when I think about how the Empire might have been destroyed if we hadn't been there, well, Beatrice, it having turned out all right is not something we can say, I suppose, especially when considering Al's feelings, in fact. Garfield. It's not just that guy. Schultz and the old men were the same way. Beatrice and Garfield responded to Subaru's words, while he scratched his cheek with his finger. In Garfield's mind, the image of the camp collapsing after Priscilla was gone came to mind. With Heinkel gone and Al seeking the Book of the Dead, even the most optimistic Schultz was desperately trying to pull himself together. But he was still in shambles. It was too worrying, too cruel to leave everything to Roswell alone. So he was relieved that Frederica was there to accompany him. He wished he could help all of them, one by one, to move forward. Garfield. Sorry for tagging along like this, Captain. I just really wanted to see the Divine Dragon for once. Subaru. I was curious too. So it's not something you need to apologize for. It's natural for fans to be interested if they find out a celebrity is staying on the upper floors of a hotel, although going to try to meet them might be bad manners, huh? Maybe this is overstepping. Beatrice. There's no reason for anyone to blame you, I suppose. If anyone has the right to blame, it would be the dragon itself, in fact. But Volcanica. I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. Beatrice, it is as you see, I suppose. Beatrice shrugged at the vague nature of Volcanica's response. Garfield was also skeptical, but when he actually met Volcanica, he realized that it was true that the long passage of time had made the dragon's perception of the world quite vague. Even so, The extraordinary aura it radiated was what set this exceptional dragon apart. In any case, Garfield, I'm realizing again that there's always someone stronger. I've got to make sure I don't get too full of myself. Subaru, you're strong, Garfield. I'd reach you on the list of the strongest people I know quicker by counting from the top. Garfield, isn't it my amazing self's job to get to the top, though? After ascertaining his own standing, he gave Subaru's chest a light poke to let him know that he was not disheartened. Subaru let out a soft grunt from the impact of his fist, and then nodded with tears in his eyes. And, as they were talking, "Oh, so you were indeed with the divine dragon after all." At that moment, Ezo, who had come from the stairs, joined them. Ezo glanced at Garfield, Subaru, then at Volcanica beyond them, and, "Ezo, I understand. The mysteries of this tower are sure to pique one's curiosity, but the divine dragon, Volcanica, a being who was indispensable in the establishment of the kingdom of Lugunica, as we know it today, is yet another subject of great interest." Subaru, "Haha, it's probably different from Ezo-san's perspective, but I also admire dragons. Volcanica's way too big for it, but the idea of being something like a dragon rider is a classic fantasy for boys." Garfield, "Dragon rider, Captain, yeah, gotta tell me more about that later." Subaru, "Sure. Though having said that, it's kinda like the flying dragon riders from the Empire." Garfield's intuition was triggered by the unfamiliar words that Subaru uttered while he nodded his head. He had a hunch that it was probably something extremely exciting and awesome. Observing the exchange between Garfield and Subaru, as Ezo tilted his head and touched his chin. "Ezo, I see. I thought we might discuss the significance of the divine dragon from an historical or scholarly standpoint, but that will have to wait for another time. Now then, Natsuki Dono, as requested, I have finished explaining the library to Aldono. For now I have placed Miss Flam by his side." Subaru, "Thank you. It's a huge help. I haven't really had a chance to properly speak with Flam-chan yet. But is it all right to leave her there?" Ezo, "Your concern is unnecessary. She is the type who will clearly say no if she is adverse to something. Though as a servant it is a bit concerning that she says it so often. Beatrice. We are quite accustomed to maids who say no to things they are adverse to, in fact." Garfield, "Ah, that's for sure. Ain't that the truth?" Garfield and Subaru exchanged glances and nodded in response to Beatrice's remark. Garfield's beloved, both proud and self-aware, was indeed a woman who could clearly express her opinions, regardless of her position as a maid. He liked that about her. Thinking about it, Flam was like that too. So maybe it was just that women with peach hair were strong. Ezo. Incidentally, Miss Flam has a twin sister named Miss Grassis. Not only are they similar in appearance, but also in personality, which is quite troubling. Subaru, you guys sure have a lot of variety over at Felt's place, with old man Ram, Tanchinkin and all. Speaking of which, Ezo-san, how did you end up over there with Felt? Ezo, I was once indebted to Miss Felt and Reinhard Dano. I think it would be appropriate to say that they took an interest in me and brought me in because of that connection. Subaru, in that case, you were a great find. Kinda like our Otto. A find such was an expression that Otto himself often used. But as for commonalities between Otto and Ezo, it would probably be their green features, though Otto had it in his attire, while Ezo's was in his hair. Green finds were excellent and reliable. Thinking that, Garfield could not help but chuckle. Ezo, it seems you are enjoying yourself, Garfield Dono. Garfield, it's nothing, just some worthless thoughts. More importantly, being called Dono like that feels a little awkward. Donoon just sounds so over the top, if you get what I'm saying. Ezo, is that so? I do not personally think so, but in that case, I will address you as Garfield-kun, as I do with Rachens-kun and the others. Garfield. Sure, ain't like it's our first time meeting either. Please go ahead and use that. As Garfield waved his hand, Ezo nodded with an understood. At that exchange between Garfield and Ezo, Subaru looked back and forth between the two and said, Speaking of which, Subaru, you two have met each other before, right? From where? Ezo. I am sure you recall the Pristella incident, when the Watergate city was attacked by the witch cult led by their sin archbishops. I was called by Miss Felt to help with the aftermath, and thus entered the city. That is where I became acquainted with Garfield-kun and Otto Dono. Subaru. I see. So it was during that time. Garfield. Oh, and there was a bit of a quarrel that went down then, too. Well, it's kinda a long story. That was during the time when Subaru and the others had departed for the Pleiades watchtower, while Otto stayed behind in Pristella to recover from his injuries. Garfield aided with the city's reconstruction, and assisted in the retrieval of the witch's remains that had been sealed beneath the city. One of the members of that excavation team was Ezzo, along with Garfield, Ricardo, and for some reason, Liliana, Beatrice. Just from what has been said, it sounds like a group that would get into a great amount of wrangling, I suppose. Ezzo. Albeit challenging, it was a time from which I learned a great deal. Of course, I was helped by Garfield-kun many times, though it feels strange to say it in front of him. He is a remarkable young man. Subaru. Not at all. Not at all. Beatrice, that much is trivial for him. In fact, it was a bit embarrassing to see Subaru and Beatrice looking even happier than Garfield at Ezzo's unashamed and bold praise. In truth, Garfield also deeply understood that Ezzo had more than just a big head, and that he was an excellent magician in a battle situation, though it was a bit frustrating that he had underestimated Ezzo due to having an even more outstanding magician so close to him usually. Ezzo. Now then, while it is not unfavorable to deepen our friendship, let us get through the issue at hand before doing so. I am having Miss Flam watch over him, but let us discuss Aldono, Subaru. About Ezzo, indeed. There is just one thing I would like to verify, but I suspect that Aldono's objective may lie in the resurrection of Priscilla Barriel-sama. But what are your thoughts, Subaru? Wah, Garfield. Ah? As Ezzo stroked his chin and spoke, Subaru and Garfield's voices overlapped at the sudden utterance of the word resurrection. At the very least, Garfield's comprehension could not keep up. Next to Garfield's befuddlement, Beatrice narrowed her round eyes. Beatrice, just what do you mean, I suppose? The resurrection of the dead. If it is a matter of the sacrament of the immortal king, we've had more than enough of that, in fact. Ezzo. I suppose you are referring to the incident in the Empire that I have only heard about in passing. The forbidden art of the sacrament of the immortal king captures my interest immensely. But that is not what I am referencing at the current moment. I worry about the method that Natsuki Dono jokingly spoke of earlier. I jokingly. Ezzo. A pseudo-resurrection of the dead, accompanied by means of reading the Book of the Dead of Priscilla Barriel-sama, and overriding himself with her existence. Subaru. Without any intonation in his voice, the words void of any emotion spoken by Ezzo permeated into his brain. A pseudo-resurrection of the dead. The contents of Ezzo's words did not make sense to Garfield. However, he knew from Subaru's astonished expression with sweat forming on his forehead that it was not a nonsensical idea that could be laughed off. Subaru was left speechless. Gazing at that state of his, Ezzo continued. Ezzo, as I mentioned previously, I have already read 12 books of the dead. The predicament I found myself in, at first, was a complete failure that I cannot bear to speak about, in accordance with Miss Flam's statements, and, following the sensation I experienced at that time, provides an argument that the overriding of the mind is possible. Beatrice. Subaru said that their memories almost blended together, I suppose. But it is difficult to imagine that the reader's consciousness would then completely disappear, in fact. Ezzo, with the sensation of blending and mixing together, that is indeed true. However, what if the reader was prepared with a state of mind to accept all of it? If they were to go in with the attitude that they would disappear from the start, would the mind of the person read from the book not then take hold without any resistance? Beatrice. Ezzo, of course, this is just an armchair theory. It is not as though I have actually tested it. Only, when considering the motives of someone who seeks out the Book of the Dead of an important person they have lost, it is an idea that comes to mind. As Ezzo spoke of his deductions at length, a deep, uncharacteristic frown was borne upon Beatrice's brow. Hearing that from the side, Garfield had no room to interject. He had been working his mind to try to get his head around it, and thought that he was beginning to understand it on a surface level. However, even if the books of the dead were completely filled with the memories and feelings of the dead, Garfield, something like that, wouldn't really be coming back to life. Ezo? Oh, why do you think so? Garfield? 'Cause that thing, the soul ain't there. It ain't somebody inside a book. As his mind got all jumbled up, Garfield gnashed his canines and responded so. It was not something he could provide reasoning for, or properly explain. However, since it was unthinkable that people were made up of nothing more than memories and information, he answered so. To Garfield's response, Ezo narrowed his eyes. Ezo? Yes, I am of the same opinion as Garfield-kun. Garfield. Huh? Ezo, what is with that idiotic expression and voice? It is ruining your masculinity. Maintain a dignified air. As Garfield somehow managed to wring out an answer, Ezo looked at his troubled face, raised a finger and continued, You see, Ezo, Garfield-kun's observation has hit the nail right on the head. Even if the books of the dead describe everything about the dead, even if the experiences and emotions accompanying those descriptions can be lived through vicariously, and even supposing the mind can be overwritten, that would not be a resurrection of the dead. It would be the birth of a distinct entity that shares the memories, experiences, and emotions of the dead. Subaru, a distinct entity that shares in memories, experiences, and emotions. Ezo, I do not consider that to be a true resurrection of the dead. I wonder if many would not also intuitively think that way. That is why I wish to ascertain. Does Aldono desire to resurrect the dead? If for that purpose he has chosen the method of a book of the dead, his wish shall not be granted. Subaru. Ezo. But then again, if he wishes to keep Priscilla-sama within his heart, that is yet another plan. Slowly shaking his head, Ezo brought his own thoughts to a close. Being prompted to think through that manner of speaking, Garfield's teeth had ended up clattering, and he then peeked at Subaru's state. Subaru ought to have been the one who wanted to sympathize with Al's feelings, and do something for him the most. Hearing what Ezo had just said, just what would Subaru think? Subaru, am I an idiot? No. I am definitely an idiot. Beatrice. Subaru. Subaru. Until I was told about it, I hadn't even considered such a possibility. I simply thought that Al just wanted to know what Priscilla was thinking in her final moments. That, and I was also hoping that he might be able to get himself together while searching for the book. Pressing his fist against his forehead, Subaru blamed himself for not having thought of it. Witnessing his pitiful state of self-reproach, Garfield grabbed the arm pressing his fist against his forehead with a captain. No relief would come from tormenting himself like that. This was something that Garfield deeply understood through the white scar upon his own forehead. Ezo, I do not think you ought to be blamed for not having thought of it. This is just something that I could think of, because I have had the experience of actually reading books of the dead, as well as the tendency to look at things with a multi-layered approach. There remains room for doubt on whether Aldono intends to enact such a thing. But, Subaru, I know. I really do, Ezo-san. If by some chance Al wants to disappear so Priscilla can return, that's a no-go. Firmly clenching his molars, there was strength in Subaru's eyes as he responded to Ezo. Then Subaru looked towards Garfield, who had grabbed his hand. Subaru. My bad, I caused you to worry. Garfield, ain't something you need to apologize for. This time, it's my amazing self's job to worry about you, Captain. Both Audubon and Amelia-sama are really counting on me a ton, after all. Subaru. Well, I guess there's no helping it. As Garfield released his hand and shrugged his shoulders, Subaru gave a wry smile and dropped his own shoulders. Then, Subaru muttered, All right. And Subaru, let's all agree to not say anything about this to Al. If he hasn't thought of it himself, then it might go to serve as unnecessary encouragement. Just make sure not to leave Al alone. Garfield, if he searches for the book when he's by himself and ends up reading it, there won't be any way to stop him. Ezo, it would be ideal to locate the book before he does. Whether you intend to show him the book or not, having the book grants you the initiative. Subaru, though, I don't want to think about it like a scramble for initiative. Garfield. Captain. Considering the possibility that Al might end up not knowing what to do, Subaru feebly muttered in the midst of the conversation. To begin with, the reason they had brought Al to the tower like this was to prevent him from ending up at a loss for what to do. And yet, if the act of coming here caused Al to not know what to do, then it was an act akin to putting the carriage before the ground dragon. Garfield. Fixing his gaze on the floor of the tower by his feet, Garfield cursed the Pleiades watchtower. For what reason did the tower store the memories of the dead in the form of books of the dead, tempt the hearts of those who seek them, and torment Subaru and the rest of them? Beatrice. Al is currently searching for the book he seeks in the library, I suppose? Ezo. Yes, he should be. Beatrice, what of the girl named Flam, who you left together with him? What sort of girl is she, in fact? Ezo. She is an attendant of Felt Sama, or rather, she is a servant of House Astria. She is the descendant of a family that has served House Astria for generations. So while she is young, she possesses strength that is not to be made light of. Without magic, I would not be able to do a single thing against her. At Ezo's explanation, Garfield was able to understand Flam's posture from earlier. He had not seen her moving with agility, but Flam's standing posture was by far the most beautiful one there. She kept her center of gravity prepared in a manner that rivaled Ram. That was not to say that her abilities were equal to those of Ram, but since she worked for House Astria, it was probably fine to expect her to have strength corresponding to that role. Ezo. In all likelihood, Aldono will spare food and sleep in favor of searching for the book. We also intend to offer help to split up the labor in the search, but what is the time frame of your sojourn at the tower? Subaru, we plan to stay for 3 days. Al has also accepted that. 3 days, that was the predetermined period of their sojourn at the Pleiades watchtower. Even if Priscilla's Book of the Dead is not located in that time, they would leave the tower after 3 days, and return Al to the Burial Domain, where he would stay by Schultz's side. That was why, until then, Subaru wished to create an impetus for Al to regain his footing, and Garfield also approved of that point. It would be good if these 3 days could be used to serve a constructive purpose for Al, and in ensuring that this time would not be used for anything else was Garfield. The duty that my amazing self's gotta fulfill here no matter what. Clenching his fists so tightly that his bones began to creak, Garfield firmly assumed his own responsibility. In order to accomplish what had been entrusted to him by Amelia, Frederica, Otto, Ram, and Riem, who were not present here, and by Roswell too. Volcanica. Thou, who hath reached the top of the tower, step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. Indeed, as Garfield resolved himself to paint over the disquieting possibilities, the eyes of the divine dragon, the target of their gaze unclear, oversaw him and his allies with their unchanged state of ambiguity. Chapter 11. You are no longer among us. I know everyone is worried, but I think they're acting a little too crude. While preparing dinner for everyone inside the Pleiades watchtower, Petra expressed her thoughts on the awkward atmosphere. It had already been half a day since they arrived at the tower, and they had a time limit of 3 days for their stay. So Subaru and the others had rushed to the library to search for the book they were looking for. Petra was busy preparing dinner for the group who would surely come back hungry, but the atmosphere in the library nearby was terrible. Petra. Neither Subaru nor Garf-san were able to concentrate on finding the book at all. Hey, are you listening? In response to Petra's question, the one who nodded absent-mindedly with a yeah, I hear you, was Meili. She scooped out some of the contents of the pot Petra was heating on the stove with a small spoon and tasted it. Meili, yes, this is delicious. Petra-chan, your cooking's getting better and better. Petra, thanks. But I still have a long way to go before I can reach the heights of Frederica Nisama. So I have to keep working hard. Besides that, the formidable Riem Nisama has returned. Meili? Would she really be a formidable opponent? Ram Wani-san's younger sister doesn't remember anything, right? Then, I don't think they are any threat to you, Petra-chan, either in cooking or anything else. Petra, you don't know that. She fell in love with him once, so it wouldn't be strange at all for her to fall in love with him again. Or rather, I think it's already a little strange. Petra lowered her voice and questioned the atmosphere between Subaru and Rem. Having been asleep for a long time, Rem's awakening made Petra happy. Subaru and Ram had always been concerned about her, and Petra had also looked after her as she slept every day. She was fully aware of how cherished Rem was. To be honest, she also thought that if Rem had not woken up sooner, she would not have been able to assess her love rival's strength. When Petra met Rem in person and spoke with her, she got quite a good impression from her earnest and hard-working attitude, but there was something off, something strange about her. Due to her lack of memory, she had quite a few disputes with Subaru, and even now she seemed to be responding to him in a relatively cold and harsh manner. Petra. But it's still strange. Miley. I see. But Anisan might have that kind of side to him. No matter how much I glare at him, he makes it all seem kind of silly. Petra. Yeah, that's right. I thought Subaru was a strange person at first too. Wait, wasn't the way you just said that strange, Miley-chan? Miley. Stop IE, you worry too much. Miley stuck out her tongue and raised her hands with a displeased look on her face. Petra stared at her with a moo expression and withdrew her suspicion for the time being. Before departing for the Empire, Miley had said that Petra was overthinking things when she returned from the Pleiades watchtower, but Petra thought it was not a bad idea to be this cautious when it came to Subaru. Anyone could understand Subaru's appeal if they spent some time with him, and if they understood his appeal, the possibility of their feelings turning into something more special would increase dramatically. Petra. Even in the Empire, he made a good impression on a lot of people while he was away from us. Subaru increased the number of people who liked him by about 1,000. Miley. That's got to be an exaggerated junction. 1,000 people is way too much. Petra. The number kept going up. It was mostly men, so that was good. But you can't let your guard down. Miley, who had not seen the real thing, laughed it off as a joke, but Petra was not in the mood to laugh it off. While clenching her fist vigorously, she stirred the pot with her other hand to prevent it from boiling over. But her heart was always overflowing with thoughts of Subaru. If she did not do so, he would surely wander away from her sights, unconsciously approach someone hurt, and go to great lengths for them. Just like how now they were at the tower to help Al move forward. Petra? So, about Al-San, Miley. Oh, you were saying something about being crude or whatnot. What do you mean by a thought, Petra? I'm just saying what I see. Subaru and Garsan are too obvious in their attempts to keep an eye on Al-San, Miley. True, those two don't seem like they'd be good at keeping an eye on someone. Which person is Al-San? The little guy? The guy in the helmet? Petra? Miley-chan. After she had finished tasting the food, Miley moved away from the pot and sat down on the luggage that was lying there. As she rested her chin on her hands and gave that disinterested response, Petra pouted and said, "Geez," as she only joined the group partway through and had therefore only heard bits and pieces of what happened in the Empire. It was no wonder. Petra, don't act like you're already done with your work. You're one of us, Miley-chan. So try to take an interest in it, Miley. Even if you say that I don't have any work until we head home. Even if you tell me not to look like I'm all done. I can't help but... Also, Petra-chan, I don't think I'm cut out to be a member of your group, Petra. You don't have to worry about that anymore. After all, didn't you go to the capital and get the Council of Wise Men's pardon? You should be proud of yourself. Hold your head up high with that cute face of yours. Miley. Yeses, it is a cute face. Petra sighed at Miley, who sat with her hands on her cheeks and a serious expression on her face. Not even a smile. Miley really was not a bad girl at heart, but she had become so used to pretending to be a bad girl that it had become a way of life for her. She herself had started to lose track of whether she was being genuine or pretending. Probably. Petra. Oh. There are so many people I have to teach from square one. Miley, you always seem so busy, Petra-chan. I wonder if you ever get timid. Petra, you're one of the causes. Besides, Miley. Besides, Petra, I can't say I'm tired. If even the person I want to rest the most doesn't rest, it makes it even harder to raise the issue. Don't you think, Miley? Petra? Oh, the person I want to rest isn't Otto-san, okay? Otto-san should himself make some time and get a good night's sleep. At least 6 hours a day. Although Otto was used to not sleeping, it was, unlike Roswell, not because he did not need much sleep, but because he was just overdoing it. As proof, there were times when he would sleep for more than half a day like a corpse after he had finished a big job. Petra. Even though I've told him that he shouldn't compare himself to Master, who is cheating with his own constitution, he doesn't listen to me at all. Eee. I'm not good at talking like that either, but you really don't like that lord, do you, Petra-chan? Aren't you relieved that you're not with Haim? Petra. That's true. Because of that, I ended up going separately from Frederica Nisama. But it means that she trusts me. This was the first time that Petra had been left in charge of a long journey of 10 days or more, although she had been left in charge for a day or two previously. At the meeting of the Western Margrave, and on the journey to the Empire, Frederica or Ram were always with her. This time, however, Petra was left on her own. For that reason, her enthusiasm was different. She had to keep an eye on everyone. Petra. That's why I'm worried about Alsan too. He's the one with the helmet. Miley. Yeah, he's quite a conspicuous mon. Isn't he the reason we came to the tower? Petra. That's right. He really wanted to read a certain book of the dead. I think it's a good thing, if reading it makes him feel better. Miley, that's a strange way of putting I eat. Does Al really worry you that... Petra. Well, no, I'm more worried about Subaru and Garf-san than I am about Al-san. At Petra's answer, Meili tilted her head and asked, about Ani-san and the Othirs? It seemed that she was more interested in this than the topic of Al, and she looked at Petra with a frown. Petra responded to Meili's gaze with a mime. Because... and continued, Petra. They both think too much about things like it's their own problem. When your family, friends, or other important people are feeling down, you know how sometimes you get so caught up in trying to cheer them up that you end up getting depressed too? Meili. Who knows? Is that so? Petra. Maybe I was foolish to ask you, Meili-chan. Petra, who was seeking sympathy, was met with a blank expression from Meili, feeling a lack of a response, as if pushing against a strong tide. Petra's worries were directed at Subaru and Garfield, in a 6-to-4 ratio. Petra had also heard from Subaru and the others that there was a suspicion that Al's purpose in searching for Priscilla's Book of the Dead was to resurrect her. She had no idea whether this was actually possible, but if it was, Petra could understand why Subaru and the others would want to keep a close eye on Al's every move. Petra. But, even though I originally wanted Al-san to read the book, I now feel like it might be the opposite, and my head and heart are at odds with each other. Petra knew that when there was a discrepancy between one's head and heart, between reason and emotion, their performance would suffer dramatically. Not just for Petra, but for anyone. It went without saying that one's results would be better when one's sense of purpose and actual actions were in sync. Now, could it really be said that Subaru and the others had their minds and actions in sync? Petra... Meili, if you ask me, Petra-chan thinks too much too. Oh. And looking at Petra's contemplative profile, Meili noticed something and spoke up. Drawn in by the voice, Petra asked, "What?" as her eyes fell on someone who had appeared in the entrance to the room. On the 4th floor, there were many rooms, and as Petra and her friend were preparing dinner in one of the rooms, they were visited by the person they had just been talking about. Yo, I thought something smelled good. Are you two girls preparing dinner? Saying so, Al gave a light wave and walked over. Flam was quietly following behind him, probably to make sure he was not left alone. Petra was at a loss for words momentarily at the unexpected appearance of the pair, but... Meili, yes, dinner is being prepared. But I'm just watching. Petra-chan is the one, shocking. Al. What? You're blatantly slacking off, is what I'd like to say, but Miss Meili has done a great job on the way here. I can't really speak all high and mighty to you, Meili. Of course. As long as I'm here, no one can disobey me, you know. Al. No doubt, no doubt. Thank you. Thank you. Al made a bow to the pompous Meili while using only his right hand to make a gesture of gratitude. While those two talked to each other, Flam walked over to Petra, who was mixing a pot. Flam. Thank you for your hard work. I apologize for leaving the preparation of our meal to you. Petra? Oh, it's fine. Flam-chan, you were taking care of Ezo-san until we got here, right? You can leave it to us for a while. Flam. Thank you. Ezo-sama has a bad habit of quickly forgetting to eat or sleep, because he is so absorbed in what is in front of him. It is a problem. Petra, I am familiar with that type of person as well. At Flam's sincere words, Petra nodded deeply out of sympathy. Flam was also a servant, but she was probably 1 or 2 years younger than Petra. She was born into a family that served the Astria family, so she may have more experience as a servant than Petra, but... Petra, let's work hard together as the caretakers for everyone. You can talk to me about anything. Striking her own chest, Petra spoke to Flam like she was her older sister. No matter how much her work skills improved, Petra's position as the youngest in the camp would not change. No matter how hard she worked, age was the only thing she could not catch up to or surpass, and that was the downside of being the youngest. Of course, with Beatrice and Emilia being over 100 years old respectively, she could not act like an Wani-san with them, despite their cuteness. Therefore, the opportunity to be in contact with someone clearly younger than herself, such as Schult and Utakata in the Empire, was invaluable to Petra. Flam. Thank you, Petra-sama. I will do so immediately. Petra. Yes. What is it? Flam, no matter how many times I've told him, the young master has not gotten out of the habit of treating both my sister and myself like children. What should I do? Petra, you mean our Reinhard's son? With the immediate subject of the consultation suddenly being a big one, Petra was very unsure of how to respond. Although Reinhard van Astrea and Petra did not know each other directly, everyone in the kingdom of Lagunica has at least heard rumors of the knight amongst knights. Petra's opinion was that Subaru was more amazing as a knight, but it would be remiss to make such an assessment of someone she had never met in person. In any case, Petra, however, I know how it feels to be treated like a child when you do not want to be treated like one. In the meantime, you should stop letting him pat you on the head. Flam. The head. Well, myself aside, Grassus does not seem to mind being patted on the head by the young master. Myself aside. Petra. It's not like I dislike it or anything, you know. I do not dislike it per se. But the sense of distance in a relationship like that isn't good. Petra herself was in the process of trying to rectify this stalemate in a relationship. Therefore, her answers to Flam's questions were very specific. Hearing the response Petra gave with her fists clenched, Al cleared his throat. Petra. Al-san, what do you need? Al, my bad. But the advice you gave to Flam-chan is a little off the mark. It looks like Flam-chan and you have different feelings. Petra. Hey, really? Do you not like Reinhard-san, Flam? I do like the young master, but not as someone of the opposite sex. Petra. Oh, right. While embarrassed for jumping to the wrong conclusion, Petra stuck out her tongue a bit, and then she turned her attention to Al and continued with, That's surprising, Petra. Al-san, you actually understand this sort of thing. Al. Oi, I'm a mature old man, you know. I've been through the sweet and the bitter, though mostly through other people. Petra. If it's other people, then you can't boast about it, right? Al. It's not boasting, you know. It's self-depreciation. Self-depreciation. Oops. Shrugging his shoulders, Al's stomach suddenly growled. Petra loosened her lips to that. Petra. Please wait a little longer. I will be finished soon. Al. Ah. My bad for the rush. This one's not on me. It's on my growling stomach. Petra responded with a nod and, yes sir, to the talkative Al. And then, while exchanging light banter with Al, Petra feared that Subaru and Garfield's attitude towards him was excessive. She understood why they worried with all of the varied, tangled assumptions. But at the very least, Al could pretend to make a recovery. A truly down and depressed person was incapable of that kind of care for the people around them. Melee. Old man, you sure do eat. Although probably not reading Petra's mind, Melee spoke to Al. Al responded with, of course, to Melee's words and fiddled with the seams of his helmet. Al. Being hungry is a problem. Not eating or drinking drops your performance, and doesn't it actually take you further away from your goal? Miley. That's true. But not drinking, eating, or sleeping is an option. You only have 3 days after all. Petra. Miley-chan? Al. No, I don't mind. I'm aware I have a limit, and it's obvious to think. Are you really serious when you're taking it that easy? Waving his hand, Al could not rebuke Miley's words that hit the mark too well. Then, he tapped his helmet with the nails of his waving hand and continued with a, "But, Al, I'm the princess's jester. To say I'll struggle in a desperate frenzy, I think that's a bit off. Petra, Al-san. Al, also, it's true I promised a limit of 3 days, but it's not set in stone, right? Nothing is measured exactly by an hourglass. Don't you think if I cry, cling and beg, I could pull off an extra half-day or so?" Petra could not help but burst out laughing when he suddenly brought up such a convenient argument after speaking in such a serious tone. Truly, if Al really did cry, cling, and beg, then they would probably need to extend their stay half a day. However, Petra, that would be inconvenient for us. Please make sure to properly drink, eat, and make time to sleep. If they relied on that from the beginning, then there would be no point in a deadline. Above all, the strictness that the rest of them could not do, it was Petra's job to properly speak that aloud, even if she knew that they may eventually overrule her. Petra, during these 3 days, I will be doing my best to help Al-san with Subaru and the others. Okay. It's ready. Al. So strict. Whoa. While he said that, Petra transferred the contents of the pan into a bowl, then lightly gave a sample to Al. Al took it, raised the chin of his helmet, then brought it to his lips. Al. Hot, but it's tasty, he said in a soft mutter. Petra was satisfied with that. I dare say, apart from the sage who created this library, I am perhaps the person who has read more books of the dead than anyone else in the world. Allow me to state my perspective. I believe that what ultimately makes this library special is that it allows for the vicarious reliving of lost history. After dinner had concluded, Subaru and the others re-entered the library of Tegeda. There, while helping Al find the book he was seeking, as well as simultaneously keeping an eye on Al's movements, Ezo had been giving a lecture to the preoccupied Subaru along with the others. Ezo's voice, contrary to his appearance, was low-pitched and projected well in the high-ceilinged library. Even though they were in different camps and did not share the same goals, his kindness in getting along with them in this way was commendable. However, since Flam was uninterested in joining in on such topics, it could just be that his eagerness to speak on them had exploded. Regardless, since it was an interesting subject, it was not boring to listen to. Beatrice. Even so, calling it reliving lost history is quite an exaggeration, in fact. I am aware that a Book of the Dead gives a glimpse into the life of the one who has died, but the scale is different, I suppose. Ezo. Strictly speaking, Miss Beatrice's understanding is unimpeachable. However, that would only be from a perspective limited to a single book. On the other hand, when extrapolated across multiple books, the situation changes. Since they had split up to look through the bookshelves, they tended to speak quite loudly. It felt like talking out loud in a school library, and brought with it a trifling sense of guilty pleasure. As they continued to talk across the bookshelves, Subaru tilted his head at Ezo's reply. Subaru. Come to think of it, Ezo-san has read more than 10 books, right? The books of the dead, since you can only read the ones of people you personally knew. Isn't that a pretty high strike rate, Garfield? Even though he spent all this time holed up in here, I'd agree with you. I've been looking for more than half a day now, but not a single name my amazing self knows has come up. Beatrice. This is a really low strike rate, in fact. Names that are familiar are many, I suppose, but the names of acquaintances are an entirely different matter, in fact. Holding hands with Subaru and looking at the same bookshelf as he was, Beatrice muttered so in a whisper. In fact, having lived for 400 years, the walking encyclopedia that was Beatrice had come across several familiar names every now and then. Perhaps out of concern, she had not made an effort to mention them, but every time she had found one, since there was a reaction from their linked hands, It was not something she could keep hidden from Subaru. Subaru as well had not thought to ask about the people she did not mention. Al, to lie here and brag about being a lucky boy, I don't think Ezo-san is so vain. If you know some sort of trick to such good luck, could you please teach it to me? Ezo, I am sorry to break it to you, but the secret is not luck, Aldono. Natsuki Dono and his companions ought to be slightly more flexible, and should start by doubting the premise. Subaru, the premise. Garfield, doubt it, you say. Ezo was an eloquent speaker, and yet Subaru and Garfield furrowed their brows at the proposition he had presented. Ezo, on the other hand, seemed pleased with their response, saying, "Yes," with evident elation in his voice. Ezo, as Natsuki Dono said, in order for a Book of the Dead to exhibit its potential to the fullest, one must be acquainted with the person in question. I can think of a few reasons why such a restriction might be imposed, but they are all merely speculation. So let us put them aside for the time being. What matters is, given that premise, to relive the lives of those who have died a long time ago, during the era of the witches, for example, could be deemed infeasible. Subaru, I really don't want to look into those, even if I could, but that premise, you doubt it, Garfield. You saying it can happen? That people other than acquaintances can get to look into them? Beatrice, if such a cheating technique existed, Ezo would have read more than just 12 books, I suppose. Ezo, ha ha ha. It is certainly thrilling to have my inquisitiveness recognized as such. Although it did not seem like a compliment, Beatrice's words had put Ezo in a good mood. Ezo seemed like someone who would have been suited to a position like a teacher, and Subaru thought seriously about what he said, but an answer could not come to mind straight away. Instead, Al, though it feels unlikely, a possibility does come to mind. Ezo, oh, splendid. Then, perhaps you could explain the possibility that you have surmised? Al, the premise is that you can only read the books of people you know. Since that's the case, you can't read the books of those who died long ago. But if you know someone who died a long time ago, then you can, Subaru. Wait, that's true. But weren't we just saying that it can't be done? Al, is that so? You can do it in this place, don't you think? Stating thus, Al made a gesture of looking around the library of Tegeta. Subaru was initially slow to comprehend what Al had said, and became lost in thought. But, concerning the point of destroying the premise, and the way Al had just spoken, he did arrive at such a possibility. That was, Subaru, if you were to read someone's Book of the Dead, you could relive their life, which implies that, compared to prior to reading the book, the range of people you would know would have expanded. If that's the case, then, Beatrice, by increasingly stacking up acquaintances through this reliving, the number of lives that can be experienced, as well as the time traversed backwards, can also be increased. In fact, what Ezo meant finally makes sense, I suppose. Ezo, reliving lost history. Taking over from Al's speculation, Subaru and Beatrice, having found such means of utilizing the books of the dead, looked towards Ezo. Before the eyes of Subaru and the others, he slipped out from behind a bookshelf, spread his arms wide and nodded. Ezo, brilliant, ... It is such a pleasure to see young people solve difficult problems by thinking through it on their own. I too, although walking ahead of you, find my heart racing. Al. Sorry, but I'm older than you, Ezo-san. Beatrice, Betty too, finds it upsetting to be treated like a young person, in fact. You are making light of a great spirit who has lived for 400 years, I suppose. I have been rude. However, Natsuki Dono and Garfield Dono are young people, right? If only you had observed their faces when they arrived at the realization. Garfield. Gao. The words of the exultant Ezo came to a stop at the displeasure evident in Garfield's expression. Garfield, who had been counting something with both of his hands, his emerald green eyes filled with confusion, tried his best to digest what Subaru and the others had just discussed, and ended up short-circuiting. Garfield, by reading the books, The guys you know increase? That'll increase. But the books left to read'll decrease? Increase. I don't get what y'all are saying. Subaru. It's okay, Garfield. What we were discussing just now, it isn't relevant to what we are trying to do right now. And it's something that you can get by without knowing. Subaru gave a wry smile as he comforted Garfield, who seemed to have many question marks floating above his head. At any rate, they now knew the reason why Ezo had been able to read 12 books of the dead. He had not hit the lottery by being endowed with the absurd luck needed to read 12 books of the dead. Rather, he dealt with the situation by taking a drastic measure to increase the number of books that he could read by his vicarious experience. With the books of the dead, he became acquainted with more of the dead in them, and, just as Ezo had surmised, by doing so repeatedly, it should have allowed for going back in history a century or two, and it might have even been feasible to look into the time of the witches from 400 years ago, which he had given as an example. Unfortunately, Subaru was not interested in that era, but Subaru. Satella. For but a moment, a name flashed across Subaru's mind, and he closed his eyes to shake off the wicked thought. Although he had said he held no interest in what had transpired 400 years ago, there was one name in particular that did intrigue him. However, the person with that name had not died, but was rather sealed, or so it was said. Consequently, her book would not exist within this library, but even if her book was here, Subaru was unsure if he would be able to read it. To be precise, there really were no means of ensuring it, and honestly, he did not want to find out. Subaru. But, even if you know how to get it done, I think reading 12 books would be suicidal. Impressive work. Ezo. Of course, even if I had used techniques to empty my mind, it was by no means an easy feat. Each time I read through a book, it was necessary to separate the original me from the information that flowed in. Concerning safety, about 2 days of rest would be needed in between. Ezo continued to be quite reckless, but realizing that it was a well-thought-out kind of recklessness, Subaru felt slightly more at ease. However, if he had started a book every 2 days, given the present state of having completed 12 books, it seemed slightly doubtful if that pacing matched. In any case, I'm not sure I should use the term enjoyable here, but this conversation has certainly been interesting. Thank you. Ezo. There is a fine line between interest and enjoyment. So long as you are careful about the manner in which it is expressed, there is no need to blame yourself for how you feel. Likewise, for listening to my lecture, you have my gratitude. Al, thank you. Watching as Al politely said so in response to Ezo's lecture, Subaru felt like he was beginning to regain his composure. It did feel dangerous the first time he had so suddenly and carelessly reached for a book of the dead. But even though Priscilla's book had not yet been found, the sense of danger that seemed to be emanating from Al's entire body seemed to have faded considerably. Although there were still times when he made somewhat self-deprecating remarks, he was honestly relieved to hear a little bit more of the frivolity that was typical of Al. Subaru. As expected, it's hard on the psyche to be in a situation where you're constantly doubting someone. As Subaru said this, he recalled his early days in the Valatian Empire, in a situation where he did not know anyone around him, unaware of whom to trust and whom not to. The time he had spent in constant fear of such things had been quite taxing upon his psyche. In the end, the Pleiades battalion from the Gladiator Island, and eventually Amelia and the others had joined together with him, thereby alleviating such fears. And so, with the weight on his shoulders lightened, it was when Subaru pulled himself together and looked at the bookshelf. He had discovered a book of the dead, with the name Natsuki Subaru inscribed upon it. Subaru. With bated breath, Subaru motionlessly stared at that book of the dead. It was the same thing that had happened last time. Taking Subaru's book of the dead being present in the library as par for the course, the act of reading it had served as the key for the Natsuki Subaru bereft of his memories to return to being Natsuki Subaru. Nonetheless, being faced with it once again caused his stomach to sink. Without any further delay, he decided to avert his eyes from that book of the dead and leave the area. Subaru. No. Wait. Subaru put the brakes on himself. Subaru's book of the dead, being here, was fine. However, would it not be dangerous to avert his gaze and leave it there as it was? Present here was Al, who, like Subaru, had been summoned from their original world to this parallel one, Natsuki. The title of the book was Subaru, Natsuki Subaru, written in kanji, but Al might be able to read it. Then, if Al were to find the book of and heedlessly open it, then was it not quite likely to give rise to some tremendously complicated developments? For Al to learn of the outrageous things that had occurred in the life Subaru had started in this other world from zero, until now, was fine. The problem was, if that overlapped with the penalty of learning about return by death, Subaru did not know what sort of inconveniences it might bring about. Subaru, the one who seemed to bestow the power of return by death upon him, the witch of envy, Satella, Subaru had no choice but to recognize that she did not bear any malice towards him. But on the other hand, it was the truth that he did not believe in the witch enough to think she would ease up on the penalty. So, in order to ensure that such a thing did not inadvertently occur, should he not then hide the book? Beatrice, Subaru, you have been quite fidgety for a while now. In fact, do you need to use the toilet, I suppose? Subaru. No, that's not it. To tell you the truth, I found quite an inconvenient Book of the Dead, so if possible I want to move it to a place that's harder to find. Beatrice. Inconvenient. Don't tell me. Have you located Priscilla's book, in fact? Subaru. I guess it's only natural you'd think so. But no, it's not that. At Beatrice's suspicion, Subaru shook his head from side to side. He could not reveal return by death to Beatrice either, and he had avoided explaining it until now through the power of their bond. But this was a bit of a difficult situation. Natsuki Subaru, of course. Beatrice could not read kanji, so she could not read the title of Having said that, it would be in bad faith to irresponsibly deceive her and hide the book. That was why... Subaru. Bayako. This is a book that absolutely must not be read. If someone were to mess up and read it, it's possible that the Witch of Envy will reach her hands out of her shrine again. Beatrice. You are speaking of outrageous things all of a sudden, I suppose. Out of her shrine again. Does that mean Subaru will be sent away to the Empire all over again, in fact? Such a thing must not be allowed to happen, I suppose. Subaru. I think the same. And in reality, it might end up coming true. That's why, saying those words, Subaru pulled the book in question, Natsuki of Subaru, out from the bookshelf. While being careful not to open it and inadvertently live through his own experiences again, he softly whispered into Beatrice's ear. Hearing that, Beatrice knit her eyebrows as she nodded seriously. Beatrice. Murak. Then Beatrice activated her yin magic, making Subaru's body as light as a feather. Liberated from the yoke of gravity, Subaru hopped on top of a bookshelf and stealthily hid the withdrawn book there. Subaru. It's like I'm a naughty brat who's up to some serious mischief in the library. It was an act that would trouble the librarian, since a book had not been returned to its original location. In front of Beatrice, who had worked as the librarian of the Forbidden Library for many years, it was an act that lacked the fear of God, but there was no other choice. After 3 days, right before they would leave the tower with Al, he would need to make sure to remember to return it to its original place. Subaru. Though, there's the concern that Ezo-san finds it with his curious mind and then reads it. I mean, it would be really bad if anybody reads it, so maybe it would be better to just dispose of it right away? Dispose of what, bro? Subaru. Ooh, wow. Having returned to Beatrice after hiding the book, he had been racking his brains to think of how to handle the book of Natsuki Subaru, and that was when a voice suddenly called to his back, causing him to shriek. Causing that extreme shriek to reverberate throughout the archive, Subaru turned around. Standing there was Al, taken aback by Subaru's exaggerated reaction. Al. Oi oi, you're getting way too startled. I was just trying to make small talk. Sorry, frightening you. I let out a way louder scream than I meant to. Al. Now. Wasn't that big a deal for me? If anything, wasn't it a bigger issue for her? Subaru. Her? Then, looking to where Al was pointing, Subaru let out Anna as he looked at Beatrice. Crouching down, Beatrice covered both her ears with her hands, tears welling in her eyes. Beatrice, wah. What kind of loud voice was that? In fact, Betty's ears are ringing. They've begun to ring, I suppose. Subaru. I'm sorry. It wasn't on purpose. I love you, Beatrice. I cannot hear you, in fact. Say it in a louder voice, I suppose. Subaru. Biako lovely, Biko pretty. As Beatrice drew ever closer to crying, Subaru earnestly appealed to her through love. Puffing up her cheeks, Beatrice kept silent after hearing Subaru's words, and then gave a deep sigh. And then, Beatrice. Well, considering your feelings of love towards Betty, it will be pardoned, in fact. Display your gratitude to my generosity, I suppose. Subaru. I'm grateful. Many thanks. I love you forever. Well then, Stroking Beatrice's head as she withdrew her tears, Subaru turned to face Al once again. Al, who had been watching over his lovey-dovey time with Beatrice, prefaced with, "Ah, you done?" as he fiddled with the fixtures on his helmet. Al, whenever I look at it, you really are deeply in love with that spirit of yours, aren't you, bro? Sorry for getting in the way of your honeymoon. Subaru. Don't worry about that at this point. If anything, delaying my time with Amelia Tan and the others after returning from the Empire is way more. Wait, no, I'm sorry. When Al lightheartedly made banter, Subaru had tried to respond in his usual tone, but realizing that he was making an exceedingly careless comment, he covered his mouth with his hand. However, while Subaru was regretting that comment, Al put on a wry smile. Al, welp, you aren't wrong. You're completely right, bro. Rather, let me thank you again. Even if it's just 3 days, it must have been troublesome to set aside this time for me. Al conveyed his gratitude, to which Subaru could not easily come up with a reply. In their journey to the Pleiades watchtower to search for a Book of the Dead, it was none other than Al himself who had proposed a sojourn of 3 days at the tower. Of course, that may have also just been to increase his chances of being accompanied by Subaru and the others in order to arrive at the tower safely. However, Subaru also took this as proof that Al could not be that selfish. Al, Bago-chan, I'm sorry for bringing bro along with me. Thanks for coming with us. Beatrice. It is a matter of course that Betty is together with Subaru, in fact. Also, Betty is not so benevolent as to repeat the same warning many times, I suppose. Corrected by yourself, in fact. Al. Gotcha. She's very kind, your kid. Subaru. Yeah, that's right, with a light body that's just like fluffy cotton candy, filled to maximum capacity with kindness and loveliness. That's Biko. Replying to Al's whisper, Subaru relinked his hand with Beatrice's. Seeing the exchange between Subaru and Al, Beatrice seemed to hide her embarrassment with a humph, I suppose, as she turned her face away, loosening his lips at Beatrice's charming reaction. Subaru heaved a sigh. And, Subaru, Al, how's the library? Al, how's the library? Al, as you can see, no results, just yet. I thought that it might be possible if I had 3 days. But man, I'm really at a loss with this number of books. It's really on the level of finding a single needle dropped in a desert, isn't it? Subaru. As Al gestured toward the rest of the archive with his single hand, his words were not entirely mistaken. In this world, nay, since this great library Pleiades was created, just how many people had lost their lives? The idea of ascertaining that, 1 book at a time, was overwhelming. Much less when, just like Ezo said, the books were increasing every second, let alone every day. Subaru. But don't give up, man. We're all here to lend you a hand. Al. Bro. Beatrice. That's right, in fact. To end things with a broken heart, due to not finding it despite making this much of a detour before returning to the mansion, will not be permitted, I suppose. That's why you mustn't give up, in fact. Al. At the sequence of words from Subaru and Beatrice, Al silently cast his eyes down, seeing him opening and closing his lowered right hand. Subaru felt an air of hesitation about him. That was what Subaru had hoped. Putting it like that was far too cold-hearted. But having done something similar, it was a reaction he had wanted to elicit from Al. With the objective of reading Priscilla's Book of the Dead, Al had come to the Pleiades watchtower. However, by actually laying eyes upon the library, and still focusing on the act of processing Priscilla's death, Subaru hoped that Al would be able to recover, even if he was unable to read the book. As proof of that, Al's depreciating statements of clear self-abandonment had decreased, and his attitude had softened. The fact that he would then also begin to feel guilt because of that, Subaru understood. Therefore, he added on, "Subaru, Al, when Biko and I say to not give up, we aren't talking about finding the book. We're telling you to not give up on the things you can be satisfied with." Not stuff like I got fed up with it, or I didn't have enough time, but to draw a conclusion through your own thoughts. That's what I think it means, to find satisfaction. If he was unable to communicate it well, then Subaru thought this might come off as a terribly insensitive comment. Depending on how it was interpreted, it might have sounded like he was trying to persuade him to be satisfied with Priscilla's death. But that was not what Subaru wished to say. It was not that. It was not a matter of whether Priscilla was dead or alive, but rather to face the matter of Priscilla's death, and truly believe that he had confronted it enough was to be satisfied, mourning her, remembering her, and finding closure somewhere. That was necessary for that purpose. Subaru, for 3 days, see through to it with all you've got until you're satisfied. Will also accompany you with everything we've got. Beatrice, I told you before, you mustn't have such unhealthy practices like depriving yourself of sleep and rest, I suppose. You'll become Otto, in fact. As Subaru made a reassuring appeal, Beatrice winked as she added that on. Hearing the words of the pair, Al slightly inhaled, and then slowly raising his helmet, he sighed. That was a long, so long, that it seemed like a large mass of something was slipping out of him. Sigh. Al. 3 days, huh? Subaru. Yeah, no extensions. Well, if you seriously beg for it, I may end up thinking about it, but don't count on it from the start. Beatrice. If we return later than expected, we'll get a severe scolding from Emilia, I suppose. Subaru. A severe scolding from Emilia Tan. Though, that would still be an adorable sight in and of itself. No matter what emotions, what expression, or what angle, Emilia was so cute that his eyes would cease all functionality, but he had already worried her enough. If possible, he only wanted to see positive faces such as smiles and bashful expressions from here on out. Subaru. Well, no matter the expression, the truth of EMT shall never waver, but Subaru said that. He shrugged his shoulders at Beatrice's dumbfounded expression and looked back at Al. Then, meeting Subaru's gaze head-on, Al nodded, and... Oh, Shamak. The next instant, the world of Natsuki Subaru cut to black. Al. 3 days. With 3 days, there'd be some caution that something might happen on the 3rd day. That which fell onto the library of Tageda's floor with a high-pitched clunk. About to roll away, he pinned down with his toes to keep it from escaping. Al. The corollary of that is that a person would let their guard down the most right after a nice chat on the evening of the 1st day. Squatting in place, he picked up the black orb that his toes had halted. Cold and hard to the touch, it felt somewhat like a glass ball, but it was no object so fragile. It would be troubling if it were. This was a Gyal capable of capturing even a witch. Al. I understand, bro. No, Natsuki Subaru. I won't kill you. It seemed that there were some who would become desperate in their attempts to murder Natsuki Subaru, no matter the cost. doing so with reckless abandon, but none of them understood. Even if that were indeed done, there would be zero meaning to it. If that were to be done, it would be Natsuki Subaru's battlefield. One must never fight against Natsuki Subaru on his battlefield. That was to say, Al. It's starting, teacher, so that I may be myself. Priscilla Burial was no longer among them. Ergo Aldebaran, in order to accomplish the original objective he had once abandoned, began to act. The battle to remove Natsuki Subaru from this world commenced. Chapter 12. Starlight Beyond the Realm of a Billion. Expand Territory Matrix Redefinition. A fixed catchphrase was a declaration of war against the world. So had once spoken a witch. Magic was a technique that reflected one's will into reality, defying the laws of nature by means of incantation, a sophisticated, delicate act of barbarism, tantamount to forcibly rewriting the script, altering the ending. That was to say, the incantations of magic spells were none other than a polite greeting that declared, "Now I shall destroy the world." Of course, since it was a greeting, there were times it would be ignored or rejected. If the formulation of the technique was not fully fleshed out, if the activation was messed up due to a lack of mana, or if it spontaneously fired, bringing about a result unlike the one desired, there were various things that could happen. To begin with, this parable itself was not more than a digression. That which he was attempting to perform was not magic. Only, if saying a catchphrase was a declaration of war against the world, then its essence was merely the same. That was exactly why Expand Territory Matrix Redefinition. That was a forewarning of murder towards a world that wished not to be destroyed, from one who wished to destroy it nonetheless. Kill. Destroy. Rip. Trample. Flatten. Desecrate. Tear. Mangle. Incinerate. Crush. Smash. Liquefy. Saturate. Any word was fine. It was the same as magic. What mattered was for the essence to be the same. As long as the concluding words remained unchanged, he would use any method necessary. No matter what happened, no matter how things went, no matter what it took, Natsuki Subaru would be removed. That conclusion was the only thing he absolutely would not change. For that purpose, Expand Territory Matrix Redefinition. Even if that starlight laid beyond the realm of a billion, he would definitely reach it. 4061. The one most laborious to remove from the board had been the Margrave, with his unexpectedly jestful antics. The Margrave, highly perceptive and veteran of the battlefields as he was, would not be emotionally swayed by any sob stories whatsoever, especially when considering the severity of his attitude towards the camp. No, towards all that would not stand to benefit him. Considering the circumstances, seeing that he was unable to present anything that was in the Margrave's benefit, he'd had no choice but to conclude that obtaining the latter's agreement by dangling a carrot in front of him was a lost cause. But having a keen sense for profits and losses often meant that one would sniff out any drawbacks more successfully than the average person. Therefore, the optimal path would be to give the impression that losses would be had were the Margrave to not follow his lead. Once this direction was realized, it became easier to then undo the tangled threads. Although ultimately taking advantage of the situation Schult had been placed into was nothing that did not bring him feelings of guilt. For the sake of avoiding discord in the Burial domain from here on after, someone else's hand would need to be borrowed. By all means, lay down your claim as you please. It's fine. After all, she's no longer among us. 972. The ones second most difficult to handle had been the Onai sisters, with the eldest in particular having been a formidable adversary. From the onset, he had already known in advance that vigilance was indispensable against her. Averting her intuition, keen to the point of abnormality, had been no trivial feat. However, a clear compromise had existed in her case. The little sister, dispossessed of memories, with whom she had finally been reunited, being the biggest weak point of someone with nary an opening to be found. She had wished to return with her precious younger sister back to their base as quickly as possible. As awareness of this had always been present, possessing a method with which to nudge that forth would be a positive. But being that the balancing act between blatantness and nonchalantness had been of truly fiendish difficulty. Unceasingly heading towards a goal he could not at all reach had been troublesome. And finally, though her caution had been lower compared to the eldest, the young sister, having built herself up on top of her lost memories through many twists and turns in the Empire, and having forged a bond that she would not display openly, remained a daunting enemy as well. Making use of their sisterly love brings pain to my heart, but it's fine. After all, she's no longer among us. 633. The one most challenging to extract emotional understanding from had been the Internal Affairs Minister, unsparing to outsiders as he was. Contrary to his soft looks, he was the owner of a tough personality, and misinterpreting him as a pushover could lead to one getting burnt. He was an opponent that forced one to feel apprehension akin to going up against a horned bull. The way to put him on the ropes had been similar to what had been employed with the Margrave, but because he was much more humane compared to the latter, by bringing up a pragmatic common ground, conditions were worked out, forcing him to give a yes. No weapons, an interval of 3 days, and their trusted military officer accompanying them, all were restrictions that, due to being only natural, hurted not. Desiring even more than that from him would be perilous. He had been made aware of this 100 times. After all, this was an opponent that, once dialogue was shut off, all hopes of reopening it would be gone. For him, too, the clincher had been selfsame, making him consider the person who would feel morally responsible for his unstable self's departure. Exploiting his kindness makes me bitter, but it's fine. After all, she's no longer among us. 94. Though the number of attempts was small, omitting the one with rare blood from the traveling companions headed for the Sand Sea had been an absolute necessity. The possessor of flawlessly refined rare blood would have offered to be a companion as soon as possible if left unattended. He had no doubts or averse feelings towards her humanity and abilities, but the blood flowing through her veins would have served to hinder his objectives. But the quickest and most reliable method to nudge someone deeply compassionate in the desired direction was to make use of their compassion. Once knowing their sense of belonging to a group, and knowing of their considerable dislike for going against the flow, it had not been difficult to pull them along a path that was easy to follow. At this point, he could say that he had a good idea of the majority of the relationships within the camp, those whom he had never met included. Were she made to believe that a bad pairing would be left behind as a result of her accompanying the party, and that would become a burden to the young child feeling forlorn, she would take the initiative and strive to resolve that issue. The idea was not to make the impossible possible. It was to actualize those non-zero possibilities. I don't have comforting words to offer, but it's fine. After all, she's no longer among us. 5. Given that he was deeply familiar with how to manipulate her heart, quite honestly, it had been a piece of cake. Compassionate and benevolent, and likewise overflowing with thoughtfulness, she was quite easy to deceive, and not knowing how to doubt the words coming from him. Her nature was that of taking things as frank and veracious. By all measures, her magnanimity was such that he should not have messed up even one time. Ergo, the reason for his failures had not been any problem regarding her, but a problem regarding himself. It was a matter of him having been hesitant to deceive her, to twist her thoughts to suit his preferences. Were he to disregard that creaking of his heart, filling her amethyst eyes with grief would be easy. To begin with, she was someone who had been attempting to empathize with his wounds. If he were to appeal to her in regards to the best thing she could do for the sake of her, she would naturally settle on that resolve. More and more am I becoming unable to save myself, but it's fine. After all, she's no longer among us. 0. And, in regards to Natsuki Subaru, he did not fail even once. He knew Natsuki Subaru through and through, and thus not a single shred of hesitation had existed within him. It was merely that he had only needed to assess the timing correctly. After all shamak. When it came to requirements, dragging Beatrice into this trump card had been a matter of the utmost priority. Due to the unfamiliar incantation and the formulation of a never-before-seen technique, Beatrice's reaction had been delayed by a beat. And since she was what had been protecting Natsuki Subaru, A fatal opening had arisen, instantaneously pulling his arm closer to her, and moving to attempt a response, could be called a paragon of contract spirits. And that had been Aldebaran's true aim. Aldebaran. 3 days. With 3 days there'd be some caution that something might happen on the third day. Ul Shamak, something of an anti-witch trump card, was a forbidden technique that aimed to forcibly seal shut its target's gate, preventing even their movements through restraints and a spell seal. In the sense that it was a technique whose existence had been prohibited from being revealed, even the witch who had created it herself had avoided writing it down, passing it on only orally, and that too had been limited to only Aldebaran. Perhaps the reason why the inventor, why the witch had bequeathed this forbidden art, which was capable of killing even her, to Aldebaran exclusively had not been because of any affection or trust in her student. Rather, she had done so due to nothing more than holding the logical belief that Aldebaran would not err in his usage of the technique, and that he would not employ it in any other way but to fulfill its purpose. Aldebaran. The corollary of that is that a person would let their guard down the most right after a nice chat on the evening of the first day. In truth, Aldebaran had never harbored the thought of directing this forbidden technique against the witch, or against any other witch, and had never done so in actual fact, or, to be more precise, neither had he ever directed it towards the person he ought to have employed it on. In other words, the forbidden technique she had devised and imparted unto him had at last seen the light of day. Aldebaran, I understand, bro. No, Natsuki Subaru. I won't kill you. In the midst of the battle against the great disaster, he had tried to use it as a trump card against Sphinx, who had proclaimed herself a witch. But there had been an issue stemming from Sphinx's end. Due to the absence of a witch factor, it had been unable to display its true speciality. Therefore, this moment marked the very first time that the forbidden technique of Ul Shamak had been activated properly. Aldebaran. He used his fingers to pick up what had fallen to the ground, something that appeared to be a glass sphere of sable hue. Within the orb that did not allow its interior to be seen, Natsuki Subaru and Beatrice had been confined together. As she was a great spirit of the yin attribute, it would have been problematic for Beatrice to analyze the forbidden technique. At the time he had enclosed her within the range of the magic, it had been a gamble whether or not she would also be included as a target of the forbidden art, but he had won the gamble. Contracted with Natsuki Subaru, and sharing in his gate, Beatrice became a target of the technique, and her existence was now sealed within the orb. It had been troublesome to build the situation up to this point, but troublesome was all that it had been. She's no longer among us. That's why, Aldebaran. It's starting, teacher, so that I may be myself. Indeed, it happened just after Aldebaran declared so with resolve. Ora! Raising a tremendous battle cry, kicking off and splitting apart the floor of the library, a golden beast leaped at him with speed akin to an arrow. His upraised arm, stout and flexible, was charged with so much strength that it would pulverize Aldebaran in a single blow were it to connect, completely dispossessing him of his ability to take action in less than a second. It was likely that even in the case of it just grazing his shoulder instead of his head, that Herculean strength would be enough to strip away more than half of his consciousness. However, that would only come to pass were a punch to be thrown. Aldebaran. HK, you bastard. The ferocious beast charged at extreme speed, and although Garfield's emerald-green eyes were blazing with scintillating fury, instead of swinging at Aldebaran, he grabbed him by the arm and pinned him down to the library floor. Being forced down by that sheer might without having taken a defensive stance, Aldebaran choked out a cry of pain as his jaw struck the floor. Ignoring that cry, Garfield, pressing his knee against his opponent's back, bared his fangs. Garfield. The fuck do you do to Captain and Beatrice? Where are they? That magic earlier. Aldebaran. You got it wrong, Garf-chan. Garfield. Ah. When faced with Garfield's attempts to interrogate him, Aldebaran responded in a low voice. That caused an angered timbre to come out of Garfield's throat. But such a threat bore no meaning. In the first place, this dialogue itself bore no meaning whatsoever. Aldebaran. Rather than pinning me down, the first thing you should have done is knock me out. While providing a sincere response to that meaningless dialogue, Aldebaran slid his tongue around within his mouth. Then, ignoring Garfield's perplexed reaction to his words, Aldebaran unwrapped the drug package that had been prepared behind his molar and gulped it down. Then, as tremendous heat caused the blood throughout Aldebaran's body to boil, Ora, kicking off the floor with explosive vigor, a ferocious beast charged forth with speed akin to an arrow. But that ferocious beast was not aiming to strike Aldebaran, but to grab his arm and hold him down. That moment, he dodged the incoming arm and raised his elbow. Garfield, Gwoa. Aldebaran, with this, his opponent's vigor would be hindered. Right after Aldebaran had thought so, an impact struck his torso. Garfield had received a blow to his nose from his own momentum colliding with Aldebaran's elbow, and unleashed a kick despite his nose bleeding, its singular strike demolishing Aldebaran's hip bone, sending the latter flying backwards. Becoming incapacitated would have been problematic. Garfield, bastard, Aldebaran. Next. Collapsing together with several bookshelves, he unwrapped the drug package while buried in a mountain of books. The shock perforated his entire body. Ora! A ferocious beast charged forth in tandem with a battle cry, and as he dodged its arm, he flicked his elbow upward in response. Supposing he merely struck his opponent's nose like this, then the outcome would be the same as earlier. And although he understood this, Aldebaran had no means of evading a front kick unleashed with that speed. In that case, he just had to make sure that no front kick could be performed. Gobaka. Upon the elbow that was about to collide with the charging face, he had placed a rock protector. Swinging with force akin to striking a pickle stone, he slammed it into his opponent's nose. As his nose basked in a counter that made use of his own momentum, Garfield was knocked back into mid-air, his nosebleed spraying everywhere as he flew past Aldebaran's flank. Aldebaran. With this. Garfield tumbled onto the floor and crashed into a shelf, causing him to be buried alive by the books falling out from therein. While catching that in the corner of his eyes, Aldebaran took a huge leap backwards, confident he had succeeded in avoiding the first attack. Thereupon, El Shiha. Having just stepped back onto the floor, Aldebaran's entire body grew sluggish after that short incantation was weaved. No, it had not grown sluggish. His entire body had been engulfed by a sense of immobility. The source of Aldebaran's immobility was a vast amount of water, something entirely out of place in a library. Excuse my poor manners in deliberately doing such a thing whilst knowing full well that moisture is the greatest enemy of books. Aldebaran. HK. However, producing a source of fire would have been unreasonable. Wind would have devastated the library, and earth would have soiled the books. Thus, I had wanted to avoid using them. I wanted to be understood that I made a bitter decision in the heat of the moment. Well then, the reasoning for why I had selected water is, as I just explained, but with these words, the small individual with their hand upraised towards him, Ezo Cadner, waved his black cloak as he made a slow approach. Rather than that being him putting on airs, the reason was tactical. A magician's strategy to maintain vigilance on their opponent's movements. He was honored to be treated with such caution, but it did not seem like he would be able to meet those expectations. After all, enveloping Aldebaran was the minimum amount of water needed to cover his body completely. As if he were being fitted with a bodysuit made of water, he was dispossessed of both his freedom to breathe and freedom to move his body. Against that extraordinary capacity for magic, Aldebaran bore no means of contending. However, while Ezo maintained a fixed distance with Aldebaran, Ezo, Aldono, may I ask you here an explanation to help me understand your side of the story? What was that earlier? That magic that is unknown to even me? More importantly, what happened to Natsuki Dono and Miss Beatrice? They were both worried that you might fall into despair and neglect your own self. To those two, 1-6. 1-6. Ezo swiftly provided correct, sound reasoning that could rightly be called an adult's perspective. Contrary to his juvenile appearance, Ezo Cadner was a surprisingly honest and sincere person. He would return sincerity with sincerity, and respond to respect with respect. Such was the earnestness ingrained in his roots. Therefore, when facing off against Ezo, it was absolutely indispensable to have sincerity and respect. As long as that was maintained, he would remain passive no matter what. His personality was that of expecting far too much from others. In that regard, his way of being fundamentally differed from that of Roswell, despite them both being magicians. If it were Roswell, he would swiftly scorch Aldebaran's limbs, ravage his lungs with wind to rob him of his consciousness, and take away his freedom by imprisoning him earth, all the while not paying mind to how he was impacting the books of Thea Fierce, dead. Ezo would not do that. That was why. Ezo. HK. Such a foolish act, cutting off his words, as Ezo yelled with a stiff expression. Aldebaran's face within the watery membrane was clouded over by a hue of deep red. It was evidence that he had regurgitated his roasted, melted viscera, having passed through his throat and out his mouth. Without delay, Ezo undid the magic restraint and attempted to shift gears to healing magic, but it was already too late. By the time he had thought it in his head, he was no longer able to catch up to Aldebaran. El Shiha, El Dona'a. Compared to the graceful and refined incantation, his was an unshapely incantation without a fragment of elegance. But, activated while he was panting, the clumsy earthen armor quickly covered Aldebaran's body, and as to override the delicate film of water, it absorbed all the liquid. What? The earthen armor was instantly converted to armor of mud, allowing Aldebaran to resume stepping on the floor, an action that ought to have been obstructed before leaping backwards as his armor fell apart. While his heels slid across the library floor, he withdrew to a farther position, gaining a clear line of sight on the two who were directing hostility toward him. Ezo remaining vigilant towards him, and Garfield buried under the books from a collapsed shelf. "Don't fuck with me!" Thrusting his arm out of the mountain of books, Garfield made his comeback while pushing away the collapsed bookshelf. Stepping forth with large strides so as to not tread on the fallen books, he glared at Aldebaran, wiping off the blood smeared on his snout with the back of his hand. The bleeding ceased in just a few seconds. From the very roots of their existences, the combat strength of his body was fundamentally different from Aldebaran's. Dragging his burly, stout body forward, Garfield was about to advance further towards him. Ezo. "Please wait, Garfield-kun. It would be perilous to approach heedlessly." Garfield. "Ah? This really the time to be saying that, Sensei-san? Captain Beatrice got done in by that fucking incomprehensible ball. As soon as possible, I gotta..." Ezo. "That is precisely why. That sort of magic, even I do not have knowledge of it. And above all else, he has just displayed that he is able to perfectly endure both of our attacks. It is abnormal, Garfield. HK Edzo. Not once have I ever revealed my cards to him. And yet, he was able to perfectly deal with the water binding by soaking it up with earth. This cannot be explained as him merely being skilled in the art of war. Act with composure. You and I are the only ones here capable of restraining him." Keeping the hot-headed Garfield in check, Ezo adjusted his voice to a tone of composure. It was clear that Ezo's words were persuasive, as the rage and agitation on Garfield's expression gradually subsided. Above all else, it was Ezo's insight, perceiving and alluding to a fragment of Aldebaran's cheatability as a sense of unease through just a single bout of combat, that was abnormal. As a matter of fact, Ezo's words were correct. No matter how much he had attempted to come up with an ingenious solution, he did not have any way to omit Ezo and Flam, who had already arrived at the tower, or Garfield, who was accompanying them as the result of a compromise reached with Thea. Amelia Camp. But, at the same time, it could be said that he had succeeded in suppressing the opponent's forces down to just a combo of an extremely powerful warrior and a magician. Aldebaran. Even so, it's still 100 times more troublesome than any regular difficulty. Grumbling his complaints like curses, Aldebaran carefully surveyed the two, Ezo, who was keeping a watchful eye on his movements, and Garfield, who had regained composure at Ezo's words. They had prepared an exceedingly burdensome attitude. That was why Garfield. Yeah, bastard. Ezo, HK. Such a foolish act. Listening to the shocked voices of Garfield and Ezo, Aldebaran crumbled to his knees, collapsing forward onto the floor, all strength fading from his body as he tumbled down the library steps, copious amounts of blood gushing out from the base of his helmet. "Please wait, Garfield-kun. It would be perilous to approach heedlessly." The moment that Ezo had called out to keep Garfield in check, Aldebaran grabbed the bookshelf beside him and heaved it down to launch an attack on Ezo, who was further down on the steps, with a domino effect. Normally, the bookshelves of Tegeta would be held down by the weight of the books of the dead, and would thus not easily fall over. But that would change altogether were there to be stones stealthily wedged underneath the bookshelves. 397. From the outset, he had intended to utilize this place as a battlefield, given the abundance of obstacles and ease of making preparations here. He had long completed all of his preparations. Every time they got suspicious, he just had to send it forth to the next opportunity. Ezo. Shit. As the bookshelves collapsed towards him, Ezo swiftly gave rise to a gale, forcibly stopping the domino effect and attempting to cease damage from befalling the books of the dead falling to the floor. That concern for the books was quite admirable, but... Aldebaran. Dona. Subsequently, the bookshelves to Ezo's left, right, and rear were all knocked over, surrounding him on all sides. With that wave of collapsing shelves and the avalanche of books, Ezo ultimately gave up on protecting the books with a great amount of anguish, and from there rode upon the wind to jump out of the way, escaping damage. Garfiel. Sensei-san. Then, a Garfiel who had not been held back by Ezo widened his eyes and faced Aldebaran with an expression of pure rage. At the emerald green eyes flaming with frenzied indignation, Aldebaran doubled down. In his hand, between his middle ring and pinky fingers, was grasped a black orb, and lifting his helmet with the 2 fingers that remained, he thrust it into the gap. Aldebaran. Gulp! Though it was quite large and gave the absolute worst feeling as it passed through his throat, he forced it down into his stomach. Garfiel. Ya, basta-a-ard. Having witnessed that act, Garfiel surrendered himself to the eruption of fury and charged forward. At that sensation of a powerful, troublesome gale pursuing him at speeds the eye could not keep up with, Aldebaran was sent flying by a punch while harboring the conviction that he had successfully severed the cooperation of his opponents and eliminated Garfiel's composure. An unrelenting fist boring into his internal organs, dinner spilled back out to the interior of his helmet, as he felt like he was about to vomit up the orb that had just entered his belly, and he bit down on his molars. And then... Aldebaran. Expand territory. Matrix redefinition. Once again, he declared war against the world. Rage had painted Garfield's vision completely red. A part of that rage was directed at Al, who had transformed Subaru and Beatrice into a black sphere, but the larger part of it was aimed at his own pathetic self. Garfield had had an important role entrusted to him by Otto, Emilia, and the others. All of them were eager to be with Subaru, who had finally returned from the Valachian Empire. However, everyone had their own roles they had to fulfill, so they had swallowed their various emotions and entrusted everything to Garfield. Of course, Beatrice, Petra, and Miley, who had accompanied them, also held roles they were expected to play. Even so, Garfield's role had been to ensure Subaru's safety. Garfield. My amazing self's a fucking dumbass. His molars, cracked from intense clenching, were repaired by the divine protection of earth spirits, only to then crack again from the continued clenching. That, truly, was the extent of Garfield's rage. He'd been keeping a close eye on Al's actions. Bearing in mind Ezo's opinion, which he had heard at the top of the tower, he was strongly aware that he needed to keep a close watch on Al to make sure he did not do anything reckless with Subaru and company. But, at the same time, Garfield had someone else to keep his eye on other than Al. It was none other than Subaru himself. Listen, Garfield, please keep a close eye on Natsuki-san. While he most likely will not act recklessly because of Priscilla-sama, he might inadvertently do anything in his power for Al-san. Garfield, HK. The caution instilled in him by the one who was like his older brother had been slightly dulled by the additional caution he had received later. As a result, Garfield's reaction to Al's activity had been half a step late. Al had made the most out of that half step, as if he had seen through it perfectly. No. It was not only that half step that Al had anticipated. He had seen through the entire stride, beyond that as well. Garfield. Ruah! The back fist of the roaring Garfield was narrowly dodged by his opponent, who had crouched just in time. The power of the strike was reduced to him merely grazing the enemy with the underside of his little finger, causing Garfield to grit his teeth. He kept missing. No matter how many punches he threw, he could not land a clean hit with a single one. As for his opponent, Aldebaran, Dona, a brief incantation and the sensation of magic interfering with the world made Garfield's hair stand on end as his body leaned forward. In the subsequent moment, a block of stone that had appeared airborne struck Garfield's face with a noticeable impact, as if to meet the angle at which he had tilted his head. A pained groan escaped his mouth, and his lip was split. In terms of power, it was a weak blow. For Garfield, who had fought against high-class warriors in the Empire, who had even clashed with a dragon, it was far from enough to incapacitate him, let alone cause a significant injury. However, he did not believe that this was the result of his opponent holding back. Aldebaran, huff, huff. Breathing heavily, Al, who had cast the spell that had struck Garfield's face, remained on guard without a hint of relaxation. His apparent exhaustion was not a ruse to induce Garfield's carelessness. He was genuinely out of breath. It was only a matter of course. According to Garfield's assessment, the difference in ability between them was so significant that Al would be incapacitated by even a single powerful blow. Perhaps it would not even require a powerful blow. If even one of Garfield's barrage of punches were to land, it would terminate the fight. In the span of a single breath, he could unleash dozens of such finishing blows. Needless to say, facing such a situation would drain both one's mental and physical strength. Even though that ought to go without saying, Garfield, it just won't hit, HK. Bewildered, Garfield was unable to make heads or tails of what was occurring to him. Al's movements and counterattacks revealed a significant gap in skill when compared to Garfield. This was not a matter of arrogance, but rather because as a warrior, Garfield was far superior to Al. And yet, attacks that should have landed and evasions that should have been successful were failing completely. Garfield's attacks continued to miss, while Al's attacks continued to land. While they lacked the power necessary to critically injure Garfield, the bothersome attacks were sufficient to halt his movement and to prevent follow-up strikes. Garfield-kun, step aside. I will provide support. Once again, Garfield's progress was thwarted by a sinking force beneath his feet. As if scolding Garfield, who was unable to continue his attack, Ezo, shouting at him and advising him to keep his distance, had come to his aid with magical cover from the rear. For a moment he considered following Ezo's words to assess Al's perplexing strategy. Aldebaran, yeah, that's it. Back off. Fall back and run crying to your sis and Nana, Garf-chan, Garfield. I'll fucking crush ya. Just as he was about to pull back, those taunting remarks shattered his thoughts into 1,000 fragments. Garfield's vision turned vermilion with rage as he swung his arms wide and charged at Al. This time, he was determined not to stop for anything, no matter the interference. If his arms and legs were dodged, he would just ram his whole body into him and grapple him down. Aldebaran. Honestly, that'd be the toughest thing to deal with. Sensing Garfield's intent, Al muttered with a heavy breath. Garfield planted his foot firmly on the ground, fearing any earth manipulation beneath him. He then launched himself forward with a swift kick, propelling his body forward. Garfield's body approached directly toward Al with tremendous force. Suddenly, his vision blurred. Garfield. Gah. A familiar sensation struck Garfield's eyes, and a groan escaped his throat. It was the same feeling he'd had upon encountering the sand wind in the sand sea on their way to the tower. Tiny grains of sand had flown into Garfield's eyes, mercilessly robbing him of his sight. Yet another of Al's dirty tricks. It was enough to make him stop in surprise. Unless he was determined that his arms and legs would not waver, no matter what. Al had been most wary of this reckless assault. As such, even with his sight having been snatched away, the best course of action for Garfield was to latch onto him with some part of his body and rob him of his combat ability. Ezo. Garfield-kun. Just as he decided to continue his assault, Ezo's desperate voice called out to him. Hearing Ezo's voice warning of danger, Garfield felt something closing in straight towards his nose. He opened his mouth wide and caught it with his fangs. A full-force punch aimed to crush Garfield's face right after he had been blinded, meant to bait him in, but that was not enough to break Garfield's resolve to do whatever it took. Garfield. I'll fix if layer, dumbash. with the sensation of his fang sinking into the fist and stopping it. Garfield tightened his jaw, promising to heal Al after stripping him of his ability to do battle. It was a cold-blooded decision, but Al was one-armed. He fought with only his right arm, and were he to be robbed of the function of his one remaining arm, he would no longer be able to fight. So, Garfield intended to rip it apart from the wrist to the elbow. Garfield. Ah! As he increased his bite force, he realized something. The fist Garfield caught in his bite was shaped like Al's left hand, which he should not have. Garfield. Bwah! In the next instant, Al's fist in Garfield's mouth swelled up violently, shattering his jawbone under the pressure, and sending shards of his upper and lower canines flying through the air. Furthermore, the fingers that had extended into his mouth jabbed deep into Garfield's throat, triggering an unbearable gag reflex, a response triggered when fingers are thrust down one's throat and paralyzing him. Then, a calculated, hard, and heavy blow struck Garfield's jaw diagonally. Garfield. Ka-ha. Blinded and thrown into blackness, Garfield felt the sensation of his whole world flipping upside down. Having been struck on the jaw, his brain rattled, and his sense of balance vanished, making it impossible to stay on his feet as his knees buckled. Being utterly overwhelmed so one-sidedly, Garfield belatedly realized something. Ezo's desperate cry had been a deliberate warning, anticipating that if Garfield were to take Al's attack head-on, this would be the result. In other words, this all had been as per Al's bait. Aldebaran, remember when I said recklessness is the toughest thing to deal with? I lied. Those who don't think ain't a threat to me. The frustration and humiliation from those taunting words continued to paint Garfield's thoughts a deeper and deeper shade of red. A relentless, excessive onslaught like a storm or tornado. For a person at its mercy, being blown away like a leaf or a twig would be the only outcome. To that extent, such a battle should have been one-sided. Yet, on the contrary, the results favored the opposite side. Garfield-kun! Witnessing such an anomaly materializing before his very eyes, Ezo cried out from behind Garfield. Garfield, swinging his arms wide, had charged forwards at Al, to prevent him from escaping. He could clearly see his field of vision being robbed by a thin veil of sand that had been spread into his path. There had been no magical reaction. This simple blinding of sand, which hailed from outside the tower, was the result of scattering sand taken from the stairs that rose from the sand sea. Subsequently, catching sight of the attack that followed that blinding, Ezo had screamed. Al had employed magic to reconstruct his missing arm out of earth, and had thrown a punch with it. Garfield had opened his mouth wide, attempting to bite down upon the arm of earth, but that would only end poorly. Ezo's grim premonition proved true, for the earthen arm violently exploded within Garfield's mouth. Garfield. Bake. The expanding arm destroyed the inside of Garfield's mouth, and a spray of fangs and blood followed. To add to that, having encased his right hand in a gauntlet of stone, Al delivered a powerful sideways punch to the jaw of the stupefied Garfield. Garfield collapsed to his knees. His successive movements were efficient, extremely so. Ezo. Something of this sort should not be possible, even in pre-arranged sparring, as Al brilliantly halted Garfield's advance with a barrage of blows, with strikes that would have been impossible to execute even if the sequence had been part of a martial arts demonstration. Ezo's vigilance continued to rise to its zenith. However, were Garfield to stop his movements, it would be rather fortuitous. Ezo, any scope for underestimating you as someone of a lesser rank no longer exists. Be prepared to lose more than just that left arm of yours. At least one leg will be going. Oh, Shiha! Being unable to unleash it thus far due to his concern for Garfield, who had been fighting in close quarters with Al, he attempted to rob his opponent of their combat strength with powerful magic. Conforming to Ezo's incantation, the mana that was released intervened in accordance with its magic formula, and the world was rewritten. What was then unleashed was a fierce torrent of wind. Disguised as a water-manipulating Shiha-class incantation, this was a faux incantation that, in practice, could alter the magic that had actually been invoked. In addition, combining that faux incantation with a voicelessly incanted Goa, a trap in the form of a pincer attack from both the front and the rear had been set. The simultaneous casting of two different spells was a highly advanced technique, to the extent that it was said to only be possible if one had two brains to think it through. And there were no more than 5 individuals in the entire world who could achieve it. Compared to Roswell, who was one among them, the presence of a momentary gap in Ezo's simultaneous casting was undeniable. However, it fell within the scope of what could be compensated for through the combined use of faux incantation and voiceless incantation. Ezo, with this, even if not decisive, it would still deliver a fatal blow. Such was Ezo's assessment. But it was completely painted over by Al's actions thereon. Without hesitation, Al turned his back upon the rampage of the invisible wind that approached from before him, and while taking the onrush of that wind upon his back, plunged into the blazing inferno behind him. Of course, this firepower was not meant to incinerate, but if one were to be directly hit, serious burns would be inevitable. Within that, Al was defenseless. No, he shaped the stone gauntlet on his right arm into a thin shield, breaking through that inferno head-on. Aldebaran, hurrah! Even if he could break through that wall of flame, he would still be caught in the wind and be blown away. Immediately, Al would have been swept away by the wind, and his entire body would have slammed against the walls and floor, rendering him unable to move. However, Ezo, ludicrous. Muttering so in a stunned voice, Ezo could not believe the unrealistic scene occurring right before his very eyes. Swept up by the wind, Al was indeed helpless as his whole body slammed into multiple places within the tower. However, as if anticipating each of the points of collision, Al created cushions of mud, almost completely killing the force of impact, and he escaped the grip of the wind. Ezo. The situation had arrived at such a point where Ezo was left with no choice but to give his most absurd speculations some actual consideration. His skills as a warrior were clearly inferior to those of Garfield, and he had even dodged the surefire attack from Ezo, the kingdom's finest magician. So there surely was some kind of rule-breaking technique that lay hidden beneath. If he were to guess, what was most likely would be Ezo. Unbelievable. An extremely short-term observation into the future. At the fact that such a ridiculous possibility required serious examination, Ezo could not help but feel a shiver down to his core. It was said that, amongst outstanding warriors and martial artists, there were those who could read into the presence of their opponents and intuitively discern their next move. Even in the world of magicians, it was theoretically possible to predict an opponent's next move by observing the form and nature of the mana that had been intently refined just prior to the spell being cast. However, the phenomena surrounding Al could not be fully explained by such theories alone. This was not something as simple as intuition or experience. He had the optimal solution for everything. With all due respect, Ezo, as an educator, was privileged with the opportunity to impart knowledge onto others. From that perspective, he was well aware that unnatural explanations were accompanied by unnatural processes. An explanation that skipped over the required processes to arrive at an answer was often revealed to be a surreptitious peek at the right answer. In other words, the same possibility might have been applicable to the phenomenon brought about by Al. The problem was Ezo. The possibility of unknown magic, besides the one used to seal away Nastuki Dano and Miss Beatrice. Magic that even Ezo, who had read through all available literature and had acquired the knowledge of nearly every magic currently in existence, was unaware of. If it was a sort of forbidden technique that did not remain in records, there was a strong possibility that magic techniques that did not conform to the 6 basic attributes had been devised. Ezo. He could read any and all moves. Bearing this in mind, Ezo raised his estimation of the threat posed by Al to the maximum possible level. A formidable foe, wielding unknown magic with unknown intentions, no longer was regarding him with such a description appropriate. The degree of danger he posed ought to have been considered equivalent to that of a Sin Archbishop or a witch. Hence, Ezo. While I still have the mana to spare, I shall clinch victory. Upon hearing the thunderous roar, Petra wished not to believe it was real. However, Petra, HK. She bit the inside of her cheek to wake herself up with the pain. The desire to believe was dangerous. People tended to easily drift towards the easiest, most comfortable, and safest options. But if something bad came to pass, what would they do? Would this mean that they would put something or someone important in danger for the sake of their own momentary selfishness? Petra. Meili-chan. Over here. With that, Petra pulled Meili, who had been helping to clean up after dinner, over to her. As usual, Meili was only getting in the way and not helping at all. But it was good that she was there. Thanks to that, she had been able to offer her hand. As Meili was pulled along by Petra, she looked up at the ceiling, from where the sound had been heard. Meili. Petra-chan, it seems like some people are having a fosh fight. Petra. Can you tell who they are? Meili. I don't know, but Ani-san and Fa-Ani-san have no reason to fight. So it must be either Sensei-san or Helmut Oja-san, right? Petra. Al-san and Ezo-san. Meili. If it's Sensei-san, then we have to be careful of that flam girl too. In contrast to Petra's heightened tension, Meili's tone and expression remained the same as usual. The difference between Meili, who was used to this kind of situation, and Petra, who was not, was clear. Still, Petra was lucky that she had experience from her time in the Empire, so she did not lose her composure. Petra's life had to benefit from the events in the Empire, even if only a little. Meili, what should we do? Should we go up too? Petra. Well, let's not do that. If we were present from the beginning, it would be one thing. But if we try to join in now, we'll just get in the way. Meili. Well, I guess that's good enough. I could send the little Crimson Scorpion-chan to keep guard, boo. Responding to Meili's nonsensical statement, the scorpion in question crawled out of her hair and snapped its pincers. While it was good that they were so aggressive and motivated, it did not seem like a small scorpion like that would be of any use. It would not be much different if Petra and Meili went. Petra shook her head and put a damper on little Crimson Scorpion's enthusiasm. On top of that, Petra, we need to be prepared for anything that might happen. Based on what Meili said, it is highly likely that someone was fighting on an upper floor, in the library where the books of the dead were kept. There were people who had headed there to work after dinner, and naturally, the two people Meili mentioned were included, and one of them was Natsuki Subaru. Petra. Subaru. As if she were praying, Petra wished for his safety. Beside him were Beatrice and Garfield. With those two by his side, she hoped that he would be much safer than if she was there herself. Just then, Petra. Meili. Petra. HK Garf-san. Without warning, Petra leaped to her feet at the sound of Garfield's thunderous voice. Upon hearing Petra's reply, Garfield rushed into the room where Petra and the others were. Petra was delighted to see a familiar face, but she could not afford to even express such. Petra, you're badly hurt. What happened? You need to get medical treatment right away. Garfield. Now hurry up and chas some yang mak on me. Right away. Petra. HK. Garfield, his face covered in blood and several teeth missing, made his appeal, and Petra momentarily tensed up before immediately strengthening Garfield's body with yang magic. Her unrefined yang magic was something rather unstable to use on someone other than herself, but Garfield's fierce expression left her no choice. In that case, Petra had no choice but to overcome her immaturity right here and now. Garfield. Ra. Meili. Kaya. While under the effect of Petra's yang magic, Garfield then forcibly thrust his hands into the floor of the room and tore up the stone flooring with brute strength. A shriek escaped Meili's lips at Garfield's incomprehensible actions, and then asked him, "What are you doing?" as he lifted the floor that he had just removed. In response, Garfield turned around to the entrance of the room and, "Garfield! Dish!" After roaring indistinctly, Garfield blocked the entrance to the room with the piece of flooring he had torn up. Petra wanted to question him about what had happened, thinking that he was trying to prevent anyone from coming in. However, she quickly realized that that had not been the issue at hand. The reason Garfield had blocked the entrance became clear from what could be seen through the gap beneath the sealed door. Meili. Water! Once again, Meili screamed, and the small red scorpion on her head also stretched its pincers and tail to the heavens in surprise. Petra's round eyes widened as she looked beyond the entrance blocked by Garfield, and she could hear and feel the presence of the muddy torrent of water that flooded the hallway of the tower's 4th floor with tremendous force. Why had it been made? For what purpose? And by whom? Garfield. If you're reading a here, then how bow an attack you can't block even if you know it's coming. As he braced his feet against the floor, continuously withstanding the force of the raging water, Garfield's cheeks contorted. Petra was horrified by Garfield's vicious, belligerent smile mixed with anger. Who exactly was Garfield fighting with such an expression on his face? And why had he rushed alone to Petra and Miley? Petra, hang in there. Biting back the many questions that filled her chest, Petra reached out to support Garfield's back. Garfield. HK. With Petra's hand on his back, Garfield's entire body tensed up with strength. Of course, Petra's slender arms could never add to Garfield's strength. She would be far more useful were she to concentrate on her yang magic. But at that moment, Petra entrusted all her worries and faith to Garfield's back. And Garfield, she believed, tried his best to respond to that trust with all his might. Eventually, the sound of the massive torrent of water rushing through the passageway began to subside, gradually turning into a faint trickle, like the last drops of water falling from a gutter after a rainstorm. Garfield, who had been holding his ground, relaxed his legs and pushed the stone slab he had used to block the entrance to the side, and let out a deep breath. He then began to turn around to face Petra, who was still touching his back. Garfield-kun, come here! Upstairs, not to the Tegeta side. Perhaps this too was an application of magic, but Ezo's voice was so loud that it was hard to tell how far away he was, and Garfield, who had been called, looked up as if snapped into motion. His usual sharp fangs were broken, and for a moment he wondered whether he should explain the situation to Petra and Miley. Garfield. Miley. I'll explain later. I'll explain later. Petra. Is it Alsan? Garfield. Yeah. Without saying much, he only managed to share who had started it, and then Garfield rushed out into the wet corridor to meet up with Ezo. She observed until his back disappeared, and then Petra let out a shaky breath and covered her face with her hands. Petra. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Desperately trying to dispel the rising dread within her, Petra repeated the words to herself over and over. But even so, she couldn't stop the feeling from welling up inside her. Ailey. Petra-chan. Miley gently and without warning placed a hand on Petra's head, which was still buried in her palms. Then she ruffled up the other's hair. Petra thought it annoying, but came to later realize that Miley was just terrible at petting people's heads, and while clumsily consoling Petra, Miley let out a small sigh. Miley. Maybe it's my fault, Lieutenant. Not everyone can be saved by Oni-san and Wani-san's kindegas. Petra. That's not true, she wished to say, to deny completely, but instead, a sob came first, and she found herself unable to muster the confidence to fully reject Miley's words. Upon being assailed by the muddy stream that flooded the hallway, his opponents having discovered a truly optimal strategy, bereft of effect from any of his provocations and excuses, Aldebaran was struck with a sense of powerlessness. Despite possessing such a cheat technique, despite possessing such an advantage, he was being pursued oh so intensely by people who had mastered the art of countering it. In regards to that strength, he could not help but be impressed. All excuses aside, Aldebaran, Ububu. The torrent of water left him no escape, forbidding him from planting his legs or grabbing hold of something, so Aldebaran's body was washed away, mercilessly robbing him of his strength and body temperature. The more he attempted to struggle against the water, the more his strength would be taken away, relentlessly being exhausted. The water pouring in from the orifices in his entire body washed it all thoroughly, with him unable to do a thing. Unlike wind, which had a certain degree of direction, dealing with the flow of water by way of walls and structures fashioned from earth, was a deed impossible. Henceforth, what Aldebaran could do was to get swept up by the water, to be jostled about by the water, and to be killed by the water, and nothing more beyond that. In reality, he had no idea just how much water he had ended up swallowing. Only Aldebaran, HK. While gurgling, throwing up the water he had swallowed, Aldebaran took heavy breaths. Body void of strength, he supported, and lifted himself with his single arm, doing his best to rid his body of the water that had filled him, so much so that he had been on the verge of bursting like a water balloon. From his nose, mouth, eyes, and ears, It felt as if water was streaming out. No longer could he feel his lower body, and he was too afraid to ascertain if he had urinated or soiled himself. And then, after expelling, vomiting as much water as he could, well then, you should not have any further strength with which to resist, but let us hear you explain yourself. Having slowly ascended the staircase, the magician and warrior looked down at Aldebaran, powerless to stop it. Aldebaran had been knocked about while being swept up the staircase. Though the two who had imposingly climbed up those stairs were fatigued, they remained with more than enough will to fight. Conversely, Aldebaran was soaked like a ragged, drowned rat, his entire body covered in wounds. Aldebaran. Languidly did Aldebaran collapse, having relaxed the arm that was supporting his body, now lying face up. In the sky where the sun was setting, where the curtain of night was beginning to fall, the glow of stars scattered around was visible. Feeling as if the flickering stars above were looking down on him, Al loathed the heavens from the bottom of his heart. Stars were something he hated. Stars looking down upon the surface from high above, merely shining as they pleased, were something he hated. "Captain Beatrice, give 'em back," so declared Garfield, who was missing a few fangs, to the upward-facing Aldebaran. His attitude of prioritizing Natsuki Subaru and Beatrice instead of complaining about the mess that had been made of his mouth was admirable, and something that Aldebaran almost wanted to root for. But unfortunately, their views were diametrical opposites of one another. He really did find it sorrowful. Aldebaran did not particularly hate Garfield. He did not hate any of them. He hated neither Garfield nor Ezo, who he had just fought against, nor did he hate Petra, nor Miley, nor Flam, who were present in this tower. Nor did he hate any of the people he would probably end up fighting against hereafter. The only ones he hated were himself and Natsuki Subaru. Garfield. Oi, bastard, you listening? Ezo. Please calm down, Garfield-kun. Even if you consider his silence as a provocation here, Aldono cannot help it. In addition, the provocation would be meaningless. He ought to understand by now. Garfield. Ezo. It seems that you somehow possess the ability to utilize an unknown magic, a type of forbidden art, but that is not to say it is omnipotent. Whether it be I, or likely somebody else, it shall be countered. No matter how skilled you may be in the art of war, you cannot win all your battles. Keeping the emotional Garfield in check, Ezo spoke, rational to the bitter end. Those words were quite persuasive to Al, with whom Ezo had done as he pleased till the current time. Through his definite strength and perceptiveness, Ezo had defeated Aldebaran's authority. At this moment, since Aldebaran could not even lift a single finger, he could not make excuses. It was just that, Aldebaran, Ezo Dono, it's precisely as you say. I can't win every battle. Still lying on his back, Aldebaran affirmed Ezo's words. At that comment, Garfield and Ezo each displayed their own unique reactions. Garfield showed frustration, and Ezo showed increasing vigilance. That they did not lose their focus even after he had declared such vexed him. It vexes me, but it's fine. After all, she's no longer among us. 748. That was the number of attempts in which he had drifted aimlessly, all while experiencing a sense of helplessness at not being able to do anything in particular. The only variable he had been able to test had been the place towards which the muddy current would sweep him away. After being washed away by the water, there was nothing Aldebaran could do, tiny as he was. Instead, until he drew the winning ticket, on, and on, and on, and on, he was washed away without end. And then, at long last, he drew it. Aldebaran, I can't win every battle. That's why I just gotta win the final one. Ezo, what are you... Aldebaran, I wanted to get over here. This place is my one and only victory condition. Ignoring Ezo and Garfield as question marks floated above their heads, Aldebaran continued so. He did not have the time to wait for a reply. Even now, he was just spewing any nonsense he could think of as to keep himself from losing consciousness. Neither was he boasting of success, nor did he intend to pester them with a declaration of victory. Merely, he wished for them to understand. Just a portion of all the stardust Aldebaran had piled up, he wished for them to understand. Aldebaran, as the pair gave off signs of bewilderment, Aldebaran, still lying on the floor, raised his arm and pointed in a certain direction, realizing that something had fallen at the place towards which Aldebaran was pointing. Ezo and Garfield's throats both choked up. That was clear. Even if they did not comprehend the significance of that being here, they likely had gained a sense of unease. That was... Garfield. Is that a Book of the Dead? Ezo, whose? Albeit having been submerged, that Book of the Dead was one which yet maintained the form of a book. While gazing at its sodden pages, lying on the floor in an open state, the eyes of the two widened in shock, their voices trembled. They had yet to reach comprehension, and frankly, even supposing they heard the answer, they likely would not understand its meaning. But, from the very start, Aldebaran had come to the tower in order to search for that book and put it to use. After all, he knew that there would be no other way to make the preparations in order to remove Natsuki Subaru. The title of that Book of the Dead, inscribed there was, Aldebaran, It's My Name. Ezo and Garfield. The correct answer revealed to them, Ezo and Garfield were overwhelmed by a momentary pause. While that was a clear opening, Aldebaran unfortunately did not have the strength to reap its benefits. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was not something that Aldebaran could seize. Therefore, he would entrust the act of utilizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to Aldebaran. Looking down upon the soaked pages of the Book of the Dead lying on the floor had been eyes. Those eyes slowly rose up and faced the four. And then, clad in scales of pale azure, the life form considered to be the strongest in the entire world spread its wings and pronounced, "Your stars were bad." The subsequent instant, aiming at the magician and warrior, both frozen in place, the breath of the divine dragon Volcanica, nay, of the divine dragon Aldebaran, was mercilessly unleashed. Chapter 13. The One Most Loved and the One Most Unloved. 289. In added time after surmounting the decisive bout, came an ambush by an unseen adversary, one even more ruthless than anticipated. While Garfield was occupied protecting the girls, it was unclear how the hidden enemy, who was not with them, had managed to avoid the great deluge. However, the hidden assailant, who had accomplished such a feat on their own, had broken his neck many times as he came down the stairs in a state of total exhaustion. Without questions, without hesitation, this single-minded focus on eliminating impediments was precisely the result of the awareness they held of being the last force of deterrence that remained within the tower. "You're quite something, Lil Miss. To have mastered level of skill to this extent at such a young age, he could only imagine the amount of blood-soaked training she must have undergone, and that caused sentiments of respect to surge up within him. He had heard she was one of two twin girls, but was her younger or older sister just as strong? Even if he were to go without inquiring so at this place, the chance to find that out firsthand would likely call upon him soon. After all, from here on out, the entire world would likely end up turning against Aldebaran. HK. There was a slight gasp, and the slender hand of the hidden attacker failed to break Aldebaran's neck. Just as the girl's hand was about to reach him from behind, Aldebaran covered his neck with a layer of stone and avoided the blow that would have broken his cervical vertebrae. However, this enemy was not so naive as to slacken their assault there. As soon as they realized their ambush had failed, they immediately slipped towards Aldebaran's left side, to attempt an assassination from his armless side, and unleashed a hand strike aimed at his flank. A fearsome blow enhanced by the flow method, one that would perforate his side, slip through the gap in his ribs, and tear out his heart. A blow that contrasted with her cute hands. It was a deadly strike that would inevitably bring about a near-instant death. However, a near-instant death was merely that. It was not instant death. Even if brief, it would nonetheless bring about excruciating pain. That was why... Ooh-ah! Before the ambushing girl's attack could land, Aldebaran reached out with an earthen prosthesis and grabbed the girl's 2 bundles of hair, then proceeded to forcibly push her against the wall. At that point, the earthen arm was transformed into a large strip of mud, crucifying the girl to the wall. With both arms and legs bound and only her head free, The hidden attacker, Flam, exchanged glares with Aldebaran. Aldebaran, I'm weaker than you, Lil Miss. I'm missing one of my arms. My helmet restricts my vision. I'm exhausted from fighting battles in succession. I have no talent or ability. That's why. It's my win. Flam, Elsa, Aldebaran, just shut up. Snapping the fingers of his right hand in front of Flam's face, he blocked up her mouth with a stone gag. If she could use her hands and feet, she could have easily removed it, but being unable to move them, she was at his mercy. And so, it could finally be said that the bonus track had been cleared. Aldebaran. He heaved a long, deep sigh. There was not a shred of relief in that sigh. Instead, it conveyed a sense of depression that had nothing to do with the sense of accomplishment from actually having done it. To begin with, using a mountain climbing analogy, this was still the base camp. No matter how much of a positive thinker one was, no one would do something so ridiculous as getting overly excited at the base camp. Not to mention, this accomplishment of his was not something to be proud of. Aldebaran. Why, even if you look at me like that, I can't give you any excuses. Lil Mrs. As he said this, Aldebaran turned around and looked at the two girls standing silently, staring at Al in the corridor of the 4th floor. One had cold hostility in her almond-shaped eyes, while the other had a sense of urgency in her round eyes. This little one is angry, so could you please not come any closer? As Aldebaran turned halfway around to face them, the girl with the braid, Miley, moved to confront him. Perched on top of her blue hair was a witch beast, a lively character who had appeared several times during the journey to and within the tower. Its tail, which emitted a faint glow, was also an unexpectedly formidable offensive organ. Of course, that was only if it struck a vital point without warning, but Aldebaran, well, I understand you don't want me to get close. In the first place, I don't feel like harming you, Lil Mrs. Miley, you came all the way down here to look for us, didn't you? So, that's absolutely ridiculous. Aldebaran, while it's true that I came to look for you, the reason isn't what you think. At Miley's cold attitude, Aldebaran played with the seam of his helmet with his fingers while he took care to choose his words. While they were talking, the girl who had been quietly watching them said, "Reason?" in a soft voice, and then, "What was the reason you came down, Alsan?" As Petra asked the question firmly, without averting her gaze, Aldebaran fell silent. Aldebaran. As a former assassin, it was understandable that Miley was used to the harshness of the battlefield. However, it was surprising to see how tough Petra had become, given she was originally just a simple village girl training to become a maid. Aldebaran had timed it so that everyone would have been at their most relaxed, and carried out this plan of action without anyone realizing the signs. In other words, Petra and the others had no idea what was going on. There must have been all kinds of questions, and a whirlwind of anxiety and confusion that wanted to burst out crying and screaming, swirling around in her little head. She did not let any of that show. Aldebaran, I've fulfilled my objective. I've got no more business in this tower, so if you ask why, it was to come say goodbye. Petra, even if you say something like that. Aldebaran, Garfiel and Ezo are both unconscious at the top of the tower. If you treat them quickly, they should be able to make it out alive. Petra. For a brief moment, Petra tensed up at Aldebaran's selfish declaration and prepared to fight, while Miley next to her also widened her stance in preparation to join Petra's resolve. But their resolve was thrown into confusion by Aldebaran's words as he pointed to the uppermost floor of the tower. And unfortunately for them, Aldebaran had no room to show mercy, even if his opponents were young girls. Aldebaran, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna try and show off by fighting me here? If you try hard enough, you might be able to beat me. But if you lose, the two guys up there will die as well, yeah? Petra, you coward. Aldebaran, yeah, I know I am, and it makes me hate myself from the bottom of my heart. After being berated by Petra, with her fierce eyes, Aldebaran admonished himself for having become a detestable adult. However, the reality was that those disgusting and cowardly adults seemed to always come out victorious. Petra, being smart and brave, could properly calculate the risks of losing. She could not risk letting Garfiel and Ezo die by picking a fight with slim chances of success. Miley. What happened to Anui-san and Beatrice-chan, I wonder? Aldebaran. The two of them are asleep together like babies. They're so affectionate and close. It'd be cruel to separate them, and it'd break my heart, so I just couldn't. In response to Meili, who inquired about Subaru and Beatrice's safety on behalf of Petra, he gave that answer. Unfortunately for them, he had no intention of giving them any more information. Either way, in case they did save Garfield and Ezo, they would be able to hear the same story from their mouths. He did not want to carelessly provoke Petra and Meili, who were thinking rationally. Even if the expansion of territory could shoulder the burden, he was exhausted. Aldebaran. Hey, I get that you said not to get any closer, but that's the way out. I'm gonna have to go through. Aldebaran raised his hand to signal this, and he slowly advanced towards the girls. To show that he meant no harm, he kept his hand raised without lowering it. Petra and Meili. Petra and Meili silently made way for the approaching Aldebaran. As he passed between the girls, who had moved out to either side, the only sound in the quiet passage was the clacking of the little crimson scorpion's pincers. The intimidating sound of the little crimson scorpion's pincers seemed to be a manifestation of the girl's dissatisfaction. Petra. You know, over these 3 days I really did intend to help you out, Alsan. Aldebaran. Petra, I absolutely loathe you. Among all the wounds Aldebaran had sustained during his time at the Pleiades watchtower, the girl's tearful, wrung-out voice had undoubtedly been the gravest of all. At the time Aldebaran descended onto the entrance to the tower, unfolding there was a heart-wrenching battle, one not dissimilar to the one that he had engaged in with Petra and Meili on the 4th floor. Partaking in that battle was a jet-black earth dragon who had made the great contribution of delivering their group, with Aldebaran in their ranks, to this tower. Her name, Patracia. And going head-to-head against Patracia was... Yo, me. Did you tie up all the loose ends? Indeed, with a solemn, weighty voice, an enormous life form spoke to him in a manner completely lacking in gravitas. As he calmly pushed open the large gate of the tower's entrance with his single hand, waiting for him there, facing off against Patracia, was a dragon with scales shining blue. A dragon formerly known as Volcanica, now Aldebaran. Tashe, Dodogyuan. Squaring off against Aldebaran, Patracia neighed without relinquishing a single step. In all honesty, all of Subaru's female companions were mentally deranged. No, thinking back on it, all of the women Aldebaran had encountered were more or less the same. As for weak women, there was only a single person that came to mind. Whatever the case, Aldebaran. Hey, Dragon Me. Stop picking on those smaller than yourself. You already look crazy enough. Doing that'll make you look way crazier than necessary. Aldebaran, don't call me crazy like that. If I'm crazy, then you've also got to be just as nuts. Normally, even those who come up with this kind of thing wouldn't actually put it into practice. Something like hijacking the divine dragon, I mean. With a voice and appearance he was not yet accustomed to having, Aldebaran spoke so while moving his wings. At Aldebaran's words, Aldebaran shrugged his shoulders. Even if he were labeled crazy or nuts by his own self, it was a desperate strategy that he had enacted because it was possible for him to do so. To begin with, since Aldebaran was also Aldebaran, there was no doubt that he would have done the same thing if placed in the same situation. So, forcing such labels upon him like that was quite unreasonable. Aldebaran, sorry, Ground Dragon Chan. But you know, not moving's the right option. If you get taken out, Ground Dragon Chan, you aren't going to be able to take any of your companions out from this sea of sand. Aldebaran. 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 What? Aldebaran. Nothing. Just thought that you really are me. Our ways of making threats are completely the same. In order to avoid a fight with Patracia, Aldebaran had employed the same logic that Aldebaran had used to threaten Petra and Meili. This fact was something that gave him boundless mixed feelings. Anyhow, Aldebaran, can you fly? Aldebaran, I can, I think. It's one of those things you get used to little by little. Aldebaran, that phrasing's brimming with apprehension. At the response from Aldebaran, somewhat lacking in reliability, Aldebaran climbed up the former's tail and hopped onto the dragon's back, though he himself could not hide the slight unease he felt. Then, clinging to one of the many protrusions on the dragon's scales. He called out, "Here we go! Aldebaran, lift off." The following instant, with a spirited yell and a flap of his wings, Aldebaran rose to the sky, scattering the sand with a thunderous wind. The dragon swiftly climbed to a high altitude, all the way to the top part of the exceedingly tall Pleiades watchtower, and from there began to part from the tower. As the tower rapidly grew distant, Aldebaran looked back at those who he had left there. "Aldebaran, no way are you having regrets, Aldebaran?" "I did have them. When it comes to regrets, I had them 400 years ago." Being made fun of by himself, who had a full grasp of his circumstances, Aldebaran clicked his tongue. What Aldebaran wished to say was the reality that he did not have the leeway to be looking back, and that was indeed correct. If this were to be likened to a mountain, then he was still only at the base camp. From here on out, aiming for the starlight beyond the realm of a billion that he had resolved himself to reach no matter what, Aldebaran could not afford to make even a single wrong move. "Aldebaran, well, don't get too worked up on your own. I'll be with you from now on. That's at least a little better, yeah?" As his wings rapidly sliced through the night sky over the sand sea, Aldebaran spoke in high spirits. Although he'd had the memories shared by his Book of the Dead installed within him, that optimistic point of view likely stemmed from a difference in the vessel being occupied. Nonetheless, it was not good to be overly negative either. In reality, he had acquired backup more powerful than one could ever hope for. What remained was, that will be as far as you go. At the moment he was about to formulate his next course of action, the light pierced him. Having violently crashed upon the ocean of sand in this chilly night, the dragon unhurriedly raised itself. Aldebaran, who had been nestled within the dragon's wings, shook his head and dropped down onto the sand. And then, that composedly came into the view of the lone person and dragon, of the two distinct Aldebarans, hair red akin to a burning flame, eyes blue akin to the clear skies, clad in an outfit of immaculate white, as per his convictions, the chivalry he practiced, the existence ordained by the world. Flam, who was left behind at the tower, is one blessed with the divine protection of telepathy. She and her sister, Grassis, are able to communicate without regard to distance and time, albeit only once per day. That was his explanation as to why he had hastened to this scene. Quite the honest response, one that was considerate and sympathetic towards the confusion of someone who had found themselves in an unreasonable situation. "Aldebaran, thanks for the explanation. Are you used to people lodging complaints against you, perchance? I wish to clear the doubts I myself have first. There are many things I wish to question you on. Aldebaran, I advise you surrender. If possible, I would prefer to not cut you down." Declaring so, while touching the dragon sword at his waist, the youth, Reinhard van Astria, before Aldebaran and Aldebaran both, magnificently asserted. Reinhard, his aura majestic, his posture gallant, his existence dazzling even amidst a world of night, to this man bound to be a hero, as one bearing heroic reveries long decayed, this alone, he wished to object. It was something that had been spoken to him many a time, but, "Aldebaran, quit putting on airs. Your stars were bad." "Hero, I'll win regardless." Gazed upon by a star-studded sky, amidst a great ocean of sand, Aldebaran faced off against Reinhard. That was a confrontation irreconcilable, between one whom the world loved, and one whom it did not. End.